Oh, that is good. Oh, nice headshot. Bust net quick. Nice play there.
Going toward this alarm.
Oh my gosh, the play. Oh, he's gonna get the angle. He gets the 1v1. He has the name. He's gonna peek it. He does. He's gonna win it. Oh, Bobby!
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Titan Series Season 6 Challenger Division Finals. 80 teams grinded hard in order to make it to this point. They're all going for the simple goal of making it to Division Finals tomorrow. Premier Division Finals, $20,000, a lot of money. Can they stack up against the best? Well, that's why we run this event, right? We see what are the unknown players. Maybe you know some of the players, but I love watching the unknown players compete and will show us that they should be known, right? They need a bigger brand and they need a bigger platform. That's what the Titan Series is all about. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble. I can't do the job alone, though, bringing in the two commentators from the past couple of weeks. Of course, Mustache Dave and Power Bang. Great to see you, boys. Dave, you're back. We got some favorite teams joining into the mix. I can't wait to hear you talk about some of them, but more importantly, how you feeling? How you feeling, Dave? You all right?
Yeah,
Let's ask that again, baby.
What is going on? Hey, Papa, bonjour, Mike check 1, 2. How we doing? How we doing? Doing good, man. Now that you can hear me, I'm doing well. I'm splendid today.
Love that. Splendid, but not splenda. Power Bang. How's everything going, man? You're looking great. You got the swoop. It's looking fantastic in the hair. Hey, and the flannel. Come on. You're rocking it today.
I'm glad you noticed, man. It's my winter swoop going on here. Due for a little snip around the ears here shortly. But happy to be here. We got the Challenger Finals on deck tonight. Like you mentioned in the show open, we got some new teams to discover, man. I'm excited to see what the Challenger Division has to offer.
That's right. Well, what is the Challenger Division and what did the teams have to go through in order to make it to this point? Well, I keep throwing around this 80 teams, right, who ended up having to compete. Well, that was the case. 80 teams is a lot. I believe we had 4 groups of 16, at least A through E, whatever that ends up adding up to.
That's 5.
That's 5. So, hey, look, and that's why we got you here on the desk to correct me, all right? Top 10 qualify to Challenger Finals, and which we are here today. But we're going to see the top 6 teams from today across 6 maps go to Premier Finals. Now, you'll notice it's top 10 qualify from 80, and the reason why is because 6 teams from the Premier Division ended up dropping down. They're once again going to have to reclaim their throne and come back up to the top. You know they're going to be hungry, they're going to be playing hard, and they definitely want to make a name for this, and more importantly, they want the $20,000. 80 teams, a lot of teams, and well, they competed for bonus points. And coming into today, there are some bonus points that have been earned, and more importantly, first place, 10 bonus points is quite a bit. That is an entire winner chicken dinner, okay? But second, third, on through 8th, they're going to be happy to at least walk away with something. Now, the teams coming over from the Premier teams, I believe, get 5, if I'm not mistaken, or at least a couple of them who ended up making it up into the top 8. But let's talk about the teams, right? We've got a lot of wonderful teams here. We're talking about 80 teams who ended up playing. 10 teams ended up qualifying, 6 teams from the Premier Division. And looking through, man, Dave, I want to pass it over to you. Bottom right, is that a familiar face to you?
Hey, Zombie Boys NA showing up here once again in the Titan Series Challenger Finals. And you know what? Showing up right in time because they got 6 games tonight, another 6 tomorrow, and guess what, gentlemen? Money, $20,000 on the line in tomorrow night's lobby. So I am beyond excited to be cheering for my favorite team to come through the Titan Series, the Zombie Boys, here tonight.
Ooh, the Zombie Boys, they've done it before. They're looking to do it again. Might be a bit of a different roster. Obviously, some new faces here at Power Bang. Feel free to shout any of them out. But we also have some familiar faces, right? So we've been watching across the 3 weeks of the qualifiers for the Premier Division. Now, once again, having to compete to try and earn their spot back in to the Premier Division.
Absolutely. I mean, Dave, you hit the nail on the head. Zombie Boys, we're happy to see him again. But we've got 6 teams, like you mentioned, that did not make it through the Premier qualifiers directly into the Premier Finals. So they've been relegated here tonight to the Challenger Finals to prove that they belong. Those 6 teams are Golden Eagles, Inferno Esports, Shining Legacy, X Factor, and X Force and XYQ. So we've got a lot of X's there to join the group, but they're going to have to battle it out tonight because they can make it right back where they came from, Taylor.
That's right back where they came from, back into Premier Division, but on the most important stage, at least for this Season 6, right? Competing for $20,000, which is what really matters at the end of the day. Zombie Boys, Golden Eagles, can't wait to see how those two teams are going to do. Golden Eagles struggled throughout the Premier season qualifiers. They didn't live up to expectations. They didn't fly high, right? We want them to fly high. We give them the kakas, but it wasn't enough. Inferno Esports, though, up there at the top row, that's who I'm going to be really keeping my eye on. They're an aggressive team. They improved throughout the qualifiers. Shining Legacy, too. So those two teams, Inferno and Shining. Let's take a look, though, at standings from the Challenger standings, or at least going into today, in the Challenger Finals. You'll notice at the right side, those are those bonus points. So the total on down, we're starting fresh, but Vittori will walk away with 10 bonus points because they got first place. Zombie Boys with 8 because they got second, and so on and so forth. But Inferno, Shining Legacy, X Factor, Golden Eagles, they make it up at least to the top 8 so far. The reason why is because they come from the Premier Division. So looking at our top 8, who stands out to you, Dave? Obviously, Zombie Boys are there, but who else?
Yeah, Zombie Boys are there not only because they're probably the best team in the lobby tonight, but they're also really good at getting rank points. They're good at surviving towards the mid to late game, really capitalizing on their tried and true strategies that we've seen from them in the past. But I'm also going to be paying close attention to Dope Esports, because looking at their qualifiers to get here, they had a lot of eliminations, I believe, right behind Vittori actually at the top. So Dope Esports, their team, they know how to run and gun, and that is what I'm all about here tonight, fellas.
Run and gun, right? I expect PP, a lot of these teams to be pretty good at running and gunning, especially our challenger teams who just really have nothing to lose, right? You look at 9 through 16, running and gunning. I look at X-Force. How many times did we see them running and gunning throughout the qualifiers in the Premier Division?
We saw it, but I don't think that they executed it well enough, right, to actually qualify. So I don't know if that's a strategy they want to continue on here. Maybe they mix it up. Who knows? We'll definitely keep an eye on them. And like Dave, saw some familiar faces that we've seen in the past, whether it was at the Premier level or even in the Challenger Division Finals. Teams like Dope Esports, like Unique Legacy. We've even got some familiar faces in C4 who now comprise the roster, I believe, of Dope Esports. We also have some other teams that have just come down from Premier that we're going to be keeping an eye on as well. But I think the two favorites from my end are Volturi team, who again finished on top of the qualifiers for Challenger, as well as I'm gonna put my name in the hat for Rich Esports today. They're gonna be looking to take some of that money.
Oh, just because they're rich, huh? Is that really what it comes down to?
Not yet. Not yet. They've got to get that 20K first, but they're on their way. They got it in the name.
Oh, they got it in the name, man. Well, I'll tell you what, that's pretty strong to me. These are the 6 maps you'll see. It's the same rotation we've seen before from PMSL. Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar, and then back to Erangel. Sanhok will be the odd map out. Miramar twice, Erangel 3 times. That should be the bread and butter for the rosters competing today. For some, it's their strength, which means that at least for 50% of the maps, right, they're walking away with a considerable amount of points, or at least a much better chance to qualify. Top 6 is the goal here today. So you want to be top 6 so you can play in the Division 5 or Premier Division Finals, which will be tomorrow. That'll be taking place same starting time right here, 7 Eastern time tomorrow. We would love to have you. It's going to be a great time. $20,000 on the line. And then the next day, we will have our ladies finals. So we've got PUBG Mobile taking place today, tomorrow, and the next day. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. Follow us, Titan Series GG, on our socials to keep up to date with everything that is going to be taking place. Map 1, here we go, heading into Erangel to get the Titan Series Season 6 Challenger Division Finals underway. It's going to be exciting. Predictions in chat. Let's get loud. Dave, where are we dropping?
Where are we dropping? I'm looking at the Zombie Boys. I'm looking at Dope Esports. I'm looking at X Factor. You already know X Factor. They want to qualify. They're a team. We saw them throughout the season in the Premier stage. got bumped down, got relegated down here tonight. 6 more games to go. They're looking to qualify back to the main lobby come tomorrow. For all that cash money is on the line. So X Factor, a lot of pressure on that team specifically to requalify to the Premier Finals. So let's see what they can accomplish here tonight.
Now, Taylor, these teams all played 24 games in qualification to make it to this stage. And I'm looking down the list of performance, right, for each squad. And I'm noticing 6 wins for Zombie Boys, 6 wins for Unique Legacy, 5 wins for Rich Esports, B-Town, The Finest 4, and Liquid Esports. So we've got some serious gamers in the lobby right now, having won like a quarter of their games played coming into today. So it's really going to come down to who establishes their dominance early on in this one as we see the first circle.
Yeah, and Fatari, they may not have the most wins. They're sitting at 3, which is very respectable, but they dominated everybody when it came to their eliminations. 177 total. The closest one was Zombie Boys at 148, and it seems like they're going to favor the military landing zone, which is fine because, we've seen a lot of great teams have good success. Team Liquid of the past, right? Team Liquid loved to go down to military, and they did very well. They're going to have a bit of a rotation out, though. That right bridge can be kind of tricky, but on top of that, I look at B-Town, who might challenge them off the rip. And if I'm Vittori, I don't want to lose anybody off of the start, especially for map number 1. You performed well and consistently throughout those 20-plus maps that you just mentioned, right? And this is definitely where you want to be on your best behavior. But it seems like B-Town might want to disengage potentially. I think they're getting away, Dave. I think they want to get to the island, or mainland, as soon as possible.
Yeah, without doubt. I mean, you bring up a great point, right? These teams, you guys both talked about how many games they played in total to qualify, and it really comes down to how consistent they were in their respective groups, right? But tonight, it's one day, right? Like, that's all you get. Today is the day. You got 6 games. You really gotta start strong here. It's a sprint today, and qualifying was the marathon, right? So hopefully they got what it takes tonight to get the job done and get that momentum going, rolling into tomorrow. So really looking at teams to come into game 1, game 2, loosen up those nerves, get into a nice engagement, win that engagement, obviously, and just continue building up that momentum, visualizing success. And it starts with game number 1.
Become rich. That's the goal.
Become rich.
Become
Unfortunately
rich.
for Rich, they're already down a member, man. They lost one to XYQ. They're the only team without a full squad right now in the lobby. So some of that visualization coming up a bit short here early on in this one. But yeah, looking through the list of teams, obviously we know the premier teams coming down had to play probably some stiffer competition in order to get here. So they're definitely, battle tested at this point. A lot of the teams that have kind of marched through the lobbies, my questions revolve around, have they really faced the same caliber that some of the other teams have? If you look at Group A in particular, they've got 4 teams that have qualified through to this stage. And on top of that, it's Volturi team, it's Rich Esports, it's DBZ, it's Liquid Esports. And those guys, have soaked up a lot of points in their respective lobbies, where some of the other groups, they didn't have as many points to go around, it seems like. So perhaps their lobbies were maybe a bit more stacked. That's something I'll be keeping an eye on.
Definitely was stacked for B, though. As you said, man, nobody from B ended up making it out, which is tough to say the least, man. You had all these groups, 5 groups, and nobody from Group B was able to make it in. And in fact, you pointed this out, PB. It was like 11 through the cutoff was obviously top 10, right? 10th place, that was Liquid Esports in 10th. But you had Fatal Fury Olympia 4 kilometers away, might as well have been 15 kilometers away. Bosses Esports all 11 through 14 who didn't make it. So you had 4 Group B teams just outside of top 10, which is just it's a statistical anomaly, Dave.
It really is. By 1 or 2 points, too. It wasn't like they missed by a long way. They had 4 teams.
10 points.
1 to 2 points.
Yeah,
I mean, crazy stuff here. So I'm going to pour my drink out right now on the carpet for Group B. It's been real, guys, but we're going We're going to party on with groups A, C, D, and E tonight. And we've got Dragon Ball Z Esports. That's got to be what it stands for, right? It's got the dragon in the logo. What else could it be?
I wanted to play it safe and not say, I asked earlier, can I say Dragon Ball Z? I know there's some stipulations there, right? When it comes to like,
Hey, they named it, not me.
branding.
Yeah, their name.
But if they're DBZ, man, I'm looking for them to go Super Saiyan. That's a heavy name to claim and not perform well. That's all I'm saying. So I look at them to be one of the shining stars. Granted, only one winner chicken dinner throughout their, 24 games, man. So not the best, but one thing is for certain, apparently they can slay out. They were one of the, I think, at least top 4, top 5 when it came to overall elimination. So they clearly got that. But we're going to find out very shortly, right? Just for fun, DBZ and a bit of a tussle. Let's see how it plays out, Dave.
Yeah, we got Big Beast over here looking to kick this night off with a grenade knock. We see his squad mates just for fun. We're able to group up. Shiva's still on the off angle, really providing room for Beast to maneuver around those buildings over there. But Dragon Ball Z Esports over here looking to make a knock themselves, or potentially evacuate the area. Dragon Ball Z super scared here in the first engagement of tonight.
I'm surprised with that background of so many elims coming into this game. And then not only that, but the folks over at Just for Fun were gorilla peeking those windows and doorways, full bodies just being exposed, and DBZ just not able to take advantage. But, not wanting to take too many risks early on in this first game of the day. I don't think I can blame them here, given that every single game is so important. And they were one of the teams that came into today with less bonus points, right, than anyone else. Only 1 bonus point for DBZ, so they're already quite a bit behind the leaders of the lobby. So that's something to keep an eye on as well, are those bonus points. Going to be huge.
Sure. Well, something also to keep an eye out for is, are these teams going to play a lot more passively, as you mentioned, and are they going to change it up? And more importantly, to get specific, this is do or die now. You said it, Dave, at the beginning. Like, there's only 6 games to get this job done. Before you had 24, it was qualifiers, nice and easy. Easy is relative, but you had time. Now you really don't. This is the time that you have before. You got 6 maps. You miss out on a map, that could be quite devastating, really, especially if you're missing out on just 1 point, 1 elimination. But will teams play a bit too passively today now that they transfer into the Challenger Finals? That's always a question, Dave.
Yeah, I'm thinking if I'm a team, I'm already in the zone, pretty centralized. I'm going to play a little passive, right? Just kind of play the circle, see where they take us. If I'm a team on the edge, I might look to get into an early skirmish here, get warmed up, get a couple elimination points on the board. So 2 different strategies, in my opinion, based on how these teams like to play. We saw in the Premier League, we had a lot of teams who really favored the edge, coming in slow and just taking it 1 zone at a time here. Looking at our current edge, we got about 3 teams down there near Pachinki, all in their vehicles, still on the move as we get that next circle shift. And looks like Rich Esports going to be dead center for the most part, right there on top of the mountain. Nothing but sight lines for them. Dragon Ball Z Esports got a little 2-2 split, so I'm going to be looking at them. Yeah.
Look at Rich Esports on the top of that. They might be clearing out now. Looks like they are on the move. I was going to say, they're split 2v1. And if they don't move quick, they're about to have the whole lobby crash on top of them. You can see it's an absolute racetrack. Just zombie boys zooming through the zone right now, but there are people on all sides. We could see a knock here as they zoom by.
Yeah, zombie boys, Golden Eagles rotating in, team number 7 as well. Inferno Esports, a team that dropped down from the Premier Division, now trying to re-qualify. Golden Eagles just before that in Inferno. So 2 teams that have history now, just kind of testing each other out, filling the water, if you will. But a lot of teams just mad dash in. I thought we were going to have a ton of skirmishes in that moment. We ultimately don't, but Inferno's refusing to back down. This is leading to that aggression that we witnessed throughout the Premier Division qualifiers. Inferno was a team that was not scared to push anyone, and oftentimes it worked, weirdly enough. They push in as a 2-2 split. Maybe they push in as individuals, but somehow they would get the job done. And for Golden Eagles, it seems they might be in a little bit of trouble, at least with one. Now for Zombie Boys, a team that a lot of history when it comes to the Titan series now, running into a bit of trouble. And it looks like one's going to have to run away as X-Force, a team from the Premier Division, now pushing full send in. They've got 2 down. They're going to get those finishes ultimately. They took over Everest now, and they seem to be in a wonderful spot.
Yeah, Zombie Boy's down to just a solo here, going towards crates to try to survive. Looks like X-Force did get the better half of the Zombie Boys up there in Mount Everest. So hopefully X-Force, they're going to be able to heal up real quick and get their bearings, because DBZ also going to be pulling up there as well to get that focal point. But Zombie Boys, one of the hot contenders of tonight's lobby, going to be starting game number 1. Not on a hot trail, so hopefully they can pick themselves up moving forward here and not get tilted in match number 1.
We talked a little bit about run and gun play style, and we saw it right there from X-Force coming up on Everest, just overrunning the Zombie Boys there, taking 2 of their members down with them on the push out there. So really like what I'm seeing from X-Force there. They're led by Freepoint, who again, in my opinion, is probably the top player in this lobby. So I'm going to definitely keep my eyes on X-Force during this, and I look at them as one of the favorites today. We'll see if they have what's in them to get back to Premier. But everybody rotating in now as the circle starting to collapse. We've got a bit of a 50-50 zone as well, with the River of Georgia Pole cutting it completely in half. We've got some teams opting to go to the north, some opting to go to the south, and it's going to shift right now and tell us something. And it looks like it's going to go to the south here. So the Georgia Pole crates in South George are going to be where the action is. You can see all of those teams really grouping up there right now. And I gotta say, I really like Inferno Esports' position in that compound. Very, very difficult to approach. And, they might just get lucky here holding down that area.
Also a big fan of X-Force. They fought hard against Zombie Boys up top. DBZ might challenge them, but they've got Everest to themselves. It's well within the zone. I think they're set up nicely for a pretty deep run in game number 1, and we know what they can do with good positioning. We've seen them capitalize on that multiple times. Rich Esports, we know they lost a player a little bit earlier on. Now they've got teams, kind of all around them. This is going to be the first test, Dave, of what Rich Esports is all about.
Yeah, still taking shots. My only concern is Thor up there. If Thor gets knocked, Thor's probably going to be done and dusted. But we got a little push out there in the distance. Rich trying to third party at the finest. Going to be pulling up in the crates with the shotguns, lock and loaded, letting it rip here to kickstart game number 1 tonight.
That was a wild push there. Who was that? TF. I don't even know the finest.
The finest 4.
The finest. There we go. I see him. The finest 4. He got the knock, got the flush, but just kept running forward into the other squad. If he would have played that a bit more passively, I think that ends up in a much better situation for them. But just like that, they are eliminated from the lobby. They're the first team to go out in 16th spot. That did get them 1 confirmed elim, though. So they'll be able to put up 1 point here in this first game of the day. Probably not what they were looking for, but off to a good start here is the Vulturi team, sitting on 4 elims right now, but only 2 members left to try to get some more points.
Yeah, they're in a danger zone as far as I'm concerned, right? Being in this crate, you've got Rich there, you've got Just for Fun, who's also going to be just a little bit of ways. Zombie Boys has, their solo still trying to survive as long as humanly possible, but yeah, it's going to be interesting. Vulturi, we're going to see really a true test of what they're all about, and maybe they decide to go ahead and dip. I wouldn't be against that, but it's also, where do you go? Everest is taken. The other buildings in Georgia Pole are going to be taken. Hospitals also occupied. There's maybe a couple of compounds a little bit further away, but even disengaging in that buggy, you're going to get absolutely beamed. So I think this is going to stagnate, Dave, for just a little bit until next zone pops off and teams figure out where they need to rotate to.
Yeah, without a doubt. At least the crates in particular. I mean, we're looking at the edge, though. We got XYQ trying to roll up on the hospital. Hyman trying to get the initial knock on the ABC. X Factor, though, they got a little 2-2 split, so then they got 2 of their squad mates in the actual hospital area here. XYQ might be able to isolate these enemies and take them out 1 by 1, which isn't what you want to see for X Factor here.
Big zone shift coming in now, and it's still kind of 50-50 between the crates and the mountaintop. We're likely going to see an open field finish here towards the south unless we get some sort of hard shift next zone, so that's going to be very interesting. Taylor, if you're Freepoint and X-Force up on the mountain, do you stay there and try to make it down later, or are you trying to get out of there and take up position down low early on?
No, I think I'm staying where I'm at. I mean, you never know where zone's going to go. You have a dominant position there. It's a lot easier to hold down what you got than it is to retake it, especially with teams, DBZ again, is going to be just behind you. You've got Golden Eagles, who's also just to the north of you. Player 5th or one solo is actually going up Everest just by himself on X Factor. I hope he's going to be a little bit careful and doesn't get beamed, but I'd stay where you're at. I mean, where else are you going to go? I mean, that's my question. Where else would you go, PB?
I don't know, man. I don't know. That's why I asked you.
I think they're chilling. I do. I think they're hanging out, man. But they're ultimately going to get challenged by DBZ. It seems. DBZ wants priority over this hilltop, and they are going to do everything in their power to try and take it away from X-Force. And this might get a little bit weird because it might open up an opportunity for X-Factor to third party as well. So now if I'm X-Force, I've got to watch behind me. I've got to watch in front of me because I got two teams that are looking to challenge my position there.
Oh, without a doubt. But DBZ definitely in the more challenging spot with X-Force ahead of them on the top. And now you're going to have Unique Legacy pulling up right behind you when they start to hear these shots. So DBZ, they are about to be sandwiched, and that is exactly what's happening right now. So if you are X-Force and you start to hear these shots down range, you want to push up just a little bit and try to third party this engagement right now and really take out DBZ.
It's crazy. This DBZ X-Force fight got third party from the Golden Eagles all the way down in the buildings by the bridge. And Golden Eagles able to take down Freepoint of X-Force and eliminate him. They got the thirst on him as well. So all things considered, X-Force getting ganged up on bit.
Ooh, nice shots. Unique Legacy also found an opportunity to get up and get a couple of damage points in, maybe even a couple of downs. That's great for them. So, I mean, really, I thought this was going to be a lot calmer, but it seems to be popping off so well. Teams are banking on the fact this is where the next zone is going to center up on. It being fought for very, very hard. And, still, X-Force, I'm curious how they're going to be able to maintain it. Slowly but surely, they start to fall to the wayside. DBZ feeling more confident as they get more and more downs. This is a team that can slay out. It's a team that doesn't necessarily have the most wins, but they've got a great elimination count, especially from the qualifiers. And they're not afraid to impin their will on others. But Unique Legacy's not giving up. Name. Great connection onto DBZC. And Unique Legacy, do they make the push up just yet? Well, maybe they go for an off angle, but then you got X-Force there. I don't know, Dave. This is going to take a lot of filling out in order to win.
Yeah, so X-Force, like Power Bay mentioned, kind of dealing with the third party. They had Bebe knocked out, so they had to pump the brakes, pick up Bebe, and that's really allowing this engagement between DBZ and Unique Legacy to really breathe here and unfold. So right now, we got 3 members of DBZ still left, trying to pre-fire through the smokes. There's another knock coming out right there from X-Force on the high ground now getting involved. But I'm looking at my main man right here in the corn suit with the DBS and the scar up close and personal. He's looking to get these knocks over here. Only 2 members still left for Unique Legacy right now.
Pays off. PB, you asked, man, where do you go? Well, it seems like this fight was worth it as far as I was concerned because it's still within the next zone, right? So the team's fighting this fight. It makes sense.
Teams can. I like what the team X Factor is doing right now. They crawled up the hill, and they're behind this fight that we're watching right now. Unique Legacy coming out on top over DBZ. Now we take our attention to Rich Esports taking on Dope, and this is a nice little battle in the warehouse here, and it comes down to some shotguns. The S12Ks on point. Dope coming out on top, and this one, we were just talking about a hard shifted zone, though, where the center of it does seem to be that open field, but there is nowhere to hide out there. So hanging out on the top of the mountain might be the move, and X Factor was just kind of letting everyone else fight, and they'll kind of take on the champs. So we'll keep an eye on that as they are shorthanded up there, seeming like they're getting into it now, though. Got Shining Legacy as well, a premier team that has come down to try to qualify. Didn't see much from Shining Legacy, to be honest with you guys, in the premier qualifier. So again, they might be a team that is kind of on the ropes, and we'll see if they're able to turn things around here.
Pump action shotguns coming into play right now from both sides here. Bebe cooking a grenade, 4 to their name, gonna be tossing it to perfection. Mamma mia! There goes Cole. Here comes the push and the trade right there. X-Force coming out on top of the hills.
All right, so X-Force fought super early for top Everest. They won it super early, and they've held it down. They've only lost 1 player, and that's really impressive, given the fact that, I mean, man, they have been fighting team after team, and they've been sandwiched at times. Meanwhile, you go now to this compound, things are chaotic. Dope want to fight a little bit earlier, and now they're forced to try and win yet another one. Inferno Esports, a very aggressive team, just off at a distance and pinning their will along with Golden Eagles, too. So Golden Eagles against Inferno. Dope trying to maintain their life. You've got also Liquid Esports. Oh no! How did you not take a lot of damage? What was that?
Lucky. I mean, we were watching.
And very lucky.
I didn't blow himself
That landed
up.
way far away. I don't know what you guys were watching, but that was way far away.
Actually?
So it's yeah, no, not actually. That blew up on his face, but no big deal. Able to withstand the damage. Maybe he's got a level 6 helmet or something. But I got my eyes on BT right now. You know, I'm looking at B-Town, seeing some familiar names on the squad with Jet G, Issajat, and they were the ones that they stood on the edge of the zone and took the field route. They've been really quiet. Only one Elim right now, but they're still sitting with a full squad and full HP. So I definitely want to keep my eyes on BTX as we check that out here. But everyone else, man, this is a hard-fought game. Everyone having to earn every inch of ground that they are fighting for right now. And interestingly enough, another warehouse fight breaking out here. B-Town finally getting into the action as they got sightlines on two. Who is this?
Liquid.
Liquid,
Yep.
yeah, Liquid. Loot goblins down there, all looting the crates. Looting the crates over there. That solo from Shining Legacy still alive, by the way. Looks like those grenades coming in clutch still. Trying to get them through the window here. Got the heat.
Oh, no one in zone.
whistle.
Oh, that looked beautiful. One's got to connect eventually, right?
You would hope so. I mean,
Here it is. This is the one. Taylor, this is it. You called it.
Dang. Where's he at? He's got to be like way in the back.
He's like behind the other side of the warehouse, like on the outside.
Bro,
Here
but I
they
tell you
go.
what, he is about to punish Liquid Esports. Watch this. He's about to make a play. He is about to make a play. You want to bully me? You want to throw nades at me because I'm a solo? Let me show you what I can do. I was in the Premier Division. I'm going to take it. Well, what are you going to do,
20
man?
grenades later, he's eliminated.
You know, moral of the story, Dave, I think if you sit in the same spot for long enough, one's going to connect eventually. That's my moral I'm taking away.
Worth.
All right, so what? Top 4 now, and man, X-Force has just tore it up. 10 total points so far. Dope as well. Dope has been in a lot of skirmishes. I think for X-Force and Dope, at least from my perspective watching, they've had the most skirmishes. They've had the most engagements, and they've come out of it relatively cleanly, only losing a player on each roster. So good on them. But now the question remains for Liquid, for BTX. What can they do? Relatively low in the points. This is where you start earning your money. You want to go into top 3. You want to start off the Titan Series Season 6 Challenger Division Finals with the win. This is your time to shine. You mentioned, PP, maybe an open-ending fight. This is going to challenge everyone, but my eyes has to still be on X-Force. I think they're the favorite to win this.
They had the loot, right? They had so many boxes at the top of Mount Everest to collect from. So, I mean, look at the ammo. They've got 300 rounds on their person still. They're able to just put down a hailstorm of lead right now into their opponents. So you love X-Force's position. I like BTX's spot on the map as well, as they've been working that southwestern part of the zone. For Liquid Esports and for Dope, they're going to have a hard time making it out here. And Dope just getting beat up right now in the crossfire of 2 separate squads. One thing, though, to mention, Dave, all these teams that are still alive, they did their job by still being here in the top 4. They didn't let any of the teams that had a decent amount of bonus points. I'm looking at Vulturi team, Zombie Boys, Rich Esports. They didn't let them take a huge lead after this first game. That's what we've seen in past seasons where somebody coming in with 10 bonus points has got some massive lead after game 1. We're not going to see that because all of these teams are towards the bottom of the bonus points coming in today.
You love to see it. I mean, the eliminations speak for themselves there. Hopefully, we can pick back up K-Vic because I was loving what K-Vic was doing. Like you mentioned, so much ammunition from all those crates was really just pre-firing in the smokes, trying to pop the tires, blow up the vehicles. Was getting some good damage on the board. Unfortunately, looked like they were looting another crate and were actually spotted and tagged themselves here, really allowing Dope Esports to get the reset over here, because moments ago we had at least 2 members of Dope down and out, but now they're back in it.
That was a big flush on Liquid Esports there by Dope. Dope has no ground to work with. They've got like maybe a foot of cover. They're using it to the absolute maximum potential as the zone centers up right now, and it's right on top of Neon from Liquid Esports. But he's the only one there. You know he's not trying to take any fights. He's sitting in between 3 squads right now, and we've got a full force B-Town coming in from the side. They're looking strong. It's all about the entry here if they can find a position to sit comfortably.
Well, the good thing is they've got the vehicles, so maybe they can work with that. X-Force does as
They've
well.
got a dip, too.
And they do. They do have a dip, but that could funnel some nades depending on how close they get in with the utility. That would definitely be a little bit scary. Neon is quite literally chilling in the middle. Like you said, he's not one to fight, man. He just wants to get the placement points. Leave me alone. I'm going for top 2. If I can get that, I'm going to be absolutely ecstatic. But yeah, at this point, again, still X-Force is going to be my team. I like where B-Town is currently at. I think B-Town, hold up, Neon, he has been spotted. They know where he's at. He's dead center, so where can you even go? I mean,
nowhere.
He's got nowhere.
Yeah, this is it. This is the spot, Hopefully we can get second place from there, right? So, Neon, that's the spot. Bebe was trying to get an off angle on the B-Town. Looks like Bebe was spotted, maybe received some shots. Now trying to double back towards his squad mates. But the bull that B-Town's holding down, I do not believe it's in the next circle. If it is, it's just right there on the smidge, right? So it's going to be interesting to see if they will have to reposition. But if they do, they got plenty of vehicles to work with to pretty much build their own cover moving ahead with the numbers advantage as well.
This is interesting from a control perspective. Obviously, Liquid Neon's not going to win this game. Like, it's in the middle of 3 squads. Somebody's going to get close enough to grenade him. That's going to happen. He's going to get knocked out here. But the control of this zone, X-Force has moved down the mountain, and they now own more than half of the circle right now. Yeah. So it's actually really impressive what they've been able to do. Whereas B-Town is just sitting in this dip, using it for cover, probably smart, but it's going to get real in about 15 seconds when they've got to move up. I don't know if they've got the position to be able to do that. They already started with a smoke wall, and we'll see if they continue with that to try to get themselves some cover.
Oh, here it comes, the barrage, the red zone, Neon staying alive as much as possible, gets the med kit off, gets down to a sliver of health, but stays alive at least for the time being. Honestly, more power to B-Town at this point. X-Force, they're using their utility to take down a solo. All right, dope as well. So the more utility that's used from X-Force perspective, the less that's going to be able to be used, going into the final engagement. So, but X-Force still chilling, and finally, some teams are starting to wake up, and dope are getting into the elimination feed with some downs and some full elims. And you mentioned B-Town kind of staying where they currently are. Granted, it's a lot more difficult, or at least, I guess easier said than done to move up. But B-Town, they're making moves. I'm rooting for Jet.
They're making moves, but 2 of their squad mates were just not. Yes, they are going to get the pickup, but Jet G now behind this tree. Bebe is just lasered in on him, and Bebe not the only one. Pressure because Voltex over here from Dope Esports, it looks like they were able to move up behind these boulders. They got the hard cover, but I do not believe it's in the circle. So blue zone's closing in very slowly. Stage 9 gonna center up here very shortly. There's no cover in the middle here, so it's gonna come down to
how is
your
Dope
shots.
not looking in BT's direction? Like, he's clear, like the dude hiding behind the tree, Jet G on the flank there. He was literally standing behind the tree to hide from X-Force in plain view of Dope, and no one ever looked over there. So I don't know if that's going to come back to bite Dope here as a knock goes down on Kvik over on the side of X-Force here. B-Town really needs to eliminate those pesky solos and duos, right? So they can actually take up position, and it looks like they've finally done that. We've got a head-to-head against X-Force 3v3.
Ooh, that's a good down on the Savage. That's gonna even it up just a little bit. Jet still with the great off angle. Aleem was a star-studded player throughout the qualifying weeks in the Premier Division. It's actually shocking X-Force didn't already qualify, but with the way they've been playing today, I think they're going to have no problem as they look to close out the last 2 players from B-Town. And there it is. They'll get the win. 15 eliminations to start off the day. The win for X-Force. You want to talk about a flawless start, Dave? There it is.
Yeah, that's huge. That's huge when it comes to really, like we were talking about, building up that momentum in game 1 and just riding that high throughout the evening. 15 eliminations. That's not even counting the placement points, but they did over 2,000 damage this game, tossing about 15 grenades. But the team that tossed the most grenades, we saw about half of them. Liquid Esports with 25 grenades. So pretty impressed with their ability over there as well. But great game number 1 here, fellas.
Great game number 1.
Loved
indeed, dude.
Free Point up on the hill. Got it going on early. He did get eliminated by Golden Eagles down south, but his other 3 teammates picked up the slack, man. They had a tough push out onto that low ground from the high ground, took control of Everest, moved down, got themselves situated, and somehow just waited out the other teams. They finally thinned the herd and came out on top. That's a big first game, though, for X-Force as they're trying to put a stamp on a return trip to the Premier Finals.
Yeah, that it showed to me X-Force might be, kind of head and shoulders above the competition. It's very early to say that, but they were a great team in the Premier Division. I can't remember who it was. It was either X-Force or X-Factor, but one of them came down to the wire. They had to win that final engagement, and they didn't. I believe it was against Super Lazy Reflex, if I'm not mistaken, right? In that final fight.
Yeah, it was X-Factor.
Or is X-Factor. So X-Factor, but X-Force, regardless, man, at one point was, I believe, in the top 4. So they're a team that's going to be standing out today. I am sure of it. But for others that might be standing out for the wrong reasons, man, Zombie Boys, I was definitely looking forward to them. But early on, Dave, I don't know what happened. They lost a player very early on. They went into survival mode, and they ended up finishing top 8, granted, but 0 eliminations.
Visualize success. Visualize success here, Powerbang. I mean, that's what they're telling themselves right now. And I believe what happened to the Zombie Boys specifically was X-Force on Mount Everest here, Powerbang.
It really came down to the very, end of that fight up there. It was just one player with just a little bit of HP left that put X-Force over the top here. Look at how close this was. Unique Legacy goes down on top as well. This was a good fight here between Dope. Dope had a decent game. I mean, obviously they came down, finished in 2nd place, and or I guess 3rd place in that first game, and really liked what they kind of showed us in they won some warehouse fights, they won some head-to-heads, and they probably lasted a lot longer than they should have in that final circle. So good first game showing from Dope Esports as well.
Yeah, good indeed. But B-Town, I want to talk about them. They 2nd place, 3 eliminations, but there was a lot of talk about them maybe being a bit too passive, not wanting to, put themselves out there, make a move, and be the aggressors. It pays off in a way because they get 9 points, but you look at 1st, you look at 3rd, they're kind of dwarfed there, Dave, right? I mean, 25-16. B-Town only gets 9 for 2nd place.
Yeah, I mean, game 1, they were definitely playing for the win, trying to keep everybody alive for the late game. We saw them try to third party the XYQ/X-Factor fight in Hospital. One of the members from B-Town, I recall, taking some shots and then immediately after popped back in their vehicles and double back, right? So I get the play, go for the play some points, try to stay alive, but of course, some more elimination points would have been the preferred method here, in my opinion. But 5 more games to go. Regardless, if they're consistent all night long when it comes to surviving and placement points, I mean, that might just be what it takes to qualify here. Because remember, today's only one day, right? So top 6, that's the goal.
5 more maps, X-Force in 1st. Good on them. They come in with 5 bonus points, but blew everybody out of the water when it came to that game number 1 performance with 30. Vocheri, though, in 3rd place, 16 points. They only get 6, right? Remember, they started the day off with 10 bonus points. That's going to be good enough to at least keep them into top 3. Top 6 is the goal for today, but a lot of familiar faces here. XYQ, Shining Legacy, Golden Eagles, of course, X-Force at the top, coming from the Premier Division. But here's your top 8. Anybody standing out, PB?
X-Force is the team that's standing out right now. Again, for me, they're the favorites in the lobby to take the win here. But the good news is the top 6 move on. And I think when you look at teams like B-Town, who did play this a bit more passively in the first game, they're just not necessarily trying to take risks. And I think over the course of 6 games, when you play 6 games of PUBG Mobile, if you're just consistent and you're finishing near the top of the tables, top 6 is pretty attainable, right? This is something that most teams here, if they can, kind of average top 5, they'll be able to secure that top 6 and be able to move on. So again, we look at the bottom of the tables. This is where, my eyes are looking at X-Factor, Inferno Esports, Unique Legacy, Rich Esports. All of those teams have something to prove right now. No one finishing in the ranked points at this point in time. Right now, sitting on those bonus points to carry them to this point.
All right, well, here's your 2nd page. Teams that need to break into the top page at least to get closer to that top 6. Big one, obviously, Inferno Esports, team that was great. I still have high hope for them throughout the remainder of the 5 games. But how far can they go? X Factor as well. You know, how are they going to be able to perform? They were a team that just nearly made it, or almost made it, I should say, to the Premier Finals. Now they find themselves here in the Challenger Finals, a place where they don't want to be, but a place where they are and have to be if they want to try and compete for 20,000. But that's game 1 done. Erangel was exciting. X-Force, they take the win in commanding fashion. 5 more games to go. We're going to take a bit of a break, but when we come back, Miramar, map 2, coming your way. Welcome back, everyone, to the Titan Series Season 6 Challenger Division Finals. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mustache Dave and Power Bank PP. You're dancing away, man. You liking what you're seeing, huh?
I'm loving it. Nothing like some good old-fashioned PUBG Mobile on
That's
Erangel,
right.
baby. We got a good game one under our belts, 5 more to go. And boy, howdy, we're probably going to be seeing some desert action here shortly. And I'm very
sure.
curious to see who's got the landscape and terrain control on lockdown. That ultimately is going to be the difference maker here. That's what I fear anyways. Maybe we'll get some wild circles like we saw at PMGC Global Finals, maybe some Eastern Island finishes. That would be super dope. That's what I'm hoping for here in this next match.
Challenge the teams, man. Challenge them. Let's see what they're made of. Because for X-Force, man, they're made out of pure money, okay? Because that's what they're going. They're going for gold, baby. And they did in game number 1. 15 total eliminations, a winner chicken dinner, plus the 5 bonus points. They are banking. And in fact, could very well already be 1 game away from securing a top 6 finish. That's how dominant they were. Positioning, eliminations, they did quite literally everything right. They seem comfortable, they seem poised, they seem great. Now, for Miramar, map number 2, first time we're seeing Miramar today. Erangel was very slow. That could be because of the zone, of course, but hoping Miramar naturally is going to be a little bit slower, but I'm hoping we're going to have at least a couple more fights off the rip. I want to see teams challenge each other. I understand there's only 6 games, but playing too passively could also be just as bad as playing too aggressively. So play confident. Let's see what you're made of. Dave, where are we going?
Yes, sir. I want some hot drops, all right? We're mixing different groups. We're mixing the bottom teams from Premier. I'm expecting some hot drops, but going back to your point about X-Force, I mean, talk about the confidence. And what makes it, what puts the cherry on top is they're able to pull that off without their MVP alive, and that's Freepoint. Freepoint was such a clutch player looking back at the Premier stage, and the fact that he was eliminated very early on and the team still pulled through, got the W with a ton of eliminations, that to me is scary if I'm other squads in the lobby. So X-Force, without a doubt, the team to watch, the team to beat now.
You guys are getting your wish on this hot drop. Check out El Pozo. We've got Unique Legacy and B-Town headed straight for it. We also have Zombie Boys lurking on the outside there as well. So definitely got some action heating up here in El Pozo. But before we get into the action, I do want to talk really quickly about the bonus points and why they exist, because we do have, you know, some questions for some people, and I want to make sure that all of those are answered. So the Titan series, as many of you know, is an event that spans over the course of multiple weeks. We're talking 4 weeks of action, and during that, we want to reward the teams that perform at a high level, right? So the ones that are finishing towards the top of the tables over the qualifiers, which last multiple weeks, they get some bonus points coming into the action. The higher you finish on those tables, the more bonus points you get, and the lower you finish on the tables, the fewer bonus points you get, right? All the way down to 0. And ultimately, all of the points reset for one finals day. And that is what you're watching right now. These are the Challenger Finals. And the top 6 teams from this lobby will join the Premier Finals, which go down tomorrow night. And that ultimately is where the prize pool of $20,000 is divvied up and sent out to some squads who can hopefully take over Rich Esports' names, and they can become Rich Esports. You know what I'm saying?
That's it. Speaking of Rich Esports, they are opposite of just for fun. We might get several initial fights off the rip, and who knows, Dope as well, throwing their hat in the ring as they go against their opponents, and they're pushing it confidently. Dope, man, looking great going up top, and, well, they're not going to finish just yet, but they're very close. Potentially getting a team wipe against TF4, Dave.
Yeah, and the push from Dope, they left one of their opponents in the back of the truck and they weren't aware of their current position, but it does look like Dope, they are checking all the corners, coming out on top of this engagement right now. To me, that was just clean communication from Dope Esports. They were able to reach that building, go room to room, work together in tandem as a unit, and really just flush out those rats, leaving just the finest 2 left here on game number 2 of Miramar.
Where were their teammates on that? Was that like a split drop that we missed, or I don't know what the strategy was there, but it seemed like a very full squad there of Dope Esports just picking on some people, and they are happy to throw their weight around early on in this one. Dope off to another good start. They had a good start last map on Erangel as well, and they sit currently in 2nd place in the standings, and that is definitely good enough at this point to move on to tomorrow's Premier Finals. They've got to hold on right now, but 2 points in their bag early on in this one. Rich Esports trying to avoid an early game casualty like they had in game number 1. They did take some damage already, but luckily enough, they make it out with a full squad.
I'll say about Dope, they were the number 2 team when it came to overall eliminations, only beat by Voltry up at the top with 177. So Dope, you know, they're a team you don't want to try and fight them off the rip because they have a high history of getting big elimination games. And Dope, they're exemplifying that not only in game 1, but also here in game number 2. So good on them. DBZ, a team I'm not going to lie, that kind of let me down a little bit. Game number 1, I'm hoping they can bring it up this time. They did have 5 eliminations, though. They started off very strong in game number 1.
Oh, no.
They just got into that bit of a skirmish at the top on Everest. But Rich Esports, we caught up with them a little bit early on and already 1 down on the ground. This is how they started their last game, Dave.
Yeah, not a good look in Rich Esports. They were one of these teams who came into tonight's match with 6 bonus points. So they had some bonus points to kind of help them out, keep them afloat. But they used their excuse card in game number 1. So if they get eliminated early here, game number 2, those bonus points, they're not going to keep them afloat much longer. But here comes Dope. They are feeling good. 3 eliminations, circling their prey right now. Rich Esports, let's see what you got.
This is tough. It's all up to Thor. Can he surprise them? He cannot. And now that the other team knows he's up there, it is not looking good for Rich Esports. Right now, they know where 2 of the 3 players are. There's one. He's down. And just like that, Rich Esports on life support. They've got just 1 member left with any decent health right now, and they know where he's at as well. Legend on the ropes as the Sharks are circling.
Well, looking for a lone Esports after this match.
Not getting rich with that gameplay. Dope, though. The Rich do get richer with them, right? 5 eliminations now, and Rich, they've got to try and survive as long as possible. Just for placement points, there's only 1, and he's gone. Thor, 24K is dipping. All right, he does not want to be in that area anymore. I don't blame him. But now pretty much everywhere he goes is not going to be a safe place because you're by yourself, and the worst-case scenario, you're going to be in a 1v4, which is just not going to be healthy. But that's how it goes. And for Rich Esports, 2 games in a row, they have some unfortunate finishes.
Yeah,
but now
the important thing is, like, 2 games, bad games. All right, we get it. But they still got 4 more games to go, and we're going to be stressing it all night long. Top 6 is the goal. Like, that's all you need. So the reality is, 1 really solid game from Rich Esports, it will put them right back into the talking point, right, when it comes to that whole top 6 qualifying thing. So my hope for Rich Esports, we saw how well they did during the long form tournament, how consistent they were throughout the Challenger series. I hope they don't get tilted, right? Because of their first 2 matches. I hope they could just forget about it, wipe the slate clean, and look forward to their next 4 games and really clutch it out.
Got Zombie Boys here up the power grid trying to get some loot. They need it, man. I'm rooting for them Zombie Boys to make an appearance back in Premier. We love the name. We love them Zombie Boys. Got Fetty here with the whip. We're going to be getting ready to move out here shortly as we take a peek over at the Golden Eagles. Golden Eagles need to turn it around after last game as well. Had an okay start, but they are a team that is riding some bonus points right now, currently sitting 5th. So they are in qualification range, but they are tied at the cutoff point right now. So Golden Eagles need to do better than at least 10 teams in the lobby to have a shot at moving on.
Well, good news is it's only game 2, so there's definitely an opportunity to shoot back up. The points haven't got away from top. At least I don't think anybody, even if you're in last place right now, I mean, top 6 is still very doable with 1 good game, and this could be that very good game. With the zone being where it's currently at, there's a lot of teams centered up. Golden Eagles, for example, like, they're locking down the POI. They're not moving. They're chilling for the meantime. But now we do get a bit of a shift, and, well, that puts a couple teams in even a better spot. XYQ, for example, right? They're chilling. They're not going to have to move for a while. Team 14, Voltry, right? They kind of had a bit of a struggle in the beginning, but they're resting on their laurels with the bonus points, Dave. They're chilling at the moment. Some other teams, though, that might fight relatively soon. Okay, I'm looking at B-Town against Zombie Boys. Zombie Boys were center, but now B-Town might encroach on their space.
I want to see what the hype is with Voltri, right? Game 1, I know we only got one match in the pocket, but this is the best team from the Challenger series, right? So Voltri, let's see what you got. Right now, I see they got a 3-1 split. Adrian's out there on their lonesome looking for a position in the zone. Hopefully, they don't get spotted and flushed out immediately. But looking around, yeah, I like the call out B-Town versus Zombie Boys. That could be a great fight for Zombie Boys to try to build up that confidence here once again here after their match number 1 performance. It does look like they will have the hard cover. B-Town doing a great job at scouting, possibly recognizing that there might be some opponents in this area. Maybe they spotted a vehicle or whatnot. So B-Town going to be just continuing to cruise on by their Miramar way. But up there in the north, we got at least 4 different squads all just trucking right now. The San Martin Golden Eagles out here having car troubles. Like there's a lot of teams right now just on the rotate.
You know, this guy looks like me driving out in the desert. I don't know if these Indy cars are supposed to be off-roading like this. This is probably a good reason why. But they're going to try to nade it and get it unstuck. And oh my goodness, are you serious? You got to back up, trolls. You know, when your teammate throws a grenade at your feet and it's blinking with a little timer, that's when you got to take a step back and just let it do what it does. But they do get the car unstuck here. Trolls is going to have to patch himself up. This was probably the most exciting moment of the match so far.
Replay.
Love to see it. Let's get the replay. Here we go.
No, so disrespectful.
Trolls was in the car, actually. He was in the car. He's like, you got this.
gosh.
Just toss it right underneath the drive shaft, and that should be the spot. And, well, they got their car back here, so that's good.
That's good, at least,
Good
right?
stuff. That's good stuff.
That's good. All right.
good.
Well, that's good. DBZ. Again, I want to see them do really well. They've got an epic name. One of the most epic names as far as I'm concerned. I know you would argue with me, Dave, about Zombie Boys, but DBZ, come on. And the dragon?
The
I mean,
dragon
all of it just
logo,
works as far as I'm concerned.
Or Dave. Yeah, I mean, this team's got it going on.
Yeah, they got it going. What I say? Yeah, they got it going on, man. But hey,
we got all kinds of teams out in the blue zone too. Still like rotating in. You got all the X's basically. X Force in the northwest. We've got X Factor in the southeast. It's good, man. I can throw up X's and you don't even know who I'm rooting for. XYQ in the center there.
That's
they
true.
got Graveyard on lockdown. They actually look like a really good spot in the zone right now. So we'll see where this next circle goes. But things are getting a bit tense on that western front right now. Lots of teams are starting to collide. We can see here Unique Legacy driving into B-Town, getting some shots down range. Don't really connect there. But it is about to get messy here coming out of these hillsides down into Picado.
X-Force.
X-Force. It's true. Unique Legacy, by the way, I highly favor them in this fight, and the reason why is because you go back to Everest's fight on Erangel, they looked really good, and now they're in an open fight that's kind of similar. Unique Legacy is a team that can clearly handle themselves. I say that, but then X-Force, as you said, right, Dave, is now starting to heat up a bit. They get at least one drop, so Unique Legacy look to rotate around as far as they can into blue zone to get away from all that. And I don't blame them. I mean, there was a lot of teams culminating into one area on the western side. You still have more teams looking to join them. Like I said, X-Force maybe to push into Zombie Boys, who was inside that hardcover POI just a little bit earlier. You've also got team number 3, which is going to be B-Town, who's just up ahead. So rotating around as they're doing is probably the smarter play.
Yeah, looks like X-Force.
I want to shout out Gustavo, Dave. Gustavo's currently on his knees.
Yeah.
You know, a free point shot him and he dropped, and his teammates, Unique Legacy, they were just like, see you, buddy.
We're outta
Gustavo,
here.
it's been real.
We're out of here.
We're gonna go ahead and rotate. It's been real. Have a nice day. We'll see you in lobby number 3. So shout outs Gustavo.
Shout outs to Gustavo, a team player right there. And talking about team players, Beast doesn't even care for the support for his squad mates in the front line with the UMP just slaying on out right there. I believe 2 members of Dope Esports connected on, traded out, bleeding on out. Payne, though, in the dirt, popping up at the last minute, turning his back, getting shot right there. It's going to be up to Bolt X right now with the suppressed Scar, trying to take some shots at C, just casually driving the buggy right on by. Voltex gonna get that one right there.
What is he doing?
It was the perfect distraction. It was the distraction player. Right now it's up to Shiva, cooking the grenade. Let's toss the Shiva. Take that, Voltex. And there goes Dope Esports.
Distraction.
Love
with the,
that we're gonna get that on the replay. That was like into your kitchen, man. Here is this nade. Go ahead, have a bite, and just like that, Dope Esports, after 7 elims, is out of here first in the lobby. Nade City, baby.
Nade City
in
the
the back office.
Shout out
there.
to
Hey, I
Clint.
will say though, on that drive around from C, from Just for Fun, he drove around so long that Dope Esports, like, literally did 5 seconds of a heal and was like, I don't think I can finish this because the play is this dude getting out of the vehicle and shooting me. I've got 1 HP. He whips out the M4 with a 4X and basically traces him for like a good 6 seconds, and then he goes down, still driving. So that was an impressive play there from C. This man's a driver through and through.
Ooh, look how congested it is on the southern portion. You got Golden Eagles, Unique Legacy, X-Force, B-Town, all having to rotate in to try and get into the current safe zone. That's not going to be an easy task by any means. And for X-Force, man, they're looking to go back-to-back. It's definitely possible, but they're going to have a lot of company relatively soon. And Aleem has kind of separated himself from the entirety of the roster. Meanwhile, Inferno Esports onto X Factor just up ahead. Pagal already down, looks to be finished off, so now they've got to play with one less player. And X Factor, they're feeling good, they're pushing up. Malaz takes quite a bit of damage. Good utility though with the cars. They're looking to get a bit of an off angle, but is Inferno going to take the bait? It seems as if Chills is already down now too. Salty is now by himself. This opens up an opportunity to drop, and it does. Mistakes being made left and right, up close. Going big is Inferno as they clutch up. Highman now gone, and what looks to be great for X Factor now looks to be great for Inferno. No way! Are you kidding me? Inferno Esports will take down X Factor, and it's because of the man on your screen right in front of you.
Clip it, chat. That was a Titan Series moment for sure. I will say, Kunjadon, impressive.
Oh, not
Squad
like
wipe. It
that!
gets picked
Not
back
like that! After a
Oh,
four
my
piece,
goodness.
that's what we're gonna do? That's how he's gonna be finished off?
Oh my goodness. One
I was
bullet.
just about to say, we need to train up some driving in this lobby. As soon as people
bullet.
touch the vehicles, they are wild. They're doing some crazy stuff. And just like that, Kunjdan jumps into the vehicle and immediately gets shot out of that
That was
driver's
squad
seat.
wipe,
So again,
right?
cars right now
Yeah,
are
that was
toxic.
squad wipe. That was a
Kunjan
squad
with
wipe.
the squad wipe onto
Crazy.
X Factor. My goodness.
Good news, boys, though. Even though he did go out, I mean, he picked up a full 4 points for this squad. Even though they're out in 13th, that's going to come in really huge for them. Here's the
He's a champ.
replay.
He's a champ right here. Salty
There's
trying
one.
to get the wraparound. And you would think the surprise factor right there would have done him in, but nah, the quick flick of the wrist right there, the hit fire straight from back and forth. Just X Factor. Yeah, we saw X
Factor.
Factor. We saw it.
Yeah,
We witnessed
that's
that.
not going to get it done, boys. I mean, when you sneak up to the point where you can touch somebody and tap them on the shoulder and say, hey, I'm
Right.
here to shoot you, and then you don't get the elim, that's we got to step it up a little bit.
Just
That was tough.
underestimated them. I mean, that period. You know, they were like, it's a 4v1. We've won this fight flawlessly. Let's just push up. However we push up, we're going to win it. They took it for granted. You know, at this level, even if it's the Challenger Division, I mean, it is the Challenger Division Finals. You had 80 teams work their butt off to get to this point. You can't even push an individual and take it for granted. You do, you're going to be dead. And that's exactly what ended up happening. That is a big blow to X Factor, and honestly could hurt their mental. And the next 4 games, they're going to need short-term memory because they're going to have to recover.
Goldfish trap. The goldfish trap.
That's it, goldfish, exactly.
Shout out to Inferno Esports, though. I mean, that was definitely the play of the night so far, in my opinion. Yes, we still got more games to go, but 1v4.
I don't know if we're beating that one, Dave.
You
I don't think
1v4,
so.
you love to see it. You love to see it. So shout out to Kujan.
I hope we beat that one, but that was
that
that
was
was
the
a
highlight
high
of
bar to set
Kujan's
early on.
The
career
play of the
right
Titan
there.
series, as far as
Yeah,
I'm concerned.
yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, that even beats the Death Shack a little bit earlier from Dauntless. Remember?
Yes, sir.
Oh
Yes,
no,
sir.
is this a self-nade? Please don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, he did get it out the window. I was so scared for a moment there. Looks like Victor here from Vulturi team trying to get some nades onto the opponent here. We got a nice little showdown brewing. B-Town with an opportunity to get some more momentum going. Remember, this is a team that finished second place in our first match, and they've got a good thing going over here, this B-Town squad. They've got some players I'm familiar with and definitely have the ability to show up when it's needed, and they'll have an opportunity to do that against the top team by the numbers here in the lobby, and that is Vulturi.
but just kind of stalling for the time being, trying to listen in to see if their opponents are going to push or not. Both teams right there on the edge of the play zone. Adrian looking for the off angle, but Adrian might be spotted themselves by the Golden Eagles. Now investigating the situation over here on the west side here. Starting to hear some shots ring out.
About to get company.
Yeah, it's going to be Adrian. Adrian's not even looking at the third party on B-Town. They're looking at the zombie boys out there in the north, so looking to get some picks on the board. But Liquid Esports, we saw them at game number 1, 25 grenades. Still got some grenades in their pocket here. Zeus looking to connect.
Shining Legacy shouldn't be an easy 4-up, 4-down, but for Liquid Esports, with the way they've been playing, I don't know. Anything is possible. Like you said, the nades are still there for sure. Shining Legacy has to quite literally fight an uphill battle, and being in this divot just funnels those nades in. And while Jay is going to be feeling the effect of that, unfortunately, Smokey now, he's going to be feeling the effect relatively soon. The only choice he has really is just to go up this hill and try and fight it out. I mean, staying where you are just isn't going to work. Liquid Esports, they're going to be able to apex that hill and ultimately look down on you and potentially take you down. And,
nice nade.
Yeah, I think Liquid Esports, they're in the power position here, PB.
They really are. I'm waiting for Shining Legacy to show me something. They do have 3 elims this game, but this is a fight that they need to win if they want to prove they're serious in this lobby. Right now, they're getting naded kind of individually, getting picked apart. They need to regroup and attack as a team. They had position on Liquid, but right now that has changed. They are all grouped up in the low ground right now. Expect more nades to come in from Liquid. We'll see if they have any more utility at their disposal at this point. Liquid has to watch out, though, because they've got the zombie boys at their back as they now find out. Fetty getting some rifles downrange here, and it forces Liquid to push, and they are getting torn up because of it. This is exactly what we needed to see here from Shining Legacy.
Smokey. There's a smoke. Oh, man, Liquid Esports, they will fall. Smokey, though, also gone himself, and Shining Legacy will be able to get that pickup, and Liquid, unfortunately, down and out, man. I thought they were in the power play. I really did. But you mentioned PB and David Pasadena for Zombie Boys, man. Zombie Boys now, I think, are in a great spot for me, at least. I think they cover some ground and make up some lost time from game number 1. They've taken their time this game. I thought they were going to get into that bit of a skirmish between B-Town and themselves. That ultimately did not end up popping up. But for Zombie Boys, they played it very slow, methodical. They clearly are playing for in-game. They now break into zone. I'm feeling it, man. I think Zombie Boys, they're about to wake up from the dead and look pretty good in game 2.
Let's hope so.
God dang it, and then one drops. Why every time?
They've got a tough road to hoe here, Taylor. They've got to work through. You saw the zone centered up in the cliffs, basically. And right now, they're on the low ground, and they've got to fight to the high ground. Right now, that's owned essentially here by B-Town and by Volturi. These are the 2 teams with better access to that high ground position. They've got one up on the hill already, Volturi does. And it's going to be tough fighting here on this western side of the zone. But whoever emerges victorious here, they're going to be set up really well to come down from the high ground here in this final circle.
Golden Eagles starting a third party this one. They recognize the fight just occurred. Now they're looking to group up and hopefully push in the direction. Devil trying to get the revive on his squad mates while also avoiding the grenades. Beautiful teamwork, though, from Vittori right before this skirmish erupts. Really did like their teamwork right there on the pushes and getting the crossfire going. But now it's going to be up to Devil to try to survive. 4 Golden Eagles on the high ground, hunting them down.
XYQ were very quiet in game number 1. And will they be even more quiet now in this fight anyways against the Finest 4, who had a bit of a struggle at the start. You mentioned it, Dave. They were the Finest 2 as they ended up leaving that fight with 2, and now XYQ can full force send into these remaining 2 players and maybe make the most of it. I say that, granted, we've seen what teams can do with just 1 player, right? They can 1v4 you, so hope XYQ takes this seriously. But they are wolfpacking, and that's going to make it very difficult for anyone on the Finest 4.
Ooh,
here we go. Here we get started once again.
My shotgun.
Here we go. Grave gets 1 down. Wang now has to play it relatively carefully. Grave gets a 2nd down. I'm getting PTSD from the last fight we saw on screen a little bit earlier. And that's 2, what, for XYQ? No, excuse me, 3. Now only 1 more player remaining. It's a 1v1.
It is a 1v1. XYQ just getting
He's just the finest.
Shreds right there. Going up against the finest player who got the heal up and now pushing the aggressor in the situation here.
Oh,
Grenade on
dead.
Wang.
Good pullback there on the nade. I thought he was going to blow it up in his hand. Oh, wow.
Kinda
what
with
a
the DPS.
shot.
Incredible shot there coming in from Wang as he wins the 1v1 and now the finest 4 out of the lobby. Boys, I got a question for you as we head into our top 7 here. I'm noticing a lot of the teams that are actually performing well, they've got 7 elims or so at this point in time. How many do you think is enough to call it like, hey, this is a good game? Even if we go out a bit early and we don't rank, I mean, what do you think the cutoff is for number of points before we kind of move into the Premier Finals tomorrow? Where do you think that cutoff is as far as number
Per
of points
game?
goes?
For eliminations,
Well-
I'm looking at 7. I think 7's great. If you get 7 every game, that's 42 points in eliminations alone, right? Out of 6.
Yeah.
Say average bonus points is 5, so we're sitting. You guys think 50 points is probably around the cutoff?
I
maybe a little
I think
higher?
50 might even be a little bit too high, to be honest, for top 6.
Okay,
I'm gonna be honest
interesting.
with you.
Yeah,
I-
just kind of looking at who's safe or not safe, but trending well at this point.
Right.
Because I feel like some of these teams that have been early out with 7 elims, like look at Dope for example, already sitting in second spot, and they put up 7 here. They've got to feel good about that. I feel like.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you take it for, after game number 1, right? I mean, top 6, Shining Legacy in 6th place is at 11 points. I think 7 eliminations is definitely going to be like the key. I think 7 might even be overshooting it, honestly. I think 7, like Dave said, you're going to be chilling. You're going to be going into the Premier Finals tomorrow. But obviously, you want to go as deep as you can. Golden Eagles, a team that definitely needs to hit that magic number 7. They started off very, very weak, and in fact, they had one of the weakest performances when it came to the Premier qualifiers. I'm still waiting for them to wake up and fly high, but they haven't done so just yet. This is a bit of a challenge. A beautiful nade from Adrian will drop at least 1 from the Golden Eagles, who have to be very cautious now, so they don't get pushed on. Whether it be from the nades or obviously the guns, they're at a divot themselves, and for them, Zombie Boy's also to their right, so tough spot for them to be.
This is that high ground position I was talking about coming from the western side of the zone. It's basically now down to Volturi and to Golden Eagles, and kind of whoever wins that, I feel like, is in a really good spot. But now squads are all pretty much shorthanded, except for Shining Legacy and the Golden Eagles. So Volturi, they've got 5. They're doing a decent job so far this game. But Shining Legacy, this might be their breakout moment as they now pressure Golden Eagles. They pick up a game-breaking knock here. And here is a second one from Adrian onto the Golden Eagles. So now the Golden Eagles down to just 2 men. And it's up to them to hold off 2 separate squads right now. We'll see if they can get back into the fight.
Adrian and Devil on the high ground with the M4 starting to spray down the Golden Eagles here. There goes a knock looking for the confirmations. Trolls right behind this ledge. Devil going to be hunting them down. Trolls position now compromised. Immediately taken down by Adrian right there. Golden Eagles, though, still walking away with 7 eliminations. Like we mentioned, their best game yet here tonight. Now it's up to the Zombie Boys. Can we get some eliminations from this high point here?
That was huge, Dave, for Volturi. They not only got 3 elims there, but they stole one from Shining Legacy, who opened up that fight. So with 2 players, just 2 remaining, they were able to add 4 points to their elim total right now, which is absolutely massive for them, since they're playing with just a half a squad right now. But again, all comes down to that position. Shining Legacy owns the majority of this zone on the northern side, but they have the low ground here. So we'll see how that plays out for them. Volturi right now is basically like shooting fish in a barrel.
Yeah, they're in a great spot. Beautiful spot, especially if he could spot Wang down there, the remaining member from XYQ who won the fight against the Finest 4 a little bit earlier in that 1v1. Still not in a healthy spot, but how far can he go? Top 3 maybe. He's got to try and survive as long as possible. As far as Fetty goes, he just wants to see the toes of Devil or Adrian. He knows where they're at clearly, Melgar too. But shooting up, it's not going to be easy. Where's those toes? Give me those toes, man. We're hoping for it. Shining Legacy, man. All 4 up, but the healthiest team in the lobby. Great game so far with 8 eliminations, but again, the linchpin is this Volturi team on this high ground, man. I think they're deadly.
Shining Legacy.
Tough.
Yeah.
Do they have enough firepower, though, Dave? Do you think they got
ammo.
enough firepower
They got
to
the
get
ammo.
this done?
Yeah, they got the ammo, but I'm not sure about the actual Molotovs and grenades at this point when we're looking at Adrian and Devil. So it's really going to come down to hitting those shots here. Stage 8, so it's going to start to center up. I mean, we're getting a nice visual of the terrain right now that all these players are going to have to handle. Vittori, I think, in the best spot, all things considered, because they could just jump down. Meanwhile, Shining Legacy on the low ground, they're gonna have to start trucking it uphill. And
They're trying.
yeah, I mean, we got 12 players remaining. This is going to be one heck of a finish here with this terrain.
The way this is all stacked up, too, you can't really engage anyone without exposing yourself. So it's going to be interesting. It's like everyone has to kind of stand pat here. Shining Legacy trying to work their way around to get an angle here, but they are just about to be spotted out by one of the members down below. I think it was XYQ down there. But again, I like the call. Dave Volturi just has easy pickings right now. They just have to avoid going down and wait for the zone to kind of wreak havoc here. Maybe if they do have some grenades, they've got a few here, it looks like.
Wow.
Ooh, that's what they had to avoid, and they are unable to do it. Melgar taking down Devil, and looks like Volturi down to just one.
Yeah, I thought for sure he knew where Melgar was, but I guess he didn't clear the angle, and now it's up to Adrian, who's all by his lonesome. Great game for Volturi, all things considered, even if he's to die here, but honestly, I don't think he's done just yet. But Fetty with that angle, and he's going to make sure it pays off, at least in conjunction with Vortex. Volturi now gone. Top 3 is Zombie Boys, Unique Legacy, Shining Legacy, and Shining Legacy now with the man advantage, but for how long is Fetty's knocking down one? Smokey's gone. Fetty's not done just yet. Got another one down low through the smoke. Fetty's going for a highlight play. He's already making it happen. 2 more down low. Fetty wants him. He's hungry. Vortex out in the open. Can't go anywhere. Fetty gets the drop. But then who takes the win? Unique Legacy sneaks up out of nowhere, taking the winner chicken dinner. Unique Legacy in first. Zombie Boys second. Shining Legacy in third. But a great game for Shining Legacy. 11 total eliminations for them. Volturi waking up. Dave, you question Volturi. What are they all about? Well, this game at least gave them a bit of a taste as to what they can achieve.
Yeah, 9 eliminations, and for the most part, they were down to just a duo for a good portion of that game, right? Fettuccine, I was rooting for you, man. You had the P90, my favorite weapon in the game. We see how powerful that weapon is up close and personal. Went for that final confirmation, and unfortunately got third-partied back there from Unique Legacy. But the terrain in that final zone, those are the fights that I love to see, right? Just to see how these players adapt and the decision making, I guess, involved with deciding which route to take, essentially, because it all comes down to just that little tiny focal point right smack in the middle. So, dope esports, though. I mean, going back to them, ton of points here when it comes to eliminations. We saw the same from them in game number 1. We saw in the Challenger Series, this is a team, and this was a squad we said they like to run and gun, and they're living up to that name here tonight.
Without a doubt. If the magic number is 7, PB, dope. They achieved that despite them getting dead last place. They got 7 eliminations, and they're a team that also proved themselves in game 1. I think dope is looking great, and they're looking poised to be top 6 by the end of the night.
Absolutely. I think if you look at like efficiency, right, points per minute, dope has got to be at the top of the heap right now. Coming out, they were only on the battlegrounds here for just a brief period of time, but able to pick up 7 elims, put it in their back pocket. They got to love what that's going to do for them from a momentum standpoint. They're sitting in a good spot right now. I'm sure the standings are going to be a lot tighter, especially with the likes of like Shining Legacy here, who honestly shouldn't even have been kind of in this position that they were, but they won some goofy fights kind of in the mid game that they were able to somehow outlast. This fight right here with Liquid is the one I'm talking about, but they lose a guy here, but get the run over at the very end. So they do make it to the end game. They were in a position to win this, but ultimately with this awkward position, look at where Unique Legacy is sitting on the ridge right there. They sat there for the final 3 circles of this game and really didn't engage much, right? They only finished, I believe, with 4 elims this entire game, and a couple of those came right at the very, very end of the match. So again, credit to them for getting a position and sticking with it here. You can see this awkward terrain. Again, really nice job from all of these squads. Zombie Boys, good position. They made it pretty far into this one, but you know they wanted to see more elims, and it just didn't work out for them.
Well, Fetty was the guy who got the most. Zombie Boys get 5 in total. Fetty gets 4 of those, and it was really due to this heroic end zone. Did such a wonderful job. If he wakes up and continues to play like he just did in those tight moments, I think Zombie Boys could be quite all right. It only takes one player to rally the troops, and I think Fetty did exactly that for Zombie Boys. Second place, 11 points. That is great for them. Shining Legacy, a team that had these glimmers of in just incredible performances throughout the qualifiers, but ultimately ended up finishing up towards the bottom and now find themselves here in the Challenger Division Finals. Once again, find themselves up in the top 3. Can they consistently stay there, though? That's the question, and that was the question I had throughout the Premier qualifiers. But Voltri, also nice to see them. I think they played very, very well as the top 2 players alive up on top of that hilltop. Top 3 could have definitely been possible. Imagine if they catch Melgar from Zombie Boys around that corner. That player doesn't die from Voltri. Could have been a totally different story, but it played out the way it did. We look at our overall, Dave. X-Force still up there in the top, but notice they stay at 31. Not a single point scored in game number 2.
Moving on up for the Zombie Boys as well. We are moving on up. Tied right now at 20 points with my other favorite team, the Golden Eagles. So Golden Eagles getting some eliminations here this game. Going to be helping them out. I think Shining Legacy, the surprise for me so far, being up here in top 6, kind of just looking at this squad going back to the Premier series. But good for them, right? They definitely deserve it after that last match. And X-Force, we got to come back, all right? Game number 3, we got to show up. We got to come back and really solidify ourselves up here with that qualifying ticket. I mean, you have to after their game 1 performance. Shoot, game 1, they had 15 eliminations and the win, right? Like,
that's
if
right.
you
Where
get
they at?
that, you got to qualify, right? So I would hate to see them not qualify. So hopefully they can maintain.
I've got some teams I want to put on notice, though. I've seen a third of the games that we're going to see in tonight's lobbies, and I need to see more from X Factor. You can't be getting 1v4'd in the open while getting the jump 2 different times in the same fight on somebody and not coming away with 1 elim. So X Factor, you're on notice. And then I'm looking at the bottom 3, Rich Esports. We've got to make it past the first 2 minutes of the game without losing a body,
player,
right?
yeah.
We need a full team going into mid-game. Rich Esports has got to clean it up. And then just for fun in the finest 4, they need some help as well, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see if they can turn it around. But luckily for them, they've got 4 more games to do it. But it's do or die time for them because that top of the leaderboard is starting to kind of extend out a little bit.
Just a little bit, but top 6 currently is still 20 points. That's the threshold to break, right? So 20 is still very, very doable. Now you start to get worried when you get to game 4, game 5, right? Now all of a sudden it's 40, 50, right? That's the threshold. So 20 points, still doable. This is your time to wake up on the halfway point. Game number 3. We're going to be hopping back into Erangel. And is this where X-Force wakes up once again and gives us another 15 elimination banger? Well, we'll find out all that and more when we come back from the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the Titan Series Season 6 Challenger Division Finals. 2 games down, 4 more to go. We hop back into Erangel, map number 3. A chance for X-Force once again to reign supreme, because that map number 2, well, that simply was not it. They only get 1 elimination. That was all she wrote for that. But we do get some new teams up at the top. Unique Legacy gets their first win of the night. Zombie Boys also show up in top 3, and Shining Legacy, who dropped down from the Premier Division, now up in top 3 and looking poised potentially for a top 6 run. I would love to see them back into the Challenger Finals, or excuse me, Division Finals tomorrow, which would be for $20,000. That'd be a lot of fun. But Dave, let's get into it, man. We're hopping into game number 3. I'm hoping it's chaos. Some teams, though, have been put on high alert from PB's perspective.
Yeah.
What are you thinking, man? Is it too early to ring the alarm bells, or what's going on? 4 more games.
As my great-grandpappy always used to say, do it for Shabelsky, and that's exactly what the Zombie Boys are doing here tonight. Shining Legacy, GG's, right? I don't see them qualifying, though, fellas, all right? I'm just being honest, all right? So, Zombie Boys, top 6, that's where we're going. And guess what? Powerbang asked me during the break, what do you think about the Zombie Boys or Golden Eagles? Like, if I had to pick one, Powerbang, all right? They're both making it. You know why? Because Shining Legacy are not making it. So I'm going to have the Zombie Boys, Eagles, Golden NA representing strong here tomorrow night. All right? Both of the teams. They're going to combine and just make a Zombie Eagle and just split the money at the end, even though it's against the rules. But yeah, looking forward to both those teams competing tomorrow night.
Okay. I think the Golden Zombies or the Eagle Boys is the way you got to name them. I think that's cute in both regards there. I disagree, though. Shining Legacy, I gotta tell you, I'm proud of the boys. Shining Legacy, they really didn't show you nothing over the course of the Premier Division, and here they are coming out with a nice performance in game number 2 here. They got themselves a 4th place spot on the standings right now. We'll see if it holds, but Shining Legacy definitely trying to make their mark, and I love to see it right now. And again, is it too late to sound those alarm bells? No, we're right on time with the alarm bells. They've been sounded. I rung that alarm bell all through the break. I was sitting there just ringing that alarm bell, and it's been rung. So no, not too soon.
All right, well, the alarm bells are ringing. So if you're supporting a team out there that's not performing as well, maybe they are. Hey, go ahead and get loud in the chat. I definitely saw some support out there for some of the rosters. Just for Fun is getting a lot of love out there in the chat. Rise apparently is one of the people that they love supporting. So see how far they continue to go, but let's get it going. Game number 3, hopping back to Erangel. And for some of the rosters going back to map 1 on Erangel, they've got to step it up. DPZ Esports, for example, 5 eliminations, but 15th place. What could have been if they just continued to live? A lot easier said than done, I understand. But DBZ, Rich Esports, towards the bottom, the finest 4 as well. They had a slump on game number 1. Now on game 3 as they return back to Erangel, I'm hoping they had some lessons learned. But one team, though, that is on my mind is definitely going to be Voltri. Voltri, landing military. We know that they get contested a little bit down there. Will they get contested this time? I don't know, but Voltri, I'm putting them on alert, not necessarily to qualify for top 6, but to be at the top. And just for fun, they're getting started, and they're not having fun, Dave.
Yeah, this was a team you were saying a lot of love from the chat right now, cheering them on. Let's show them the love. See, we saw a pretty interesting play from C with that distraction play, I believe, last game. It looked pretty good, but C now eliminated. There goes another one taken down from Just for Fun. And, well, this might be the game that Rich Esports starts to show up here tonight. Ooh, Beast with that nice grenade in the stairwell. Oh, huge mistakes being made right now from Rich Esports, but it looks like they should be able to get the pickup. Shiva, though, from the outskirts, tossing the grenade, missing the mark through that window. Shiva, make the push. You got nothing to lose right now. Make the push with the grenade, Shiva. You know you want to.
Oh, good connection. And now Beast goes in to finish him off, but can't get it done. And Rich continues to fight back. As Just for Fun haven't won this just yet, even though they were feeling confident a little bit earlier. And now you got Shiva pushed up. There's one. But you got a Rich member off in a distance, Shiva. You can't go for the finish just yet. You gotta focus on Thor. Thor is still alive, and he can output a lot of damage, but he's at least going to get that finish. One less player Rich is going to be able to work with, and Shiva is down, so let's recap. Just for fun, they turned the tides, PB. They look like they now have the advantage, but Rich, they fight back, and they ultimately win the fight.
Yeah, it's tough, man. I don't have a lot of words for that one. Rich Esports had Just for Fun down to 2 members right there, and had a chance to attack with full strength, and somehow, some way, managed to get picked off with an Uzi. Just sloppy play, honestly, from Rich Esports there. They should have definitely won that fight with no losses, but hey, it is what it is. We're down just to a couple of members left for them, but hey, at least they got 4 points on the board. Just for Fun, though, not having a ton of fun here as we get into another early game fight between XYQ and Unique Legacy. XYQ finding themselves with a couple of points already here as UL down 2 members. So action early on in Erangel, and you know, we love to see it. We like action. We like it early.
PB, hanging out with the boys, though, playing some PUBG Mobile on a Monday. It's always fun, man. All right? It's always
Is it
fun.
Monday?
It's Monday. It's always
Monday.
fun.
Man.
PUBG Mobile on a Monday. That's fun.
It's fun.
I agree.
You know what else is fun?
It's fun.
No horses yet, though. Where are the horses?
What?
Where are the-
They're
I
sorely
saw
mixed.
one. I saw one in game 1 at the crates when somebody was looking at South George. There was a horse just standing there. It was the Golden Eagles shooting somebody on a drive-by. You can rewind the tape and see it. It's about, let's see, 18 minutes into game number 1. They'll drive by South George Bull Crates. That's the horses.
18 minutes.
We'll
18
see.
minutes.
Yeah, I'm calling it out.
Okay, 18 minutes. But look at this zone. I'm a big fan of this one as opposed to game number 1. I felt game number 1 was very slow. I think this zone hopefully allows for a lot more engagements. The teams are feeling a little bit more loose now. I think the shaky hand syndrome has kind of left the building. Everybody's feeling relatively good. Everybody, we're map 3 now. If you were nervous before, you shouldn't be nervous now. You know what to expect, especially after already playing Erangel at least once. So I'm hoping this is a bit more of an aggressive Erangel as opposed to game number 1. And with this zone, I think we can get that. And who knows? Maybe even get a bridge zone. A bridge zone challenges the best in the world. I would love to see a zone like that to challenge these Challenger Division players, man. I think it would put them in a spot where it's do or die, you know? But will we get that? Who knows? So we still got plenty of time. But for the meantime, got a lot of teams on the northern side. Golden Eagles, right? Zombie Boys looking to potentially rotate in, and I believe we might see them fight at least at one point or another.
Don't put that juju on us, man. Come on. All right. Don't put. They're tied right now. All right. Zombie Boys and the Golden Eagles, and we're all qualifying here tonight. So they're gonna be leaving. Rozhawk and School are gonna be rotating towards Pachinki. That is currently going to be occupied by one of our squads out here. Big chilling over there. The Finest 4 holding down Pachinki. You were talking about the bridge. So DBZ, they're gonna be holding down the bridge on the west side, looking for the fusion power-ups out there. Hopefully that's what they're looking for here. X Factor, though, I totally agree. I believe Powerbang mentioned like X Factor, the 1v4, just not a good look. Hopefully they forgot about it, you know, the goldfish strat, right? Don't even worry about it, just keep going forward. And X Factor, hopefully this is their turnaround game here tonight to really start to get this momentum flowing for the squad, who we all know they got what it takes to qualify. It's just a matter of pulling it together. So X Factor, you were put on notice. Let's see how they react to the pressure here on game number 3.
So much pressure. You can feel it. You can see it in their tires as they cruise across the map here. Golden Eagles, man, they've been a little bit of an X factor this game, or this tournament so far. We've seen them kind of third-partying numerous fights and, you know, chipping away at other teams' members. I'd like to see them take on a squad fight, though, 4v4, and see how they fare. Because right now we're just catching, two people on the off angle, kind of throwing some shots in. You know, they're chipping away, getting those points, but right now they're on the cutoff. They're tied with Zombie Boys at 20 points, and that is the cutoff to move on at this moment in time. So we'll see if they can get busy. But above that cutoff here is Shining Legacy, and no elims yet this game, but that's okay. They're still in that loot phase. We'll see how they do as these circles continue to close.
For Voltry, still chilling on military. If they don't walk out with 40 nades apiece, I'm going to be quite disappointed. There was literally nobody else on military excited for them. So they should have all the utility, ammunition in the world to utilize for whatever ends up happening. And I do foresee that they will have to go against that bridge at some point, in which case that will be DBZ, as Dave pointed out a little bit earlier. A lot of teams starting to kind of congregate around that left bridge over there towards Ferry Pier. I look at Dope, I look at Golden Eagles, DBZ. That's going to be a lot of fireworks happening, especially as we get deeper and deeper into the stages. Speaking of which, where's this next stage going to go? More military, more mainland? I assume more mainland. And it will. So Voltry doesn't have to move just yet, but for DBZ, Golden Eagles, Dope, let's even throw in B-Town. They're kind of chilling at the moment. They're set up quite nicely. Meanwhile, all the other teams on the eastern portion of the map, man, they're going to have to rotate down. And speaking of which, Voltry actually is taking over the bridge a lot earlier than I totally expected them they would, Dave.
Yeah, it looks like they might have spotted DBZ finally pulling out, grouping up, because they had like a 3-1 split going on. So Voltry going to be backfilling that right away. But Jat G from B-Town over here looking to take a big fight with Dope Esports. Dope Esports, they got a player running up to the rooftop, tossing a grenade as a parting gift real quick. This is going to be TT with the DBS looking through the window, anticipating the push. Oh, hey, I see you right there. Kaboom! There goes a nice little knock right there. Molotov in the stairwell to put a stop to the Jat G push. I'm looking at the squad mates though. Dope Esports, where you at? Where are the teammates? Where's the support? We lost one of our squad mates, and now TT on the rooftop will be
There's that third party from Golden Eagles. That's exactly what I was talking about. They've done this all day long so far. Dope into it right now with B-Town. This is a fight that B-Town really needs. They're currently sitting in 9th place overall, and they're a team that's, they're in the mix of it, but they have to win a squad fight here, and they've got to do it against Dope, who's got a lot of practice so far today.
That's unfortunate. Jat takes himself down, and he wishes he could take that back, and Payne will get the finish, and Jat G from mistake to peril. Instant punishment as Dope now. They look to push upstairs. They'll get punished a little bit themselves. B-Town isn't done just yet. Like you said, it'd be a big fight for them to win. But Volt, he's got something cooking outside with that frag. And I thought he was going to throw that. It was actually, he still might. Brare's got to get up top. He's got to get some coverage up on the second story. Volt throws it out, and unfortunately, it doesn't connect. So now it's all about the gun. And Payne, does he have a chance to get him back up? I don't know. B-Town, they are putting up a heck of a fight here.
We still hear the shots, too, from the Golden Eagles in that third party. The whole time just ringing out, hitting the walls right there. That's bullets from the Golden Eagles. So Golden Eagles definitely trying to take full advantage of their position. Unfortunate for them, though. Still no eliminations, but I do appreciate how they were attempting to be proactive in that situation. And well, there goes Dope Esports down and out with only 1 elimination, and that's going to be lowering their eliminations per minute stat that Powerbang was tracking a little bit earlier on.
It's a very official stat, I might add. I've been tracking this, with a stopwatch all game long, and
just
Dope still sitting on top of the standings there. But unfortunately for them, they do meet a bit of a third party, as well as a BT squad that's trying to get hot here. B-Town really needing to get those points. They're sitting good in this next zone as well. They won't have to move just yet, but my eyes are on Voltry coming up from the military zone. And they have made it across the bridge, and they've got a really good spot in the circle as well right now. If this thing goes south, like to Ferry Pier, they're going to be sitting in a great position along with those Golden Eagles.
Here they go. XYQ is actually pushed in straight to X-Force. Team you don't want to mess with, Bebe. He's deadly with it. Gets a couple of knocks. XYQ in a bit of trouble, but don't worry. Trick is looking to turn the tides back in their favor, and he's got to do it because Volek is also down. Trick might be the last one up here, and he's unfortunately going to fall. X-Force is a team that you can't challenge like that. They're simply too good. They really are, and especially with them having that hard cover, cover. I understand the want for to just full send it with the cars, but if you have a team set up like that, especially at the caliber of X-Force, your chances of winning that's going to be very slim, and XYQ throws their lives away, and now X-Force has to focus their attention onto Voltry, who's just on the opposite side, PB.
That was a heroic grenade from that far away. I thought that might have connected there, but Devil did not seem to be too scared. He's going to throw one in return. We'll see if he can connect. A little bit short on that one. I might recommend a few reps in the weight room. Taylor, you might know something about that, but BTM here in a good spot. Trying to lock down this intersection, which again, depending on where the zone goes, this could be an absolutely crucial piece of real estate here.
Yeah.
This gas station, and a good connection as Unique Legacy rolls by in the background. Looks like they're just passing through, though. Don't want none of X-Force and Vulture, two of the top teams in this lobby.
We also got DBZ on the opposite end, too, who might come in and third party, maybe even fourth party, depending on Unique Legacy if they do decide to pump the brakes. But Vulture, X-Force, I mean, Dave, these are two titans fighting it out.
Yeah, two big names fighting it out. Golden Eagles fighting it out. We saw right there in the elimination feed up against our squad Inferno. But let's see, X-Force just winning a defensive push from XYQ. Now Voltry trying to do the same thing. Looks like one of their squad mates, Salim, is going to be actually knocked out right now. The other three members of X-Force going to be in this compound for the time being. DBZ, they're in the fields. We see there on the top right hand corner, they're the green indicators. They just can't seem to make up their mind if they want a third party to fight or not. But popping over here to the zombie boys. All right, zombie boys, 4 eliminations, cruising for a bruising up here in the north. I believe Shining Legacy is also going to be in the general area as well, but we're having a ton of fights happening right now. Reflections, and by the way, I heard you could bench like what, 550 easy, right? 550?
About half of that, 280.
Easy,
all right, 280 for 3 reps. Okay, and you know the guy next to me, I thought I was strong. He was benching 350. He was repping it. All right, I just felt so small.
He was curling it.
Yo, hey, Ronnie Coleman, is that you? Hey, curling 350? Be out of your mind, man. You'd be wild to do that. But 280 for 3 reps. That's where I'm at. B-Town up ahead. X Factor wants to keep him locked up in that hard cover, but definitely something that's going to take its time, be a little bit slower. It seems things have slowed down a little bit. I'm actually astounded, PB, that X-Force and Vulture, they haven't finished the fight just yet. They were pushing each other so aggressively, and then all of a sudden they just say, okay, enough is enough. They just back away. Let's save our energy for later.
Those gas stations are so hard to assault because they have that fence that goes around the entire perimeter with the exception of the front side. And the front side, there's no cover, right? Your back is completely open to anybody that might be driving by, anybody occupying the compound that's near the bridge, anybody coming across the bridge. So very, very difficult to actually take these fights on. And it looks like they're content to just hang out and, you know, stay within the safety of the warehouse here until the zone does start to move. And once it does, they'll have a bit more information. They'll understand, okay, do we need to take this fight? Can we stand pat? Or maybe we just, you know, kind of shake hands and we'll see each other a little bit later in these circles.
Maybe out here hitting the left, right, up, down, right, left. Trying to get the angle up there. So, like you said, though, PB, both those squads kind of hitting the brakes. I mean, they recognize the challenge of that push, and they're going to be in the circle. So why risk it this early on here, all things considered? B-Town over here in the fields on the west side. Looks like they're going to be pulling up with the Golden Eagles, but both these teams are going to have to be aware of X Factor actually in the general area. But popping back over here to the zombie boys. Come on. Come on. The oldest trick in a book. The corn soup behind the crates right there. And honestly, not exactly sure what that push was about because we see Ander out here not with their squad mate, right? So we had 2 separate plays happening for the zombie boys right there, essentially.
Yep.
Gave him the old zippity doo dah, you know? Just gave him the old like Sigma Rizzler. I'm just gonna go solo, and we're gonna head up them stairs, and we're gonna lock it down.
Lock it down, buddy. You got this.
Lock it down.
Yeah.
You got this.
I don't know, man. Maybe we go back to the drawing board. We regroup at halftime. You know what I'm saying? And we come up with some different plays for games 4 through 6.
That's right.
That was different.
Sigma
But Golden
Rizzler.
Eagles.
Yep.
They're still
still
four.
doing it.
They've got themselves decent position, and they're probably looking for a fight to third party right now. And we've
Ooh,
got
I
one
like
going
this.
between DBZ
Yep.
and Shining Legacy. We'll see if Golden Eagles jump on this.
Oh, they should. Shining Legacy, though, if I'm them, I'm pushing this. I'm getting aggressive here. We had a great game number 2. We're feeling good. We're feeling great. DBZ is a team that hasn't been performing all well today. Granted, they're a team that can slay out. If I'm Shining Legacy, I'm thinking, look, we were in the Premier Division, all right? Yeah, we dropped out, whatever. But we were in the Premier Division for a reason. We're better than this team. Let's ego them. I say that, and then I go back and I think about Inferno versus whoever it was a little bit earlier. All I know is Inferno ended up absolutely winning with Cudjon in the 1v4. But Shining Legacy still out in the open. They're going to take their time. They're not going to push up just yet. That's fine. DBZ will have a chance to kind of recollect their thoughts, and B-Town's going to be in the background. Shining Legacy can't get too comfortable here. There's too many angles for them to die from. So if I'm them, I got to make a move somewhere. But, I mean, it's so difficult to push out hardcover, Dave.
Yeah, they got a little plateau to work with for the time being, and honestly, the team closest to maybe a third party, this is X-Force, but they're locked in their own skirmish over there at that gas station still, right? So, Shining Legacy, I'm actually feeling their position right now. Hopefully, they can get the advantage, get a knock, and take the fight to DBZ before the time runs out, but now we're starting to see the major push here, the focal point right now of game number 3. 2 really strong squads here. Bebe's position. Wow, the grenade reached him all the way up there in the top corner. Unlucky. Here comes more grenades, just trying to flush them out of this warehouse. K-Vic with a nice little trade right there with the follow-up, trying to get the confirmation. Camper with the Molotov, though. I am concerned with that. That spread in the warehouse could prove a huge impact to really flushing out X-Force.
Ooh, X-Force, Ultra, they fight once again. How did he even just... we'll take a pause on that. Shining Legacy's over there? No worries. Let's take a shot onto him. Talk about, at least... prioritizing your fights. There was a word that I wanted to use there, and that's all right. It'll come to me eventually. But talk about multitasking. That's exactly what he did. If I'm Shining Legacy, man, this is a fight I want a third party for sure. You're killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only are you getting much needed eliminations, but you're also taking out 2 of the Titans here while they are concerned with each other. And finally, some blood is going to be shed. It is going to be Volturi getting at least 1, but X-Force is going to fight back once again. X-Force, though, starts to fall. Looks like Volturi now will be victorious. Is there another X-Force member? There is not, so they're gone. Now, for Volturi, focus the attention on Shining Legacy, and Adrian is sneaky as can be, and he might be the linchpin if Shining Legacy decides to push up.
The push is already, the window is already gone, though. I mean, Shining Legacy just too passive right there. I know they don't want to give up their plateau up here, but we had at least 2 members bleeding out right there from Volturi and getting the pickup, right? So now it goes kind of back to that waiting game essentially here.
Shining Legacy's kind of split 2v2, and they've got 2 people looking down into that compound down below that is occupied by DBZ. So kind of keeping them pinned there. You can see Vortex kind of peeking down, just kind of going back and forth. Didn't really seem like they had the personnel to push that, but I did wonder, if there wasn't a window there to take advantage of. I'm looking at Zombie Boy's Ander right in the center of the zone. I feel like the zone's about to circle up right on him, and we'll see if he's able to kind of hunker down in that little trench there. Here is the move. It goes to the road. So this is a really, really nasty zone with absolutely no cover. The gas station compound where Volturi just won that fight in the warehouse, that is still in play. So they've actually got a really good position in circle. The run over, though, from Golden Eagles, just casually taking down Izajat from BT here. They're in trouble.
Also, Volturi has attacked Shining Legacy too, so those engagements are happening on both ends of the map here. Golden Eagles looking great. This is the first time they've shined. 7 eliminations. The magic mark has been hit. Are we seeing Golden Eagles finally fighting their wings, Dave?
They're trying to re-qualify right back to the premieres out here. We didn't really see much for the Golden Eagles during the season, but it's all strategy. It's all planned out. They just wanted to play some extra matches here and really stay loose and warmed
warm.
up for tomorrow night's matches. So it's all according to plan here. So Shining Legacy, though, their position still on the plateau, no longer in play, actually. And they actually lost one of their squad mates, too, in the process. So Shining Legacy just playing way too passive for me right now.
You know, Dave, I think that some of the chat might think you're speaking out of your rear end, but for me, I'm with you. I think you just want to get some extra play in, some extra games, for Golden Eagles, but I'm with you, man.
Thank you.
I think you're making all the sense in the world here. I think that's absolutely the plan. And the good thing for Golden Eagles is they were already in qualification contention before this game started, and they've already put up 7 elims. So, good thing for them that the elims in this lobby are being sucked up by teams that are already qualifying, which is like the likes of Vulture, right? So they've got 5. That's good for the teams that are qualifying. They don't want the teams that are down below them to gain ground. And so Golden Eagles doing what they need to do so far this game, and Legend trying to help out the rest of his team from the rear. They're in a bit of trouble right now, but looks like they are able to get patched up for the most part. Trolls and Moso, though, dangerously low on HP in the front.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting for Golden Eagles, who now have to push through DBZ. You've got a Zombie Boy Ander also just up ahead, just trees for coverage. You do got a couple of vehicles, but this is going to be a hard fight for Golden Eagles as far as I'm concerned. Smokey finally falls, so that's going to be another one going for Golden Eagles. Good on them. Want to also point out, Vulture still has been getting eliminations. They do lose at least, or excuse me, they don't lose anybody. Vulture, 6 eliminations, also on par with a wonderful game. But now the troubles from Golden Eagles start to show its face as DBZ gets at least 1 knock. The fight is taking place. Golden Eagles understand our positioning isn't the strongest. Imperator, he has a good chance here on Tomoso just up ahead. I'm actually liking where he's at. Even though he's split between 2 Golden Eagles member, I think he could definitely put some damage in, even though he's being pinned down. Great shots onto 1 from Golden Eagles, but DBZ Imperator falls, and DBZ is now out. So Golden Eagles put in a tough spot, make their way through. Surprisingly, I thought it'd be a lot harder than that. Than it was, Dave.
That's all Ander right there. Ander springing the trap. Boys. Yeah, from behind from Zombie Boys. Really taking advantage of their tunnel vision right there on the Golden Eagles. So Ander clutching it out here with 2 eliminations, a total of 7 this game. And Ander right there on the edge of the play zone, snaking it out, looking for a top 10 bush to hide in a little longer here on map number 3.
Huge credit to him for staying alive, and not only that, but a thorn in the side of multiple other squads and picking up some points to boot. So nice job to Anders there. Zombie Boys has got to be loving that. Remember, they were on the cutoff on the less favorable side, sitting in 7th place coming into the game. But with 7 elims, you got to like their chances to move up, as they're also in the rank points right now. Every team from this point forward that's eliminated will be getting at least 1 rank point. So, good on the likes of Vulture, Golden Eagles, Zombie Boys, Shining Legacy, Unique Legacy, all of those teams sitting in the top 6 coming into today. We've got other teams, though, like, the Finest 4 or X Factor, who desperately need those points. They're on notice, but look at the elim totals for them. The Finest 4 getting done with 6, but only 1 member remaining. X Factor with 3 members, no points yet. They got to get it going, man. I don't know if the guns have gone cold over there or what's going on, but X Factor, it's time to put up or shut up.
It definitely is. They, I think, lost a player earlier to Vulture, who ended up taking them out, which is interesting because X Factor and Vulture are now on opposite sides of the map, so I'm curious how they ended up getting into that bit of a skirmish, but clearly one rotated away from the other. Shining Legacy, there were some calls from you guys for them to wake up, and I think they definitely have, and I know, Dave, you put them outside of your top 6 teams. I think they're definitely well within your top 6. I think they're going to be just fine. I really do. Shining Legacy's a team that it can be impressive at times. Meanwhile, on the opposite spectrum, X Factor have just go from struggles now to absolutely in the frying pan as they fall out in top 5 with 4 eliminations. Respectable game, but it needs to get better if they want to try and make it into the Premier Finals. Now to our top 4, and you've got a couple of big names, but the big one that I see currently, PB, is Vulture. Up with all 4 members, 7 eliminations. They're getting better and better and better each and every map.
They really are. Vulture right here owning the zone. They've got control of half of it right now, and they've got 4 members alive, and they've been the only team with 4 members alive for about the last 10 minutes or so. So really doing a great job winning those fights, keeping all 4 members up, despite not, winning them handily. For example, when they took on X-Force in the warehouse, that was a close fight. It wasn't like they just came in and steamrolled them. They almost, got the short end of the stick there, but they didn't. Nades were able to win out, and they got that fight win, but still with 4 members alive, the high ground, control the zone, this is Vulture's map to lose.
Nice little grenade right there from Victor as well. In the pocket, in the Death Shack. Shining Legacy down to just a duo. In the Nade's going to be cooking one, looking for the roll down, looking for the explosion right there. Now it's up to Vortex with the Scar 3 times. We got the shotgun, we got the boulder, we got the buggy, and a dream to survive a little longer. Going to be going for that last second heal. Probably going to be going out to the blue zone right there. Now it's up to our man in the wooden shack from Unique Legacy to clutch it out in a 1v4.
Ooh, and it will
Not gonna happen.
happen.
Vulture getting it done. Man, it was an awkward use of the blue zone there by Shining Legacy. Both members just sitting in the blue and kind of going out, but not really. Like they gave up some elims to the other squads there. I don't know what was going on, but hey, the credit to them for even being there. At the final fight again. We challenged Shining Legacy, like, hey, was that Miramar map for real? Are you guys, are you really doing this thing? And it seems like they are, right? They were there at the end.
Yeah.
2 maps in a row now, picking up some big points. And no bigger points, though, than Vulture finishing on top of the tables. Good elims, but also a chicken dinner in the bag.
Yeah, huge for them. Vulture might very well be at the top, depending. Let me look through. X-Force finishes off in 10th with only 3, so Vulture might have just taken over first place once again. After all, that's a 20-point game. Good on them. And now we're starting to see why they were the most dominant team when it came to the Challenger, qualifiers. Great on them. First place as a whole. They did so with the most eliminations as well. They're the best of both worlds, and by far could be the team to give the biggest challenge heading into of course, the Premier Finals tomorrow for $20,000. But some other, Unique Legacy, we got to give them credit. I think they've definitely been playing pretty well. They go from, first place to second place. Not the biggest games in terms of eliminations, but Dave, consistency there for placing. I mean, it's there. Unique Legacy looking kind of impressive.
Yeah, Unique Legacy, Shining Legacy, both of these teams just kind of maintaining right now when it comes to getting enough points to remain in the top 6. But I'm still looking for a big game from either of those teams, honestly, to really just stamp that invitation to that next round, right? But going back to some of these replays, Dope Esports, game 1, game 2, I was feeling it. This game, I like that they are sticking to their aggressive play style, but this goes to show you, when it doesn't work, how do they respond next game, essentially, right? Because when you're popping off, you're getting eliminations, and you go out early, like we were talking about, 7 eliminations, you go out early, you're feeling good. But what happens when you go out early with 1 elimination? You're probably not feeling good still. Whoa, he just flipped his vehicle right there. I've never seen that before. I mean, he put a complete stop to that. But yeah, really going to look at our next match to see how Dope Esports, how they respond. Are we going to see a aggressive Dope Esports, or are they going to pull back a little bit?
Hard to pull back, though, on Sanhok, right? I mean, I feel like they're only going to get more aggressive. I actually think their aggression on Sanhok is going to benefit them more than it has on Erangel, Miramar. And I really do expect our aggressive teams to have a good showing on Sanhok coming up. Whether that be Dope, whether that be Vulture, I think Vulture gets even stronger, honestly, going into Sanhok with their aggression. I think they're going to be just lights out without question. And I also think we'll see a return for X-Force. X-Force is a good Sanhok team. That's where they're going to wake up once again, as opposed to just map number 1. But for teams like Unique Legacy, Shining Legacy, I actually think Sanhok coming up is going to be a struggle for them. I really do. I think it's a map that's not going to benefit them, but I digress. Maybe we'll see. But at least when it comes to map 3, Vulture up top with 20 points. That is a big game coming out from them. But I do see one that's had a lot of question marks, PB. The Finest 4. 4th place, 10 points. That's a big improvement.
They needed it, man. They were on notice, right? We sounded those alarm bells, and they seem to have responded here, picking up 10 points in this 3rd game of the day. We'll see if that gets them close to that cutoff. They're not going to make it all the way there, as they were sitting in the last spot on that leaderboard, kind of heading in there with Just for Fun. So Just for Fun, one of the examples of a team that didn't get it done, right? Finishing in 16th again. They're going to be looking to turn things around for sure. Dope Esports down there joining them. Their aggression backfired this game, but that's okay. They got a shot here. We took a peek at the overall standings, and Gentlemen, we've got our first sense of a gap that is starting to form below 7th place. 10 points now separate 7th from 8th place.
Right.
Volturi, with their win here, vaults all the way to the top of the tables. You have to expect that, though, with 10 bonus points coming in, you know, a number of elims and also a chicken dinner. They're sitting pretty comfortable around that 50-point mark that we predicted might be the cutoff to move on to the Premier Finals tomorrow.
I think 50 will be the cutoff. For Zombie Boys, they're just on the bubble below Dope. They're 1 point separating the two. It is comforting if you are Zombie Boys to think that the next closest team, like you mentioned, is 10 points away, with that being XYQ. But nobody's safe. It's only the halfway point, 3 more games to go. Anything can severely change. I do notice Golden Eagles in 5th place, though, Dave, right? They jump up the top 6 after an 11-point game.
Yeah, 9 eliminations coming out from the Golden Eagles, almost 2,000 damage done that game, and for the most part, everybody on the squad kind of putting in some work here. And Zombie Boys, that was their best game yet, at least when it comes to eliminations. So 7 eliminations across the board. We'd love to see some more of that as we head into the second half of today's games.
That's right. Second half of the day's games. They're going to be underway very shortly. Inferno Esports, step it up. 14th place. Not happy with that. You're a team that I have a lot of faith in to a certain degree. At least when you get in fights, I think you guys look great, but you need those placements without question. 14th isn't going to cut it. 3 more games to go, and Sanhok is coming up next, which is always a fun one to see, especially for our region when it comes to North America and the region-wise, because, well, it's just an aggressive map, and our teams love to get aggressive. So will they? Well, we'll find out when we come back from the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the Titan Series Season 6 Challenger Division Finals. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mustache Dave and Power Bang. We've reached our halfway point. We're about to hop into map 4. We're going into Sanhok. Excited for this one. I really do think, Dave, the aggressive teams are going to thrive even more so now than they did before. And I think this is going to be an explosive match. Vulture is about to drop 10 plus, 10 minimum to say the least. Okay, we also have, of course, X-Force, I think, is about to be right back at the top where they started off the day. And I'm going to throw a wild card in there, Dave.
Inferno
I'm thinking Inferno.
Yeah.
Inferno, right?
Yeah.
Inferno Esports is about to be
Why?
top five.
Why
Top
are you
five.
picking Inferno? Give me a little bit of rationale here. Where are you coming from on the Inferno pick?
Because they're an aggressive team, but I've seen them pull off some wacky stuff, dude. Now, and what I mean by wacky, I don't mean necessarily good either. I'm talking like pushing in as individuals. Like one will stay on top of a hill, one will push a building. The one who pushed building initially will die, and the other one's like, okay, now it's my time to shine. So he'll push by himself, and then he wins the fight. I think Inferno's got a lot of potential here. I don't think they're the best team in terms of like overall strategy. I don't even think they work necessarily like well together, but I think each individual on that team like are just goated. I believe in them. I have ever since I watched them in Premiere. I really do.
Yeah.
I'll take
Argue
it.
against me. Say something.
I think it's good.
Yep.
Fat Squatch Games.
Fat
Thank you for
Squatch.
the $2, man. Let's get that chicken dinner. I agree. Thank you to Fat Squatch.
Thank you, Fat
Games.
Squatch out there,
Who's
baby.
getting the
Fat
chicken,
Squatch.
though? Who's getting the chicken?
Fat
Squatch.
Squatch Games is gonna have a bite of chicken at the end here. Thank you. That $2 will get you a drumstick at least.
That's from where?
From the
The
sweet
chicken
spot,
dinner.
baby. The sweet
Oh,
spot.
okay.
Get that
All right, the
donut on the
sweet-
way
yeah, the
out. You know what
sweet
I'm
spot.
saying?
That's right, dude. You get one chicken leg. Maybe you get the skin from the chicken. That's the best part as far as I'm concerned. If that's nice and crispy, I eat the skin. You take the chicken, man. You know? That's...
No.
Okay. Titan
don't
Series GG. Follow us on all socials. We're going into map 4. Sanhok. It's about to get exciting. It really is.
Let's
And I
go.
want to see some explosive fights. And dare I say it? Dare I say ruins? I don't know. I don't know if any teams go there. It's the first time really seeing them.
Yeah,
But I want a ruins fight.
How can X Factor slide even further down the leaderboard? So let's see. X Factor, show us something good. Maybe Inferno will drop there, right? Inferno game 1 had 1 elimination. The last game had 0 elimination.
That's right.
So could be the turnaround match for both those squads who
Love the
Send
positivity.
them in one at a time.
Hey, we've
Just
been
like Taylor was talking
ringing the
about.
alarms and putting people on final notices. So
That's right.
this is the final notice. But before we get to that, B-Town with the hot drop, baby.
Oh, yeah. And they're hot. They're looking good. That's going to be 2 down, I believe, for XYQ. And more to come. XYQ, man, they have just been getting put into the absolute blender. Were they even a team in the Premier Division? I don't know at this point. Savage, along with his teammate, rolls
Oh my
up.
gosh.
And that's going to be XYQ nearly done for. Truck has to drive away. I don't. Well, heck, she may Hey, hold
3 are
up.
down.
Trick is coming back. No way.
No.
Did XYQ win that? Are you kidding? What
Squad
happened?
wipe from
What?
Trick. Are you kidding me? Picked them off one at a time, and oh my goodness, I was just about to write off XYQ and say, that's it, you're done. They showed absolutely 0 respect, but B-Town, maybe you should have shown a shred of respect there because you just got wiped by one dude. What happened?
Well, I don't know. That's today's been weird for a lot of reasons. But that's one of the weirdest things there. B-Town, that hurts. It really does. And for XYQ, it hurts as well. You know, that was not a good fight for them either. They walk away with 1, but if they can hit that magical 7 number, maybe they'll be all right. The finest 4 opposite of DBZ. They've kind of thrown some utility at each other, but nothing too crazy's gone or happened just yet. Shining Legacy also took quite a bit of damage too, so it looks like they're being challenged by another roster as well. As teams are trying to shut them out, they say 2 back-to-back third places. Come on, let's get you out in 15th.
Yeah, all in boot camp too. So you got the finest 4 up there in the north side of boot camp. You got DBZ Dragon Ball looking to level up in the south side of boot camp, and then right smack in the middle, the X Factor, who are working together as a unit. You love to see this, but I do see their opponent over there cooking a grenade. So one of the major counters to working so closely together, clearing these rooms one by one, is a solid grenade, because that splash damage could do some serious damage. So X Factor, they're going to be slowing this one down just a little bit. Now recognizing that, hey, we got a couple squads around us, and it looks like they're going to be making the call to send it to the north here and work their way through the trenches, through the sandbags, and really try to limit how much they expose themselves here, as it does look like they're still looking for loot. I mean, we're looking for vests, we're looking for helmets, just anything to really help us out here in boot camp, while avoiding the grenades.
I like how X Factor's moving though. They're covering each other on the entries into these buildings. They know somebody else is in boot camp. They don't know exactly where a trap may be sprung. And as you can see, look at DBZC off on the side. I mean, this is kind of crazy that he's chilling in here inside of boot camp. It looks like DBZ working their way down the hill, and X Factor is moving away. They're going towards the finest four. You know, I wanted to talk about something here before we get too far into the action. Zombie Boys, remember last map had a pretty insane run, 7 elims, Anders there in the final circles. It did not move them up at all on the leaderboard, and that was because all of the teams at the top of the tables also had good games. And so this, for me, this game right here is where, if anyone on the bottom of the standings, basically the second page, if they don't have that breakout game where they're picking up significant elims, it is basically curtains, because too many teams are competing for those top 6 spots at this point.
Just for fun and Rich, a bit of a fight here. They've been next to each other, kind of landed next to each other over here at Camp Bravo since the very start, and now they feel comfortable enough to push up. Yeah, you know, Rich, just for fun, like, these are two teams that, I mean, need to win. They need to start making some moves right on the leaderboard. It's two teams you want to see fight, I guess, but also, like, I feel like this is a lose-lose situation. You know, I feel like this is just...
It is. Are they DMing before the game, Taylor, and saying, hey, we're going to drop here, join us, and we have a party?
It wouldn't be the first time. Oh, this is a great A. Oh, no, what? How do you not have the advantage? There we go. Good on him. But he finally drops. I thought he was going to at least get 1 or 2 in the meantime. Now things are popping off for sure, just for fun. Might have the advantage as Rich slowly but surely starts to fall to the wayside. That's now 2, I believe, completely out. Now 4. Just for fun wins the fight, and PP, that fight wasn't too bad actually. Just for fun walks away with all 4 members alive.
Just for fun had some fun right there. I mean, they just absolutely wiped the floor with Rich Esports, and I don't know, man. I don't see any big prize money in their future, unfortunately. We just haven't seen it from them this time around, and I'm honestly shocked how they finished 3rd overall out of challengers with a significant amount of points. Based on what we've seen today, they had 5 chicken dinners coming into today's action. And I don't see how at this point. But hey, maybe it's just not their day. But unfortunately for them, there is just one day to put up or shut up. It's time to prove it on the battlegrounds, and it all comes down to this. We're in game 4, just 2 more after this one, and 6 teams will punch their way to the Premier Finals.
And that's what it is, right? Today is a sprint, and they all played in a marathon. So with those 24 games, they were able to consistently get points, and 5 chickens definitely helped them out. But when the pressure's on, they are just kind of folding here. Talking about folding, though, a lot of debate about Dope Esports and their aggression throughout the night. Last game was their worst performance yet. Only 1 elimination. Does look like there's going to be one of the Inferno members over here lurking in the distance.
Separated Inferno?
What is he doing here?
He's stuck. He was stuck looting. That's what's happening. Now he hears the vehicles calling for support.
Where is his team? What is happening? He's just camping. Maybe he's having some sort of connection problem. I don't know what's going on. Maybe he had to use the toilet. He's like, hey, I'm just going to set this down. I should be fine. But they haven't cleared his building just yet. They've gone through basically every other building in the compound. Dope.
Setting the trap.
Matter of time,
He's setting the trap, man. Pika's got this. Pika knows what he's doing.
We'll see if he's even there.
I hope so for Inferno. Hey, they're my team. They're
going to bust into that building, and the gun's not even going to fire. Watch.
Yeah. Well, if you stay as still as you possibly can, maybe they won't see you either. It's all part of the plan for Inferno. They're
Well,
setting the trap.
you can see here, this fella, young blood, I'm going to call him. He's already passed the player Pika in the corner.
Oh, yeah,
he's there.
Pika has angles.
He's here.
Yeah.
He's moving.
He's moving.
Hey, this
Set
is
the trap.
we officially have a trap now, ladies and gentlemen. We got a trap.
Oh, DBZ
trap.
though, they've tried to stay alive as long as possible. They were down to 2 members quite a bit ago. We saw C hanging out. X Factor, I wonder if they know where he's at. With the way they were moving up, it seems as if they do know where C is at. But much like
What is he
Pika from
doing?
Inferno, like
I
C
think
is
he's
setting
getting
the trap.
third-partied. Yeah, I think he's getting third-partied from
We saw him
downrange.
driving earlier with some goofy strats, and here we are again. So he's been solo inside of boot camp with 2 other squads for 10 minutes now.
Yeah,
Got
I don't
one
know what's
grenade,
going
Power
on.
Bang. One grenade.
Hey, that's the one that's going to count, Dave.
That's right. That's right. Oh, especially if they all push through that choke point. Come on.
Oh, my.
Come and get it. Come and get it.
Make it count.
Gonna pull the pin again.
I'm
Come
feeling
on,
it.
make it count.
This is C's time to shine.
Come on, C. Come on, C.
They definitely know there's somebody here. They hear the pin being pulled multiple times.
They're thinking it's an audio bug. They don't know he's there.
Oh, they know.
Maybe it's multiple players pulling the pins of their grenades. I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Is there 4 people
Very
in that
menacing.
room?
He's reading that post.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Oh, yeah. Well, and then he puts it
DBS.
out. Okay,
DBS.
sorry, DBS out. He doesn't go anywhere.
Okay.
That's the time where you cook the grenade for what?
Yeah.
Why did
Well,
we
to let
pull
him
the
know.
pin?
At least to let him know you're here.
At least still be saving it for the next lobby, you know? Later, use it next game.
Might be. Well, there's one remaining member for DBZ still up, so we'll see how that's going to unfold. Zombie Boys, they made a big rotate through blue and run into Just for Fun, who we saw win a pretty impressive fight a little bit earlier, and it seems like now they're in a bit of trouble. Orosic
Oh, what the
has
heck?
to make some moves here. Ander's been that guy. I think Ander, he's going for this off angle. He's about to run away.
Well, Anders, that guy is like, hey, I'm gonna go for placement points. You do you. I'm gonna try to salvage this match best I can here. Honestly, yeah, they got 3 eliminations in the pocket, hoping for 4. But honestly, if I'm Ander, I'm gonna try to survive here on the Sanhok map and not continue to fight it out here in the blue.
You know, I'm wondering if that was a big brain play from Shiva nading his own
Deny the
teammate
points.
like that. Because, does that? I mean, do they get credit for that? Because I mean, it was in the kill feed is going for Just for Fun. So we'll see. Anders closing in here on Shiva. Maybe he can self nade here to just fulfill the prophecy, but still has some nades to throw. Here is the last ditch effort. Molotov out. Shiva on fire, and he goes down just like that. Ander.
Come on.
No, he doesn't even get credit for it. Play Zone gets credit for
No
it. So
way.
Zombie Boys gets a full squad wipe here and gets
way.
no elims.
That whole fight,
hurts.
what a waste of time right there. What
Yeah.
a complete
They gotta be mad, man. That's
waste
stupid.
of time. Zombie Boys. Come on, Zombie Boys.
All right.
Leave them be.
Pack it up.
Pack
go
it up.
get in the circle. And just, I don't know, get some rank points because the elim points ain't working out for y'all.
All right, the fight is for X Factor, and let's not forget the remaining member of DBZ still in this area as well. So we saw DBZ C try his best. It didn't work out, and now we'll get to see if the remaining member of DBZ will be able to do anything. That's going to be Hollow. Hollow's still up, but the fight is for. You showed a bit of life, right, in that last game. Looking to do it once again here. X Factor's not going to be an easy roster. Meanwhile, into Liquid Esports, into a fight themselves. Players just up ahead, and this one's going to be a lot more difficult. This is Voltry, our top leading team at the moment, and Hollow wants to push in. He wants it. He's not going to get the opportunity just yet, but Voltry's holding it down tight, Dave.
Yeah, Voltry doing a great job. Zeus trying to get the pickup right there, running through the Molotov on the floor, and, well, pretty much just donating those points right there to the top team in the lobby. So Voltry, they're still going to be trucking on along here. They got a solid position overlooking a bridge. So say the Zombie Boys look to rotate over that bridge. I mean, that's going to be easy pickings for them. But going back to this long, drawn-out fight in boot camp, finally, the blue zone are going to start to take away some of the terrain in boot camp and forcing this fight to erupt here any moment now. The fight is for. looking to make the push. Might have spotted out the separation from X Factor, as now the trap has been sprung. X Factor trying to get some points on the board from the second story. Salty with a nice little knock right there. Oh, that's my teammate. Oh, they're so juiced up. You're shooting your teammates right now. I mean, I get it, but that's your teammate right there. Grave
hey,
pulling
man, you
off.
gotta stop moving so aggressively. It catches my attention. But shoot, both
Graves
these
pulling
teams
off, by the
really,
way.
really need this fight. They have to get these points. And luckily
He's out
for the finest four, he's just like, listen, I'm sorry, but my time here has come to a close. I'm out.
I would say
You
this
know,
was
gentlemen,
another waste
are we
of
going to
time.
see another self-nade? I
You
feel
might
like
as well.
we've seen
You might
probably
as well.
3 self-elims so far this round, and maybe those
Yeah.
are just big brain plays.
Yeah.
Keeping the
Maybe
points
they
away
are.
from other teams.
Nah, just grenade yourself. I mean, the fact that you spent the whole game just sitting in boot camp and to make the push when the blue zone's finally on top of you,
It's crazy.
it's crazy. Yeah, I mean, just a complete waste of time that whole thing was. X Factor, though, coming out on top with 4 eliminations. Sure, they lost 1 in the process, but still, I mean, the fact that both those teams just spent so much time out there is a big question mark for me.
Yeah.
Hey, shout outs to you, Unique Legacy, man. Once again, they're sitting center of the circle. Great position. They have been a team that hasn't been incredibly aggressive, but they're leading the entire lobby in rank points, and you can see why. They're in position. They're not taking dumb fights. They're rotating on time. They're early. So again, shout outs to Unique Legacy. They're showing us how it's done.
All right. I do wonder for DBZ Hollow, X Factor, as they push in, we talked about that colossal waste of time. Well, you got Shining Legacy, who's on the opposite side of the water. So I think Shining Legacy is going to be able to gatekeep them quite well. Kind of excited to see how they continue to progress. I really do think they're a top 6 team. This game, though, is going to be highly impactful for them, especially if they have a good game. I think this sets Shining Legacy up for a top 6 finish without question. But X-Force is hiding in the shadows, hiding in the wings, looking to potentially make something happen here. And X-Force is a team, man, again, 0 eliminations here, but I still think there's plenty of time here, Dave, for them to pop off. I really do.
Yeah, I love this setup here. Vortex trying to do some scouting, recognizing, hey, I'm not getting shot. I'm safe. Come to me, fellas. And Bebe and Free Point have a beautiful crossfire on Vortex. So only a matter of time, but coming over here to X Factor, still racking up some elimination points. So you love to see it. Only a duo left alive after that whole skirmish over there in boot camp for a good portion of the game. But Shining Legacy, you guys were talking about them right there on the shoreline. So they're going to be able to possibly gatekeep X Factor and their push across the channel here. Salty recognizing the challenge ahead. Going to be hitting those heels real quick. And, well, Shining Legacy, they know they got some opponents behind
They're
them.
doing their thing.
Yeah, they're doing their thing. They know they got some opponents behind them, but really their biggest challenge is going to be X-Force over here, who are now starting to take some shots.
Free Point's just a machine with that weapon, man. He just flips them, no problem. Vortex about to go down. X-Force really showing what it means to have elite accuracy right now. They're getting it done from long range with the ARs. Love to see it. And I got my eyes here on Trick, guys. We saw that 1v4 early on. XYQ miraculously making it out of Paradise Resort unscathed. And Trick's got the whole west or the eastern side of this circle to himself. I want to see a Trick cam here shortly. We'll see how he's able to do for XYQ, who desperately needs these points.
Ooh, play zone. Taking out Big Smokey out there. So that's going to be Shining Legacy. Actually going to be losing one to Papa Blue. Not respecting the power here on Sanhok. So X-Force still going to be looking strong in the north. They got a care package not too far from their current location. So that's going to be some much needed level 3 gear here as we shift gears into the late game. Zombie Boy still with the duo, 6 eliminations. Last game, we saw them with the solo, able to clutch out 7 in total. Zombie Boys doing just enough to be within fighting range here for that top 6 position. But another match where they're going to be just ping-ponging off of the Golden Eagles, their arch enemy out here when it comes to the overall leaderboard. So Golden Eagles, they got a whole squad down there in the south. X-Force with the whole squad up there in the north. And of course, you cannot discount Unique Legacy with the hardcover On the east side, still 8 teams remain, a total of 23 players on the battlefield as we shift gears towards the mid game.
All right, Poultry still dead center. X Factor on the outskirts, X-Force as well. Unique Legacy, Dope, shoulder to shoulder. Zombie Boys still kind of roaming around the area. Golden Eagles around Zombie Boys as well as XYQ. So a couple of stragglers they can pick off here and there, but for the most part, though, I would definitely be looking at X Factor, who's had their struggles, and they've definitely not been the most impressive or had the most impressive performance. But with 2 members, how far can they go? I mean, it's not far-fetched to see potentially a top 5 finish. That would be better than nothing, right, as far as I'm concerned. But I'm impressed with Zombie Boys. I mean, 6 eliminations, still 2 players alive. I think they've been improving and getting better and better. I don't know what it is about the Zombie Boys name, Dave, but it seems like every season that they play in the Challengers, or at least the Challenger Finals, they always do decently well.
I mean, imagine what they can accomplish with the squad alive, right?
Anything.
For sure. It seems like Xander and Aorsic are just like zooming around, man. And they're they have position here. That circle goes north. It goes to X-Force all the way up on that top northwest side. You know they have to be breathing a sigh of relief. They probably thought they were going to have to work their way in. Dope still holding that western side of the circle as well. And finally, Unique Legacy may have to move out of that compound that's been safe for them. And get a little camera here on Ander. This guy's been super active so far. He's picked up 2 elims so far this game. And Zombie Boys has got 6 to their name so far, leading all squads. They really, really need it because remember, they pulled 7 last match and did not move up despite being tied for the last spot to get into that Premier Final. So they really needed to do everything they can to get as many elims as possible here.
Ander, you got this. Ander, you got this. Take it to the shack.
Let's go.
Oh no! Unique Legacy, leave me alone.
That's dope as well.
There's a little bait right there from Payne from Dope Esports, allowing Ander to survive just a little longer. Nothing but an open doorway, though. Golden Eagle is going to be seeing this smoke, and they're going to be like, yeah, let's all just shoot in that direction. Ander has the shack, the open doorway, and 6 more smoke grenades to survive and hope the X-Force on the hilltops behind him can kind of be like a bodyguard, essentially, and allow him to survive just a little longer.
Just a little longer. And Zombie Boys is as far as they can go. That's the goal, right? Let's see how far they can go with just 1 remaining member, and you're getting pinned down. Meanwhile, Voltry's still inside that compound. They've been there for quite some time, and Aleem will at least get the finish onto 1. Good on him. So X-Force will get yet another elimination. They're starting to heat up. 8 total elims so far. 3 players last alive, and now already top 5. They're looking to potentially get another 15, or at least close to that, elimination game, which would be truly phenomenal and absolutely set them up for top 6. They're already there. They're already at least threatening first place. Bang. Great shot onto Unique Legacy, who was holding down Zombie Boys a little bit earlier. Now they're getting held down by X-Force. And believe it or not, Ander is still alive. Hugging the corner, Dave. Smokes out, doing everything in his power to just go as far as he can.
Hold him down. I mean, you got X-Force right above you who needs to make the push as well. It was really going to be drawing everybody's attention and really allowing Ander to survive just a little longer here. So Golden Eagles, we're just moving out there in the open, getting picked apart left and right. Unique Legacy looking really strong this game, even though they have 0 eliminations. They're setting themselves up for success here in the late game. X-Force, though, popping off, fellas. 10 eliminations, and they're not done yet.
They're punching their ticket right here, right now. They're not going to leave it up to chance. X-Force going through whatever obstacles are put in front of them. We got a 3v3v3 to wrap things up. Golden Eagles goes out here. Unique Legacy taking them down. Unique Legacy having a good game right now as they do drop 1. It's Volturi versus Unique Legacy versus X-Force. And I feel like X-Force has all of the momentum going in their favor at this point.
Yeah.
But the buildings on the side of Volturi, they've got the cover.
Oh, great shots on the Unique Legacy. They've been getting lit up by X-Force for a considerable amount of time at the moment. I mean, just cannot get away. Gustavo hugging the ground, snake in the grass. as much as he can. Meanwhile, maybe an opportunity opens up as it is going to be Voltry taking down a member of X-Force. In fact, all gone now. Top 2, Voltry versus Unique Legacy. Now the question is, has Gustavo been spotted? Yes, he has. The nade can't get up in time, and it will be Voltry taking it another game back to back. Impressive performance. 10 elims from map 3 on Erangel. They'll then go and get another winner chicken dinner on Sanhok map 4 with 9 total eliminations. These guys are on fire. Now, again, just showcasing why they were the best team when it came to the qualifiers.
Man, crazy game. Volturi getting it done once again. Honestly, they were kind of zone blessed there. They moved into the center circle. They had the compound, and if it went their way, they were going to be in a really good spot. And ultimately, when it got to the end, hey, they were still chilling, big chilling with that hard cover. You got to love it. But shout out to the Zombie Boys and Anders for somehow getting all the way across the circle as a solo and finding his way into that shack, securing some more points for his team. Really liked what I saw from Zombie Boys. But how about this at the start of the game? Keep your eyes on Trick here. He runs away, and I was thinking, oh, he's going to go to safety. But no, he comes back, pops one in the back. Here's one down, and then we see a couple more. Boom, boom. Just like that, Trick getting it done. Squad wipe here for XY.
What a great play from Trick right there. And just it comes down to just the map knowledge right there. Illusion trying to get the knife off right there. Here's the boot camp fight that we were talking about for a good portion of the early game. DBZ just falling apart at the seams right there. And X Factor walking away the victors of boot camp, but only as a duo. And I agree with you, Powerbang. Zombie Boys really pulling it together here and making best of a pretty bad situation that they found themselves in here this game. 6 eliminations, so another match where sure they accomplished some points on the board, but still there's a lot left to be desired for me when it comes to Zombie Boys. I want to see them make it to the mid to late game with the entire squad alive. I want to see them survive a little longer like we saw them do in the Challenger Division Season 6 qualifiers. Remember, they were the second best team when it comes to getting rank points coming through the 24 games. So want to see that survivability a little more and what they can accomplish if they do show up in the late game with the whole squad alive. Because if they show up to the late game with the whole team alive, I can see them easily getting that winner chicken dinner, punching their stamp to tomorrow's lobby.
Yeah, well, shout out to Unique Legacy as well. They're not necessarily the flashiest when it comes to elims, but highly consistent when placings are concerned. Miramar first place, and then 2 back-to-back second places. So Unique Legacy, they know how to live, they know how to survive. We might need to keep a closer eye on them going forward in the next 2 maps. 2 more maps to go to decide our top 6 to play in tomorrow's Premier Finals for $20,000. Who will it be? A lot of questions to be answered. All of them will be answered when we come back from the break. Don't go to our map 5 coming your way after the break. We're going to Miramar. Welcome back, everyone, to the Titan Series Season 6 Challenger Division Finals. I'm Taylor Reflection Snowball, joined by Mustache Dave and Power Bang. We're getting deep into the tournaments, man. We're now 2 maps away from top 6. Who's it going to be? Well, there's a lot of front runners, but still a lot of questions as to, well, Zombie Boys, for example. You know, have they done enough to break into top 6? BB, it's getting competitive.
Can't wait to see the scoreboards, man. I cannot wait to see the scoreboards. Honestly, I don't know if they did enough. We'll see. They're definitely hanging around late in the game, but that's not enough. You know, even when we look at some of the teams that performed well, we look at, like, I don't know, trying to think of who got some elims that were towards the bottom of the table. Maybe Rich Esports. No, definitely not them. Just for fun. You know, I feel like, you know, getting 6 points, but going out early, it's no longer enough. We now need to see those rank points, and we need to see those, you know, 6, 7 elims a game. So if you're getting those and going out early, it's still not going to get there. There's that gap that's a bit too big to overcome at this point. There's only 2 games left. We now need to see those, you know, top 3 finishes and, you know, edging towards double digits on the elims. So again, if you're not in that qualification range just yet, like top 6 or 7, now it's time to go big or go home. You want to start hunting those squads. You've seen every map so far. You should know at this point where teams are dropping. It's time to go headhunting. That's what I want to see.
Headhunting indeed. And for Zombie Boys, I hope they find their head, man, because this is a big moment for them, Dave. You know, this is the chance to shine. I don't think we've ever watched Zombie Boys not make it to the Premier Finals once they are, of course, qualified for the Challenger Division Finals. This is a great map for them. Miramar, last time we watched them on Miramar, 2nd place, 5 eliminations. They held on tight to what they had. It was a great game for what it's worth coming out from them. And I believe it was Fetty we were watching pop off, right? He was 4 out of the 5 elims they were able to get. So Dave, Fetty, I think he's the hero that Zombie Boys needed on Miramar. They need to make it happen in map 5.
Yeah, well, the P90 came in clutch, by the way, as well. And I'm just putting this out there in the world because they call me the tiebreaker man around here. So tiebreaker is determined in the following order, gentlemen, just to remind you. So hopefully you have your notepads out. The first one is chicken dinners, right? So whoever has the most chicken dinners, well, they get bumped up to the top. If they both have, say, the same amount of chicken dinners, then we go to eliminations. Say that's also the same. The third qualifier is the last played match. So depending on their placement in the last game that we just had. So I'm putting that out there because let's bring up the scores. I was looking.
Let's see if we have any ties.
Maybe not a tie, but very close when it comes to the qualifying spot here. But before we get to that, here's the match rankings from last game.
Match rankings, Voltry, man, tearing it up. 2 back-to-back winner chicken dinners, scoring 40-plus points in the span of just 2 games. 40 points is what the cutoff, I believe, right now, at least for top 6. That's how dominant they have been. Unique Legacy, shout out to their consistency. First, second, and second in the past 3 maps. How can they do in the next 2? Well, we are sure to find out. After all, they're returning to Hallowed Grounds, Miramar, where they ended up winning last time. And then, of course, X-Force returned with 17 points. We look now, X-Force in second. Voltry, though, leading the charge, man. 19-point lead. That is so impressive. Truly a dominant performance. But now let's get real, PB. Let's go towards the top 6. And Dope Esports look to be falling down a little bit. Meanwhile, Zombie Boys are moving up. But it's still a tight race.
It is tight indeed. And, you know, I like that Zombie Boys was rewarded for their play, surviving into those later stages. They'll move up to 5th place, jumping over the Golden Eagles, another one of Dave's teams. But Unique Legacy, Shining Legacy, the Legacies out in force right now, taking up 3rd and 4th. They're sitting pretty good, but they can't feel good about that cushion that they have between those teams behind them. But I got to say, X-Force and Volturi, I think, have punched their tickets at this point to the Premier Finals. Volturi, most certainly so. X-Force is right on that borderline here. If they secure any points, I think, in this next game, they're probably looking good. But the key for me, XYQ, Trick, he might have just saved their season. Essentially, you know, that squad wipe that he picked up in Paradise Resort kept them alive. They're just 13 points off the cutoff right now. And they're really the only team right now, you know, that's not currently qualified that still is kind of in range.
Yeah.
Everything, as we take a peek at the second page, we're desperation time. All of these teams right here, they need a chicken dinner right here, right now. They need big elims. Otherwise, it's not going to work out for them.
I'll be honest, chicken dinner's not even enough. They need a chicken dinner and at least 5 to 8 eliminations. Man, that's rough math, and we know my math is terrible, but that's what I'm calling it because the other teams, they've been great. The top 6 teams as they currently stand have been highly consistent. So you better believe they're going to at least get 5 to 10 points based off of their performance alone. So you need winner chicken dinner plus a handful of eliminations if you're on this page. And honestly, even for XYQ in 9th or 8th place, on the first page, is there any glimmer of hope, Dave? Since you have a lot of teams that you support, is there any glimmer of hope for anyone on this page?
On this page, is there any glimmer of hope? No. But when I'm looking at the top 6, I'm still predicting Shining Legacy going to continue to slide down. Zombie Boys, Golden Eagles continue to get bumped up, and Dope Esports as well kind of backfill. So
what does this continue to slide, Dave? Shining Legacy hasn't slid yet. They're locked in.
You ever play
they're locked in.
Chutes and Ladders? Yeah, Unique Legacy's locked in. But Shining Legacy, they're on the slide right now, right? And Dope Esports, they're on the ladder, all right? So Zombie Boys, Golden Eagles, Dope Esports, they're crawling on up. Shining Legacy, they had one good game, sure.
What are you talking about, Dave? Dope was in 2nd place. They're the ones sliding. They're down to 7th now. They've lost their hold on the top 6.
Shining Legacy got more points than Dope in the last map.
Oh, wow. Cool stat, but they're still not going to qualify.
He's just going to ignore the science, Dave.
Yeah, right.
All right.
Just
Fair
ignore
enough.
the stats. They got 3rd place in the map before that. 3rd place with 3 elims, Dave.
Listen, guys, we got 2 more games, then I can say I told you so. All right, I don't know what you want from me.
All right, fair enough.
I admire the confidence, though. I admire the confidence.
You got to have confidence. Dave's got confidence in life. He really does. Okay, Dave, let me throw another one at you. Then XYQ though, you clearly not a fan of Shining Legacy. For whatever reason, I don't know what they did to hurt you. But XYQ at 8th place.
XYQ, dude, that push on the Erangel, they just sent it one vehicle at a time. No, they're not qualifying either, right? I mean, these little things all add up, though, right? I mean, it comes down to the mental fortitude. I mean, that's something I've been talking a lot about this season. Like, that's my vocabulary word out here. And it's about embracing challenges and just staying with the positive mindset. XYQ, I just don't see it. Yeah, we saw a great play last game to really clutch it out. But looking back at all the games as a whole, there's just nothing that I can take away from their games tonight that will show me that they're going to qualify. So, yeah, they're in 8th place, but, I mean, I feel like they're going to finish as a mid-pack team and just, barely make the mark, right?
Sure. Well, they did better than Dope in the last map, so I don't know.
Keep saying that, but Dope, they're the most aggressive team, and they've been one of the better teams when it comes to team fights here tonight. So
they have. I'm just giving you a hard time, but they have. I think Dope is a lot better prospect than XYQ and anybody else out there. But Shining Legacy, we'll see if they can continue to shine bright. I think they're going to be just fine. Now, look, though, I will say this. They are a team that's going to skate by in top 6. They're not a team that's going to break into top 6 like top 3, okay? And that's just kind of where they've always been, even during the Premier Division. Like, that's just kind of what Shining Legacy was. They were a team that could have good games, but not good enough to be consistent, right? But let's get real, because we still have 10 teams that we know for sure are going to be in those Premier Finals, PB. A lot of talented teams there, and everybody's trying to, work their way up to obviously play against them. Voltry seems to be the standout, clearly. X-Force obviously has already been there. But this is my question, PB. Voltry being the standout team, leading by 19 points, even that of X-Force, who couldn't even break into top 10 to qualify for Premier Finals straight out. How good does Voltry look? Do they look like a team that could very well challenge the top teams already waiting to play tomorrow in the Premier Finals?
It's tough to say. They definitely have the gun skill to compete. I don't know if they're going to have the ability to play the zone, right? Today, they've been blessed a couple of times. Remember on Miramar, they found themselves given that high ground. They did have to fight for it. So I will give them nod on that. They fought for that high ground, but then basically just sat there and shot fish in a barrel that whole time. And then this last game, we found themselves in a compound center zone, the only team basically with hard cover that whole time. They were able to take advantage of that. One thing I will say for Vulture at this point is when they have an opportunity, they have been able to capitalize, and they haven't thrown that opportunity away. Sure. And that is the hallmark of a good team, right? I don't know that they're a great team, but they're a good team. They'll definitely be able to compete, but we'll see if they're able to get into the money.
We'll see. They're obviously top 6. We'll see if they can get into the money tomorrow. Dave, for you though, unique legacy. I just got to ask.
Just to add on to Powerbang's point,
sure,
real quick. I was always like the believer of like teams who, like in this format of a tournament, you qualify today and you play tomorrow. I always felt like the teams who qualified the day before, they're a little more warmed up, right? Compared to the teams that qualified last week, right? They're feeling it. Whoa, that was okay. Ignore that. But yeah, they're feeling
it. Is that dope sliding?
Yeah, that was dope sliding up the leaderboard. But my point being is teams who qualify tonight, I feel like have a slight advantage over teams who sat idle for a week, right? Because they're a little more warmed up. Maybe there were some mistakes here tonight that they recognize that they can instantly correct overnight, right? And have a game plan coming into tomorrow's map. So with that in mind, Vulture looking good if they continue to perform like they have been. But really, I'm looking at X-Force. X-Force, they were in the Premier qualifiers. They didn't make the mark. They're here tonight. They're going to be the team with the most experience when it comes to playing in-game here at this caliber of a lobby. And they're going to be just warmed up right out the gate here tomorrow. So honestly, X-Force is probably the team that I'm going to watch here tomorrow night, just based on all those facts that I just laid out for both of you. Yep.
The biggest thing though is look, it's no longer a qualifier, at least for Premier Finals. It's the same format here, right? It's going to be 6 games and you're done, right? So anything can happen on the championship day. I do want to ask though, since I have you two here, if you don't mind, C4, and I should have looked this up before, and I was thinking about this before we went live.
I'll be here all night.
I hope so anyways. C4, didn't they were in the Challengers. They won Challenger Finals, I believe, or at least they qualified through Challenger Finals, Premier Finals. Didn't they go on to win Premier Finals? Am I right on that? Three times, right? But they did so after winning or qualified through Challengers and then went on to win Premier Finals like the next day, right?
Yes, they did. They came through. It was like, who are these guys, right? The new kids on the block. They came in, big stick, swinging it, and they won the title. And then they didn't let it go. They started in Premier the next season, and C4, a lot of credit to them. They got it done early on. We've seen this a couple of times. I think Butterfly Effect was another squad we saw come up and do quite well in the upper league. So it's certainly possible. To Dave's point, I do think that there is something to that. Even if you look at like professional sports, right? The teams that have those buys or those long layoffs often come out with a little bit of rust. And you see the same thing in esports, right? Fingers maybe need to get stretched out a little bit, get those juices flowing. I think everybody here has a golden opportunity to get exactly that. Get those, those nerves kind of out of the way and walk in feeling confident into the Premier Finals tomorrow night.
Yeah. If C4 could do it, anybody could do it, man. I remember them. I remember being, whenever I was a professional in one of the games that I used to play, I remember taking a day off would definitely hurt me. Whenever I was earning at least a salary of $500,000 a game that I would play, and we would play a minimum 8 games a day. Yeah, taking a day off would definitely hurt. But I think definitely having the warm-ups today is great going into tomorrow. I think that's going to put them at a distinct advantage, Dave. And Dave, when you were a competitive player, what was the best mindset for you?
Really just coming in every match with the mustache comb, just in case I got to get put up there for that winner chicken dinner interview. You always got to be camera ready, honestly, and that's what I always told my squad mates. And the point being is we all had a really good facial hair. You always have to be prepared for that winner chicken dinner interview. And coming into tomorrow, X-Force, I already know they're gonna slay out. They're gonna be a team walking away with some money, right? Zombie Boys might get a little bit of money, right? But the point is they're qualified. No.
Okay.
I mean, there's doubt that they're going to be number one. Yeah, I mean, I'm just a realist, but they're going to be there tomorrow. The main concern for me, though, is Dauntless, right? We already know Dauntless are going to be crowned the champions tomorrow. So it's how these other teams can kind of play around Dauntless and their powerhouse of a roster here.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
hopefully these teams, they're doing some VOD review, honestly, and just really preparing and having that playbook ready to go here for tomorrow night.
Dave, you have been just shouting out Dauntless since the very, very beginning. If Dauntless comes through and wins tomorrow, whatever you want, I'll buy it, as long as it's a maximum amount of $20. Okay, we'll put it. So if you want to,
that's a good budget. That's a good budget.
If you want a mustache comb, Dave, I will hook you up with a great quality, probably plastic comb.
No, this one's good.
That's a great comb. I'll buy you another one of your choice. I'll buy you 5 of them if they're whatever amount of money that equals.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll take this offline, no problem. But
Sure.
yeah, Dauntless, X-Force, I think we're waiting for the next match to start here. I'm warmed up. I'm ready to go. We're sending it back to Miramar, baby.
Yes, we definitely are, man. And that's
Can't wait.
It's the home of Unique Legacy, right? They ended up taking Miramar a little bit earlier, map number 2. Granted, only 4 eliminations. They kind of snuck in and took advantage of, I believe it was Zombie Boys, Shining Legacy fighting, but Unique Legacy looking to once again reclaim their throne at the top. They're in third place currently, but the reality is they're only 4 points above Golden Eagles, who's currently in 6th place, okay? So Unique Legacy, Zombie Boys, Golden Eagles, they're not safe, and the reason why is because Dope Esports is just below them in 7th place, and they are looking to break through in the next couple of games. So Dope Esports, that's the team you got to keep your eye out on. They need some longevity, and every fight counts. And honestly, at this point, PB, every point counts.
It really does. My eyes are on 2 squads this particular game. Dope Esports is one, and XYQ is one. I'm watching them off the drop, and I really feel like XYQ is still in this, assuming that they go headhunting. They have to go engage a lesser squad early on. You can see they're the first ones out of the plane. They're going north to Al-Azhar in all likelihood. Probably not the headhunting strat we're looking for here, but maybe if they rotate quickly, they might be able to find somebody, but unluckily for them, there's really no one near them. So this is going to be a challenge, right? For XYQ, they need to get some momentum going. So if they're not able to do that with elims, they're going to have to play super high here. So again, my eyes are on XYQ and Dope Esports. Taking a peek at the map to see Dope, and it looks like they're out of the plane late here. So we'll see where they end up dropping, probably near El Pozo.
Los Leones has a couple parachutes heading that way as well. So might have some early skirmishes here on the 5th game of the evening. After this, reminder, we got one more game to go. Top 6 make it to tomorrow's lobby that we've been hyping up here tonight with the total prize pool of $20,000. My goodness, how it's been one heck of a season. All these players competing their hearts out to make it this far into our current lobby. Shout out to everybody involved behind the scenes at the Titan series as well. I mean, we got the mods and the YouTube chat. We got the admins making these lobbies happen. There's so many moving parts that honestly, the observers, the game directors, there's just so much going on. And you know what?
And production. Don't forget production.
I mean, there's a lot of moving parts, and honestly, it's another great season. I mean, season number 6 here.
Season 6 is crazy. Well, it's technically season 7 because you had
season 6.
Yeah,
the 7th season.
The seventh season because you had that season 0, which
like an episode of Lost.
Exactly. Or One Piece, gosh, because One Piece just never ended either, man. One Piece is just, I got to start that show, man. I got to see if I can conquer it because it's a beast. It's 100 and something episodes, man. Actually, more than that, isn't it? Crazy stuff. Production would let me know, and especially our producer. I think he's watched it all. Regardless, man.
I think he has other priorities right now.
I think he's running the show I was just mentioning.
Well, you're not watching it now, but you know he does have free time. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. Hey, Shine.
Good.
He's that good. He is good. He is actually the best in the industry, without question. Shining Legacy, dead center of zone. That excites me. It really does. Not even just because of the bans or whatever, but I really do think they're going to be set up quite nice. They don't have to go anywhere. They're not going to get any eliminations, but they're going to be set up very nicely while everybody else on the outskirts are going to have to fight. And look at this conglomerate of people in Los Leones, man. You've got 1, 2, 3, 3 teams. 3 4 stacks ready to fight it out. It's going to be Voltry, Inferno, and then, of course, Unique Legacy. That's going to be a bloodbath, and even more so if X Factor decides to move up in there, and who knows, maybe even the Finest 4 also decide to move in.
You know, I think Unique Legacy kind of missed an opportunity with their name. They should have been Unique New York, but that's just me.
Why?
It's a tongue twister. You try to say it 5 times fast.
Oh, just okay. I was like, is there lore?
No,
They
go
all
for
from
it.
New York? Unique New York. Unique New York.
I'm
Unique New
walking
York.
here.
That's a part of the tongue twister too.
I'm walking here.
So
baby.
first game of the evening where Rich Esports aren't eliminated right off the drop, and lucky for them, Golden Eagles were in Monte Nuevo. Might have spotted them out, but instead Golden Eagles looking to prioritize the center of the map here. Going to be heading towards Chumacera with Shining Legacy holding it down, but we'll see. Rich Esports, I mean, that was a team that we all kind of were like, wow, look at how they performed during the qualifiers here. Top 3, right? Ton of eliminations, ton of placement points, and really just been having an off night, all things considered. But now with the 5th map of the evening, they're going to have some time finally to get some loot, really, and set themselves up here on this Miramar game. So I know we've been talking about, hey, I'll get back to my point in a minute, because we finally get our first horse of the evening.
Gosh, they jumped
It's an
so
e-horse.
high. They jumped so. Look at this guy. He's just having fun.
He's just out doing tricks, man.
Yeah.
He's like, forget this game. We're going to the show.
They're
gonna
in
ride
first
this pony
place.
around the desert.
Wow.
Like, what is he even doing? He's not even running in a straight line anywhere. He's just, hey, look at this parkour.
Practicing for the gosh, what's it called? Where you got the horse and you jump over the stuff.
Just, I don't know.
No, it's like equestrian.
Equestrian?
Yes. That's what he's training for. Adrian wanting to hit the main stage, man. Now Vultry, look, they're chilling, right? They're in first place. They're feeling good.
We gotta fight.
And they got Pika pinned up. Here, Inferno once again, man, are just split. Pagal's running into a mountain. Inferno, again, they're not a team that has good team chemistry, but individually, I think they're just a good roster. Pika included. I think Pika's all right.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Right here is where they have an opportunity to get it done. They've got numbers on their side, but horses and the cavalry's coming. Let's
That's
put
right.
it that way.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there
I
you
got
go.
Dave to break. Let's go.
Pushing uphill right now.
I'm gonna lick my finger and swipe it in the air for 1 tally.
There you go.
go.
Inferno is pushing onto Voltry. This is the aggression I like to see. That is not the result, though, that I wanted from Inferno Esports. Granted, there is a silver lining, maybe a chance to come back, because Pagal is ready to tear it up. But watch out for Victor. Victor's moving in, and Pagal needs to win this. If he can win this, his entire team's going to be back up. He loses, Pika's gone. So is Kunjan, and that is Inferno Esports out of the way. And I gotta say, I'm a bit disappointed.
Well, I can't say I'm surprised. This top team in the lobby getting 4 kind of easy ones there, taking down Inferno. Inferno had decent position there, just didn't capitalize at the start of that one. Unfortunate for them, but that'll probably be the end of their run. They're
I think
still
so. Yeah.
24 points off the cutoff and headed to a final game here. That's not going to be enough, because the mark is only going to move north. And here we are over at DBZ. See, he's got. This has been the most entertaining player in the lobby.
You think so?
far today?
Why is that?
Oh yeah, just shenanigans, bro. It has nothing to do with the gameplay. Just
Pull him
doing
the pin.
wild stuff. He's driving crazy. I mean, give this man a horse and let's see what he can do with that. That's what I want to see.
I feel like Metacore's back on it.
But of course,
He's here in
power
spirit.
bang right now.
Yeah.
Mention the horse. We need
Mention the horse, man. He was in chat earlier. If you're still out there, shout out
Shout out the
Metacore.
medal.
right.
But yeah, kind of going back to VT, like they already qualified, and that's scary in my opinion, because they're really just playing with nothing to lose at this point. Sure, they can try to clutch it out, get another win, but I mean, they're already at the top with what, like 20 plus points as a buffer. So if you're these other teams really trying to qualify here in the last 2 matches, that's going to be a squad I want to stay far away from. But here's the big fight. XYQ right there on the cusp. Looks like one of their squad mates are already going to be eliminated. They're going to be fighting
Big
in
fan of
the
this
blue
fight.
ABC, though, with a nice little flick, a little 360 action right there. XYQ looking to start their game number 5 with some eliminations here to play catch up.
This is
on
what
the
I wanted to
leaderboard.
see from them.
That's what
This is what I wanted to see from them. Not only that, but they targeted a team that's been hovering around the bottom the entire time. They caught them on rotation, and just like that, XYQ getting into it. They do have some people to pick up, but the finest four down to, once again, just the finest one. Not sure which one of them it is, but he's on the run at the moment. XYQ getting a much-needed boost here. It's not enough, though. I mean, just winning one squad fight isn't enough. They need to do that like 2 more times and rank well this game.
But it was the way they took that fight and how they completed that fight. Granted, the self-nade at the end wasn't flashy, but either way, they get the job done, and all 4 are going to be up. XYQ is a team that's on the cusp, on the bubble. A team that needs to make up the most ground in order to break into top 6. That's just the start. And this lobby is still very, very healthy. If XYQ can somehow go on a terror here, drop like a 16 bomb, they're top 6, they're looking good. Now you got Zombie Boys, Golden Eagle, Shining Legacy, who are going to be sweating bullets going into map 6, Dave.
Yeah, and really XYQ, Dope, Esports, like these teams on the cusp, even maybe B-Town and X Factor, I believe they're like 17 points behind. You got 2 more games to go, and that's to qualify to continue just carrying the baton for the roster, essentially, right? Because we're at the end of the year. Not a lot more of events are going to be occurring. So you have to assume if they don't qualify for tomorrow, I mean, this might be their last day playing together as a team, right? Because teams tend to change it up and, prepare for that next year. So really, XYQ, just giving it their all. 2 more games to go. Like you said, Reflections, that was a great fight. We do need to see more of that, but they are looking like they're clocking in here.
Clocking in indeed.
Great point.
Dope. Esports.
You're going to see some rash retirements, immediately after tonight. That's it. Thanks, everybody, for support. And then they'll be back like a couple months later.
Hey, that's esports.
Yep.
even at the highest level, they retire and they come back a month later. It's like, what happened?
Can't stay away.
What? They got an offer they couldn't refuse. They came back. Man. Dope esports.
We're trying to convince PB to bring back Lights Out. So for any players,
true. Come on back. Let's. Would you? Let me ask this, PB. Would you sign Dave or myself onto that team?
As what though? As a player?
As the lead player.
Coach. I would be a good mental coach, right?
Lead player.
Come on, guys.
Lead player.
I'd IGL you, Dave.
There you go. There you go. Wait, let's create a team.
Yeah, I can get placement points. I actually won a tournament with placement points before.
Really?
That's all you need sometimes. Back when placement points were worth 15, though, for a chicken dinner.
Oh, yeah. That's where it was at. Listen, you need someone to carry the meds, the nades, and revive.
I can do that, yeah.
That's me all day.
Be your pack mule on a horse. XYQ.
There you go.
ABC down once again. He was the guy who self-naded himself a little bit earlier, and he will fall to the wayside this time. Oh, this is not the team you want to push, though. Granted, Valak gets away. I thought he was going to get gunned down for sure. You're going against a team that's already in first place. The value in this fight isn't necessarily there. However, XYQ, they don't care. Vulture will lose 1 player in Devil.
Wow.
And maybe more to follow, depending. And unfortunately, XYQ seems to be unraveling. Trick, though, the hero that you guys were touting a little bit earlier, still up. 1v2, nades are out. You got to question, does he have an understanding where Adrian and Victor is at? And is it worth it sticking this res? I think Adrian's going to poke his head out at the last second. He's going to. Trick reads it, and he will disengage once again up top. And it's a great read, PB. Trick stays alive.
Trick alive, has an opportunity to clutch up once again here for XYQ. We'll see if he can get it done. So far, a very tough fight for XYQ. It started out as optimally as possible. He gets 1 knock and headshots the second. Can he get it finished? He cannot. XYQ out of here. Wow. VTM up to 8 elims. They'll pad their margin on the top of the tables, and XYQ out of the lobby. 4 elims, that's not going to be enough.
That's a great effort, though. You got to give him credit. I thought he had it. When that 1v2, when they both popped out, right, to go for the bait and switch or maybe even the trade-off, I was like, man, he's dead. But when he got that first drop, I think, man, there's a glimmer of hope here. Trick might be able to make it happen, and he nearly does.
DBZ. The third party was just adding that additional pressure for Trick, honestly, right there. I felt like Trick had that one in the bag, too.
I agree. I thought that fell apart for XYQ when XMPL pulled the smoke and went to cover the man that was knocked behind the fight. he somehow decided it was good to run out from the corner of cover with his back turned to the squad that he was fighting. I don't know what that was, but unfortunately it was not good timing, got knocked, and then it ended up with Trick trying to play hero.
Just some fun pulling up over here on Shining Legacy. Big smoke up there in the Raptors. Gonna be spotted, not flushed out. I mean, talk about the commitment to get all the way up there, Smoke. My goodness. But look at this. This is going to be paying off here. An elimination onto C.
Ooh, is Exotic's already down, right? Vortex.
Look at him sliding, Dave.
What a spot. They're really trying to be like, yeah, Dave, we're qualifying, right?
Oh, they got it.
They're going to show you right now. They've been in 4th place, solid, and they've just been big chilling here. They're not sliding. That's dope.
But they do have to rotate now, though. They do have to rotate out, and luckily though they've got a lot of they got a lot of clear ground in front of them. Oh, be careful!
Be careful. He is really
that western
sliding.
side is an absolute pickle mess, man. There's so many squads intermixed with one another.
Oh, Smokey's down.
Crazy.
Smokey fell. Shiva got him on when he was trying to get down. Shining Legacy loses their star player at the top. Granted, he was already rotating out, but Shining Legacy now has to try and work their way back over to Smokey to get him back on his feet. Being a 4-stack, especially in this game, is going to be incredibly important. Shining Legacy are so close to potentially qualifying, not qualifying. Every person alive matters. And I believe they'll get Smokey back up, and just for fun, it's going to go ahead and disengage. So Shining Legacy will live to fight another day.
Yep. Just for fun, going to be pulling off that one as a duo, playing the zone instead. May be able to leapfrog around Shining Legacy and try to gatekeep them, potentially. We'll have to see. X-Force also in the area, like you mentioned, PB and Chumacera. All these squads need to make the move here. Hey, Vic. Out here in the open. Free point, though, is going to be down and out for X-Force as they are heading towards B-Town right now.
They're looking to pick up, like I mentioned in the break. They just need a couple of more points here to really feel secure about this last game. And they're already down a member, haven't picked up an Elim yet. So X-Force doesn't feel great about this game so far. And another member in Bebe down on the turf. And that's not what they're hoping for here. Alim also down. It's down to just one member of X-Force, Kvik, trying to get it done. He's got Moso down on the flank. I think you pick up a confirm here and try to get this, this extra point, but looks like Moso's got the cover of a car. That's it for X-Force. They go out with 0 points, not what they were hoping for.
But they're still in a healthy spot relatively, but you did say, PB, that they might still be on that cusp where things could get weird for them, depending. But that early exit's not going to make them feel too good. They're going to be at what they started off with and going into the last game with an opportunity to potentially be top 6, but again, they're going to have to lock it up. Last game for Golden Eagles, though, that's a big win and a good win. And for Dope, team just up ahead, right? So you're going to have B-Town, so that fight might be taking place a little bit shortly. What's up, BB?
Well, if you look at X-Force and where they're at on the standings, they're out right now, 0 points, and they had a healthy little margin, but every other team below them right now that's in qualification contention, Unique Legacy, Shining Legacy, Zombie Boys, Golden Eagles, all of them are all still in, and they're all still at full strength. So they've got, points in their win column already right now. Golden Eagles has got 4. So everybody's targeting X-Force right now. I don't think X-Force is safe. I mean, they're definitely doing all right, but there is a world where all of these teams could put up a significant amount of points and actually jeopardize X-Force's safety if they have another poor game in Game 6.
That would be unfortunate, right? Considering how well they've been playing here tonight. But yeah, this last game definitely gonna make them work for it here. So 0 points for X-Force. Totally agree. Shining Legacy doing a great job actually down there in the south, kind of playing together. They rotated from Chumacera, went all the way down there to the south. Now they're going to be right behind X Factor. Got a nice little split going on the hillside. They know that their back end is cleared out, so they don't need to worry about any opponents kind of surprising them from behind. So Shining Legacy, I respect them. All right, I respect them. I'm just looking at other squads here, but we'll
Dope's
see.
in a tough spot.
Yeah, Dope's the team I'm looking at here. Up in the north, they lost one of their squad mates. They need to now make the push through B-Town, through Golden Eagles, and maybe even DBZ. Remember, Dope Esports coming into this match, they need at least 5 points to catch up to the Golden Eagles, who the Golden Eagles, as we've seen already with the full squad wipe here. So Dope Esports definitely in a very challenging predicament.
Lost another one too, or at least another one's down, and it looks like they're going to get pushed on.
Oh, they're going to get pushed?
Yeah,
it's happening now for Dope. This is do or die.
And it's a 4v2 as well, so this is going to be a tough spot for Dope to be in, but if they want to succeed and they want to secure a top 6, this is the fight that they must win. And I believe this might be Savage draw. No, believe it or not, it's not. I thought for sure Savage was about to die, but just a little bit too much pressure onto the remaining member of Dope. That was Volt, and Volt unfortunately gone along with the other teammate. Dope is out. And that's going to be a tough break for them, because now, Dave, they go into the final game with a lot of questions. Will top 6 even be attainable?
Yeah, I think so, as long as they have a good game like we saw in games 1 and games 2. But I mean, the RNG is going to be there, of course, right? And well, 3 eliminations, sure, I'll take it. Not similar to our 7 eliminations we saw from them in the earlier half of the evening. So Dope Esports, one more map to qualify and keep that competitive dream alive here. And going back to the south, we were just chatting about Shining Legacy. Looks like they're setting up for a potential push onto X Factor. They're tossing out some smokes. I do see Gatsby getting third party from the hillside over there from Unique Legacy, so that might make this push a little more challenging. But they're definitely trying to plot this one out.
This is more really, really good positioning here from Unique Legacy. They've been in circle from the very beginning. Got great high ground advantage right now and good sight lines onto the squads below them, looking down onto the Shining Legacy, getting shots down range. They also have X Factor down there as well. X Factor is do or die time for them. They're a 3-man and they still haven't put up a single point during this game, and that is something they need to correct, and quickly. X Factor sitting on just 9 elims coming into the game all night long, so you know they really need to step it up if they want a chance to qualify here.
Big fight for Shining Legacy against X Factor, one that they need to win. I like they're not getting overly aggressive. They're not wanting to commit too much. We've been seeing a lot of teams, these challenger teams, full send in vehicles and just waste their lives and just be fully eliminated. Shining Legacy is a bit too smart for that, right? X Factor, though, to their credit, also another intelligent team. You know, Dave, you were talking earlier about the level of play that these teams are used to. X Factor, Shining Legacy, very used to the top level, along with Golden Eagles, and oh, the car wreaking havoc, getting the finishes, Mosa, though, into the fire and flames. And I mentioned it again, these full sends, right? And it's so unfortunate. That was his teammates' ensign that ended up taking him down. Now Troz Moso down. Golden Eagles go from a powerhouse position to now at risk of potentially being eliminated.
Yeah, 8 eliminations. Let's see, are we going to try to get the pickup on the squad mates here? They are going to have to be battling with the blue zone. Shining Legacy, though, now attempting to close the gap. They're going to be right here on the edge of the compounds. The X Factor have been holding down for some time. Vortex, shoot, one of the members from Zombie Boys just worked his way and took him out. And now here comes Salty with the UMP to put a stop to the Volt, the push through the window. Shining Legacy, I believe, have 2 squad mates still alive, so it's going to be a 2v3, but the third party is really what's hindering this push.
Good little spot here from Salty. He is like just burrowed into this building. Not a lot of damage can be done to him from nades from here, but Shining Legacy on the push right now. They've got X Factor cornered in like a very small area, and they have to get this push done as they are in danger of being third-partied right now. But it looks like that's starting to subside as Unique Legacy starting to rotate away a little bit. Still up a 4-man on the side of Unique Legacy, but the Shining Legacy squad still in it. They got 2 members left, but this is, you know, the placements that they need to hopefully lock down this placement here.
I do wonder if Unique Legacy starts to encroach on this fight. Also, Ander is seemingly scouting it out too. Golden Eagles rocking up. DBZ and Rich have been in this fight for a considerable amount of time, and Golden Eagles said enough is enough, that we want these elims. We need these elims. And good on Golden Eagles, by the way. Last time we looked at them, right to what, it was like 2 or 3 down. They managed to get back onto their feet. They're now fighting another day, and a good opportunity to go against, I hate to say it, 2 lesser teams, teams that haven't been performing well. This is a big moment for Golden Eagles.
10 elims so far for Golden Eagles as well. So they are rocking and rolling, and they're trying to stamp their ticket right here, right now to the Premier Finals. And good on them for the way they've started this game.
Oh, the snake could be nice. Oh, snake could be nice. Doesn't connect, surprisingly. And I think it was because maybe he dropped a little bit later from gunfire, or did he get away? I couldn't tell, but the way for Golden
He ducked
Eagles.
under it.
He dipped under it? Okay.
I guess.
Oh, no, he's still
Took a
there.
nap.
Yep, he's. I thought he was dead with the way that his
Me too.
X-ray was
I don't know how that missed.
DBZ down to just a duo. Golden Eagles, like you said, were able to get the pickup on 2 of their squad mates and get the reset heal up, and they got the hillside to work with for cover. Really have some room to maneuver for the time being. It looks like Shining Legacy, they were eliminated on the push, so by the way, from X Factor. But let's see what Trolls can accomplish here besides burn themselves alive. Mistakes have been made.
This is the second time.
Maybe keep the util out of Trolls' hands and just stick with the guns here. But let's see how they could respond here.
He's having a day, huh, with that utility?
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people in this lobby are.
Look at the control that Zombie Boys has of this zone right now. They're going to be able to move in and take this relatively easily. There is just a big mess. 4 different squads still at that compound over there. You've got Vulture and Victor. What's your vector? He's checking out that fight and saying, I don't want any of it. I'm going to go to zone. Somehow they're still alive. 8 elims so far. And Zombie Boys, sight set here on X Factor. Malaz takes some shots, but able to stay safe behind the trees. Solid job holding the flank here for the Zombie Boys as well. X Factor is not long for this world, I don't think.
Well, we'll see. Managed to get away, but Ander finally gets a drop on Malaz. Fetty, the guy that has been on my radar for a little bit of amount of time, really all day, especially after his performance on the first Miramar we saw earlier, is going to wreak havoc with the utility. Unfortunately, he will use his last nade, but luckily he's still got some Molotovs. I mean, just putting in work on X Factor. Ander will get another one. And now it's all up to Cole, last alive. Once that smoke dissipates, he's pretty much all but done with. All he can do is kind of hill it out. He can't even take himself out, even if he wanted to. Maybe throw the Molotov on the ground, deny the point. But I think he wants to try and make it into the car. That might be his only play, but Unique Legacy now moving up. It's officially a party.
Yeah, both teams trying to get these elimination points over here, tossing grenade after grenade right on top of X Factor's head. Cole still going to be alive. The last one left here, trying to avoid every single grenade being tossed their way. And Unique Legacy and the Zombie Boys, well, they each have their own respected dips on the roadsides here down in the south. Zombie Boys, though, I want to see them group up, though. I want to see them recognize, hey, there's a whole squad across the road. I get they had a beautiful spread, but I would hate for them to spend so much time up there in the north and get shot up by the Golden Eagles. But Unique Legacy over here making some moves happen now.
Golden Eagles just won another fight. They're up to 13 eliminations now. They've crossed 2,000 damage this game. Really nice job to them. Taking matters into their own hands. They're not waiting to see which other squads do bad. They're just going to say, you know what? We're going to go out and do good right now. Another squad doing well, once again, is Unique Legacy. Prime positioning. They've got 3 members left standing. They haven't gotten a lot of elims, but they are just kings of the rank points right now. And Unique Legacy, once again, into the top 4.
Yeah, they've done such a good job with their consistency. They've now placed top 3 over the past now 4 maps. I mean, such a good performance, an exciting prospect heading into tomorrow's Premier Finals, which I'm sure Unique Legacy will make it there. Not necessarily the most eliminations, but their consistency is really, really something to see. And I'll take that over, not placing top 5, top 3, and getting 0 eliminations consistently, right? Zombie Boys, Unique Legacy, Golden Eagles now all up, fighting for the winner chicken dinner at a critical point in the tournament where only 1 map is left after this, and Melgar will strike first, taking down one of Unique Legacy's and the utility out. Unique Legacy might be in a bit of a pickle here. You got Zombie Boys focused on him as well as Golden Eagles, Dave.
Yeah, definitely. And Trolls with the mini just locked in over here on Unique Legacy. Over here, though, the MG3, so we definitely got the weapons to really make this a nail-biter of a final battle. Zombie Boys, they got 2 P90s on their side as well up there in the north with Fetty and Ander. So going to be looking at these 2 homies to see how they let this one rip here, as this is a huge game for the overall leaderboards when it comes to teams trying to solidify themselves and punch that ticket. Mosto going for that drive-by is going to be spotted and flushed out of their vehicle here. Golden Eagles, 14 eliminations down to just a duo. The first squad mate couldn't get the run over. Can we get the second one? No, we cannot. Golden Eagles trying to get the runovers here and just kind of tossing their keys out the window at the end. But let's see. Zombie Boys, they got the whole team alive. Zombie Boys looking to get the winner chicken dinner.
Little loot delivery boy there for Unique Legacy. Nade in, that's almost good. Escapes over the ridge to safety, but just like that, we have ourselves a Zombie Boys winner chicken dinner. They needed it. It was delivered, and just like that, we see big games from all of the teams that are behind X-Force. I am so excited to see what these standings look like, because the 4 that were nipping on X-Force's heels, Unique Legacy, Shining Legacy, Zombie Boys, Golden Eagles, they were all in it there in that top 6 or 7, and some big elims coming out. So maybe X-Force has something to worry about. They need to show up in this last and final game.
Yeah, they do. You know, a lot of questions around XYQ in the final game. I think they're the one with the most points needing to clear. They only finish off in 14th place with 4 eliminations. Dope Esports also on high alerts right now. You know, they finish off 11th place with 3 eliminations. So Dope Esports now putting all their eggs in one basket, forced to go big on the final map, right? Game number 6 on Erangel, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, that punches it for me for Zombie Boys, Golden Eagles, without a doubt. So the Golden Zombies, hey, we're showing up tomorrow,
You're
baby.
right.
All right, Golden Zombies. But yeah, you totally right. Like Dope Esports, you got one more game to qualify, and this is it. XYQ. I like where you guys started this last match. I totally respect it, but I don't believe you got enough gas in the tank here for the final map of the evening. So honestly, my eyes, this last game, Dope Esports and fellas, I've been saying it all night long, and you've been, questioning me. But
go on.
Shining Legacy.
Yeah.
All right.
I think they got it. Oh, that's
It
it.
might be sliding now, Dave. They didn't have the elims, but they're still in there.
They're
still in there for now. We'll obviously look at the standings here shortly, but only a few teams really are in range.
That's right.
Now they're currently not tickets punch, so we're writing off probably, I don't know, the second page obviously, but maybe 9, 10 on down. And we've got a handful of teams that are on that first page that they've got a shot still, but it's chicken dinner time and double-digit elim time. And then they've got to, fingers crossed, hope that the 5th and 6th place team just go out early with 0 elims. If that happens, they have a prayer. But if it's anything like this last game, that prayer's not going to get answered, because, again, all of those teams that are in the top 6, they came to perform, right? They got points. In the case of Golden Eagles, Trolls here, prime example, this is how you play at an elite level. You just light yourself on fire and scream loudly.
That's it.
It is what it is.
Well, we're in the same situation now that we were in last week for the final qualification day for the Premier Division, right? Where it was one team could truly make a difference, and that was X Factor. And this time around, it's going to be the same scenario, but obviously we'll see the standings, who's going to be that 7th place team. And I really hope it doesn't come down to an early initial fight, right? Like it kind of did before. X4, this is from, I believe, game number 1, where X-Force opened up the day with a big win. Zombie Boys, they will take this win in game number 5. Zombie Boys, good performance with 9 total eliminations. But this is going to come down, again, I really hope it doesn't end like it did, PB. Remember last week where it was X Factor? They were the ones who had the shots, and then they fight against SLR, man. Off the rip, they lose the fight, and, well, cat's out of the bag. We know who our top 10 teams were.
The team at the cutoff and the team right behind them, challenging them. They fought in the first 30 seconds of the game. Squad wipe over with. Drama ended, and we know who's moving on, because winner goes on in that scenario.
That's right.
Man, tough break. Well, in this scenario, we've at least got a few teams, I think, that are going to have a shot. It's not all said and done just yet. Obviously, some are going to have better shots than others. I'm looking at Dope, right? They were close after last game, and they really didn't score any points. But I don't know if the bar moved too far, right? If they still get that chicken dinner, get some elims, I think they've got a shot here.
It's Dope or XYQ. I think it's still going to be those two rosters, Dave, who who can move up. I think for everybody else, it's still top 6 is top 6.
Yeah, and I see what you're saying here. You're trying to wish into existence that Dope Esports and Shining Legacy don't 4v4 at the drop, right? Because
right away.
If they do, we know who's winning. All right,
Right.
That's all I'm saying. So with that in mind, put your money where your mouth is. Reflections, all right. Shining Legacy or Dope Esports? Who wins that? 4v4. Who wins?
Who wins between Dope and who? Shining Legacy?
Yeah, your squad.
Oh, Shining Legacy. Your squad. Shining Legacy wins that. We'll back them up. Come on, I'm not going to let
Powerbank?
them go.
Same Powerbank? Come on, Powerbank.
Shining Legacy is
Shining
going to take
Legacy
that one.
versus
Shining
Dope
Legacy
in a
easy.
4v4?
I'm willing to be wrong. We'll see if it plays out.
Okay.
Yeah.
All I know is when you say Shining Legacy sliding when they haven't slid, that's when I get pissed. That's when I get mad. That's when I roll up my sleeves and we're going to have words. But Dope, hey, they got a chance to come back here. They're not sliding anymore. They're holding strong right at 7th place. But they need to do something here in Game 6. They have the tools, right? They have the personnel to get it done. And we're going to check out the match rankings. Here we go. Zombie Boys. I mean, look at Zombie Boys and Golden Eagles.
Huge.
19 points.
Huge.
They were like, what, 4th and 5th coming into this game? Maybe 5th and 6th? I can't remember exactly, but that's enough to move up that leaderboard, that's for sure.
Yeah, it is. And for everybody else, I like the fact that the other scores are relatively low because it makes things fun going into the final game. It really does. I mean, look, what's up for grabs, everybody? Chat, $20,000, okay, for Premier Finals. Not tonight, but that's what's up for grabs, right? To play tomorrow for $20,000 prize pool, okay? Making top 6 today is imperative. We look at our standings, okay. Voltry in first. Okay, Zombie Boys in second. Now, that's fun. Golden Eagles in third. I respect it. Next Force 2. Now, you want to talk about a team that's sliding? They slid a little bit, but they're still sliding home in the top 6. Unique Legacy, Shining Legacy, but this is where things get a bit scary. You got Dope, and you got, XYQ. I'm calling XYQ. They're out. They're done. I'm calling Dope. So, really, Dope Esports is the only team right now who
I don't know, Taylor.
Well, let me say this.
It's too soon to count them out. I mean, think about it, right? If you get a chicken dinner with 10 kills, that's 20 points.
Right.
What if Shining Legacy goes out early?
See,
and they put up 20?
That's what I was about to say. See, we're not putting that into existence. Shining Legacy is top 6. Period.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Okay.
I mean, I think that's the safe bet.
That's the safe bet,
but
right.
I just don't want to write XYQ off just yet. But again, if they don't come out immediately and start that momentum, getting those elims. I mean, we are wrapping up with Erangel. Everybody knows the map. The strats are pretty tried and true at this point. There's opportunities, right? It's big enough to where you can take fights with squads and not have to worry too much about a third party. And if there is a third party, it's just going to be one squad, right? It's not like Sanhok where you get shot from 18 different directions at the same time.
Well,
I mean, Shining Legacy, 9 points to go for Dope Esports, 16 points to go for XYQ. X Factor, somehow, some way, they're still kind of in it as well. They're 18 points back right now at the cutoff. Same thing goes for them. They need a chicken dinner here with 12, 15 elims.
That would be wild.
It would be crazy, 100%, but I'm rooting for it.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, the underdogs. And then the craziest story would be B-Town. All right, at B-Town.
I mean, the craziest story would be Liquid Esports. Let's be real. 3 elims coming into the last game. Come on.
That would be the craziest. So we got a couple of teams that's still in the running. We do, but some miracles need to happen, and it's only one more game, right, that's left when it comes to the Challenger Division Finals. Not a lot of time, and the clock is ticking. And for all the other teams that kind of have given up and realized, well, we can't make it, we haven't made it, I would expect them to get a little bit wild off the rip. So I'm thinking things are going to be interesting going into the final game, and maybe some early initial fights are going to be going down. Chat, let us know your prediction. Will the top 6 stay the same, or will someone else come up and disrupt the top 6 and steal a spot from the ones who think they are safe? We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Map 6 Erangel coming your way. Welcome back, everyone, to the final map of the Titan Series Season 6 Challenger Division Finals. I'm Taylor Reflections, double joined by Mustache Dave and Power Bang. This is it. One game to decide our top 6. We've done a lot of deliberation, had a big conversation about who our top 6 would be, or at least who we think is going to slide up or slide down. But the reality is, Dave, tomorrow, Premier Finals, $20,000 starting at 7 Eastern Time. It's a lot of money. The biggest prize pool for Titan Series.
Yeah, a lot of money and steep competition, right? Dauntless going to be competing here tomorrow once again, showing up, showing the people what they're made out of, and showing us what we want to see, and that is some high-quality PUBG Mobile competitive, baby. So looking forward to seeing Dauntless walk away with that trophy, but honestly, the competition is going to be steep for them. I mean, we got the Golden Eagles popping off now, Zombie Boy showing up in that late game, and X-Force. I mean, hey, X-Force doing X-Force things here, fellas.
Yeah, they're making it happen, but let's not forget Voltry. We haven't talked about them too much necessarily, PB, and the reason why is because they've been at the top. It's like, well, why are we going to talk about the top team? Let's talk about the bubble teams, right? But Voltry looking like a serious threat going into tomorrow's competition.
Absolutely. I mean, 2 back-to-back chicken dinners here in match 3 and 4, doing it on different maps to boot. So definitely a force to be reckoned with for sure. Again, they're taking advantage of the opportunities that they've been handed, and so good on them for getting that done. Zombie Boys kind of taking it into their own hands in match number 5, making sure that they are going to be moving on. They look to be safe right now alongside the Golden Eagles as well. I'd say the top 3 are secure at this point, and there is a snowball's chance that everybody from number 4 down could be replaced at this point if they don't show up on this final match of the day. We are on Erangel. We are getting started. I'm so excited. What are the shenanigans that are going to go down here? Dave, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like every Challenger Finals, teams seem to care a little less. There's not quite the professionalism or the experience at the professional level, one would say. So I feel like there's always some crazy drops that happen in the Challenger.
Oh, without a doubt. And going back to our topic last game, this could be the last match that some of these teams are playing together for the remainder of 2024. So when we're talking shenanigans, we got all the ingredients right here. So let's see what happens in the final map of the evening. Will Shining Legacy continue to slide, or will they maintain? Will Dope Esports climb on up, baby, and qualify? Let's find out right here, right now.
Early trouble for Dope, Taylor. Look at this. They split drop, but they've got a hot drop to deal with as well, as BT is right on top of 2 of their members.
That should have been called out as well, and I hope Payne can find a vehicle and join his team ASAP Rocky, because I don't care, right, if this team is not, or B-Town, excuse me, has qualified or was it within qualified range. You don't want to risk losing a player this early on, but this could very well be a fight that's about to go down very shortly. Luckily, there's a bit of distance between the two, PB, so I think right now Payne does have an opportunity to join his roster before that fight goes down.
They're gonna share Primorsk, at least for the meantime. I don't know if it'll last or if they're gonna work towards each other, but Dope playing the outskirts right now. Payne has a vehicle, but I haven't seen the commitment towards Primorsk just yet. Will be interesting to see, but honestly, Dope needs to fight. They need to fight this, and they need to win. And unfortunately, they've got a 3-1 situation going on where they're going to be outnumbered in that fight.
Ooh, DBZ, Voltry, Rich, all culminating into a bit of a fight here. And each roster losing, whether it be a couple or losing one. Let's not forget TF4 will also lose 2 players too. I expected this, Dave, right? I mean, this is the final game. For those teams that are at the bottom, they're just getting scrappy. They're putting it all on the line, and they're trying to throw one final Hail Mary.
One final Hail Mary, and that could start right here, right now for Rich Esports. They need about 27 total points to even catch up. We see them out there in the distance. We also got DBZ, and then, of course, our first place team in the lobby, just gaming, just having fun in the final map of the evening as Adrian, get punched out right there. Take that.
Getting punched out.
Little left hook there for good measure, right?
Tough break. Finest 4. Only 2 players left. And surprisingly, Voltry, man, they only have 1. They got into that fight early on, and it was just a brutal opening fight. By the way, Dope still has yet to push up at the moment. Just keeping you up to date with that engagement that's taking its time. But yeah, I mean, we're all focused here. DBZ, Rich, Voltry, the finest four, still going at it.
-4 indeed. Rich getting after it early on in this one. We'll see if they can get it done here or lose more players. And everyone's knocked.
Everybody.
All right.
Sucks. All right. Oh, who can get there
All right.
first? Rich can get there first, I guess, with the reinforcements. And get them back on their feet.
I thought he was about to walk outside into that grenade. It landed right where he was standing. I was like, please don't step out there.
Uh-oh. Oh, no! The finest four will win the fight. Rich had a chance to really be up, all four up. He wins that fight. All four members from Rich is still alive. But here we go. This is the fight that matters. Dope gets pushed. You mentioned that split. Trouble already, PB, and Pain runs into it.
Yeah, this just was not good strategic playing by Dope. I mean, they needed the squad together. Plenty of room to drop together in Primorsk. Even with 2 squads landing here, Pain gets, caught out, isolated on the rotation, and BT has the upper hand. So Dope now still has the same necessity, right, to get a lot of elims. They still need this fight, but they've got to do it shorthanded. 3v4. We'll see if they're able to get it done, but I think they still have to take it, and unfortunately for them, they just got to do it shorthanded.
The thing is, right there, Payne knew that there were at least 2 squad mates on him over there on the west coast, right? I feel like that would have been the moment for the trio from Dope to start to make the push if they knew where the opponents were. I mean, that was their window, honestly. But now Savage and Co, they're going to be getting the wraparound and the high ground onto Dope. So Dope 3v4 situation right now to keep their tournament dreams alive.
I don't know if he saw Jat G there running up the hillside. Maybe not. I don't think he did, but close there is just for fun. Getting into it again now with X Factor.
X Factor needs
this. They came to party this game.
Wow.
That's their second wipe of a squad right now. So good for them.
That's tough. So already, right, our teams who need to qualify, or at least need or have the best chance of qualifying. X Factor was one of them. Now gone from Premier Division to Challenger Finals to out of the running. They will not have an opportunity to play in Premier Finals for $20,000 tomorrow at 7 Eastern Time. So they're gone. So now that leads to the question of XYQ and Dope Esports, the 2 remaining realistic teams, unless B-Town just throws a Hail Mary and it's caught for a touchdown, man. That's the only other team that can move in. So B-Town on your screen against Dope. This is a big fight. Winner might move on, and Dope is holding their ground, Dave.
Yeah, beautiful knock right there. Looking for the support over there from the off angle over here on this player. Currently holding him down with the grenades. Here comes TT pulling up as well. Savage trying to crawl up, get the intel, relay it to his squad mates. Let him know where these opponents are behind these broken walls. Voltex trying to close the gap with the shotgun with the M4. Gonna be going for a wrap around here. Hopefully we can get in a position in time. Trying to get the confirmation. Got it right there. 3v3 situation. Issajat still in the back line, not really able to provide support. And there goes Jat G, knocked out as well. This is Dope's. This is their moment to make this push and close this Primorsk fight out.
Realistically, Dope, in better position right now to actually challenge for that 6th and final spot. But BT needed the fight as well. They're sitting in 10th place right now, 20 back of the cutoff to start the game. So a very far cry from being able to qualify, but they needed to take this also if they wanted any shot. So I don't fault them for taking this and keeping the pressure on, but right now, it's all going Dope's way.
Molly. Beautiful Molotov right there to stop the push or the revive on Jat G. Huge play. Voltex trying to close the gap. Looking for that reload. Come on, get the reload on the M4. Gonna be lean peeking that bad boy. Free fire through the smokes. His squad mates in the front lines. Just putting in the work here. Can't see a darn thing, but what we do know is there's one more player alive for B-Town on the retreat. We're Dope. We're looking to qualify. We're looking to take them out here.
gonna do it. Dope. This is their chance, man. They played so very well. The fact that they still have 3 up gives good faith and good hope. They might be able to catch up to Shining Legacy, depending on how this end game, kind of unfolds, really. Again, XYQ in the same vein of Dope Esports. They're just a little bit further back, so I'm loving that our team still in the running for top 6 are alive and well with an opportunity to make a big impact here. But granted, PB, all day today we've seen solos make plays, and this might be one of those moments.
Don't say it now. You just jinxed it. We were about to see a 1v3. It could still happen, I suppose. Issajat drops about 20 more bullets and goes down. Man, if you would have conserved some of that, I think he had an opportunity there to actually make a play. But Dope, hey, they got a squad wipe. Short-handed, I might add as well. So 4 points in their win column. Hey, they got a shot right now.
Right.
They've got a long way to go. They started the game 9 points back, but again, they've shaved off 4 points from that XYQ. Also another team trying to climb up. They haven't done anything as of yet, so Dope in a good spot there. And then when you look at Shining Legacy, they also haven't done anything. So Dope making progress, slowly but surely.
I'd hate to play too passive and lose out because I played too scared in the final game. Meanwhile, a team that wanted to be there, wanted to take the bull by the horns, did so, and they were successful. Some teams will hang back and just kind of watch the elimination field. Okay, what's happening? Is Dope? See, they're in a fight. We're hoping they die. If they do, it's easy for us. We're top 6. We're chilling. But at some point, you start to get nervous. And Dave, Shining Legacy, right? If they're looking at that kill feed, they're understanding Dope's not dying. All right, maybe we do need to start waking up a little bit quicker than we thought we needed to.
So Shining Legacy, I mean, technically they're in the top 6, right? So I think their main focus is to survive, right, and play to their strengths, and that's showing up in the late game with their numbers to put up that fight, right? They do got that clear path ahead into this new circle with all the skirmishes happening. We already have a couple teams eliminated, so it's going to lessen the odds of being gate kept on their approach. So it's actually a good thing for Shining Legacy because they're going to have less opponents on the battlefield here. And what that means to me is they're going to have a better opportunity to get these placement points. So really, I'm looking at Dope to see how many elimination points they can get, because technically Dope, they're the ones playing catch up here this game. Meanwhile, Shining Legacy, they're just maintaining. They're just trying to stay within that top 6.
It's really up to Dope to make it happen. So far, they've come out. I just wish they would have played the drop a bit smarter, man. They could have a full squad right now. They definitely outplayed B-Town. I mean, outplayed them significantly there. And if they had just not had that one player randomly go to Quarry, maybe he went to grab the vehicle and they really needed that vehicle. But I think especially when it's a hot drop, you got to take the numbers and win that fight first.
XYQ, Shining Legacy. So Shining Legacy, their passive playstyle might be what is their demise over here. They had the upper hand when it comes to rotating into the circle, but they're taking so long that now XYQ are actually going to be spotting them on the rotate over here on the edge. Will they look to hunt them down? Last game, XYQ, we saw they were aggressive, taking fight after fight. They got eliminated early because of that, but they walked away with some elimination points, and it does look like XYQ going to avoid the battle with Shining Legacy for the time being.
Well, XYQ still in the running as well, much like Dope is. They probably needed to take that fight, and XYQ will lose a member. That is tough. Fully finished off, and now they have to go at it with just 3 up. Now, this is a much quicker Erangel than the previous 2 that we witnessed earlier. That's to be expected, being the final map against those teams who already know that they're out of the running. They just win and they full set that they're just having fun. They're just playing some PUBG Mobile. Meanwhile, now we're down to our top 6. Or excuse me, what? How many teams are left?
9.
He's got 9.
Got 9 teams, man. Look, I just don't know why I struggle with math so much. I really got to get it together. But regardless, there's not that many opportunities now, man. Especially if you're XYQ. You got to get to work. You got to get to work now because you're one of the furthest teams, at least in the realistic race, to try and catch up. But it seems like they're wanting positioning more than anything else. They're going for it.
Imagine Inferno.
We take our attention to Shining Legacy, though. This is a team that has to work through like 3 other squads right now. There's a realistic chance of them going out right now if they choose to take this fight. They could swing it wide, though, and go the direction they're going right now and avoid all of this mess. But to do that, they'll have to go into the open field, which, as we know, has its own perils.
taking some shots at Inferno, and like you said, PB going for the safer route here. Gonna be hugging. Oh
my.
Oh,
that's a safer route.
Wow.
And a boulder right there. Oh no, and
Oh my
shot
God.
now
Is
by
this how it
Pika.
I can't.
Pick up, get in the back.
And that's Infernal too. Infernal will chase you to the edges of Earth. They're just that team. They love to get mixy. It just hasn't worked. I tried to back them up, but never count them out. Of a
That
fight.
cost them a bit
man.
of time, that buggy switch there, because Inferno's on the rotate right now, and they are being chased. SL, this is an interesting matchup right now, because both these teams obviously need the points. You know, Inferno, I'm sure everybody's still in the mindset of, hey, we're going to go out and drop some crazy game, win the chicken dinner, and, you know, maybe move on here. But SL in a position where they're trying to hold home court here. 0 elims right now, and they're looking for just anything.
Dude, Pika's just having the time of his life in that buggy. No worries, no cares in the world. And here we are. SL will finally shed some blood as Inferno will get up close and personal, and Smokey
Big
is
play.
holding his ground. That's 2 down. Smokey
Big play.
getting it done. And Pika from the off angle, he's spotted. Hold up. Pika looking to make a run here. Gatsby down. Short-lived, though. Inferno Legacy, just one more player remaining, and he's going all out with the car. He's going for the runovers.
Go for it. Yeah, Big Smoke, though, putting in some work over here. Honestly, putting on a skirmish with Inferno Esports. Really
Squad wipe.
doing some heavy lifting over there. So shout out to Smokey, really clutching it out right there. 3 eliminations, and, well, they're going to have the edge of the play zone right now out there on the east side with no opponents near them for the time being.
This is huge.
Yeah.
That was massive for Shining Legacy. They just erased the ground that Dope had gained on them. It's completely gone, and now Dope back needing 9 points to close the gap. Dope in the center of the zone towards the south, and they have good position in the quarry, but only a couple of targets right now that they can go up against. They need this fight with the Zombie Boys, and they got to hope that Zombie Boys delivers.
That's right. Let's see what Zombie Boys can do. And I will say Unique Legacy is the other roster that theoretically, if they drop right now, then Unique Legacy could be at risk of dropping out, and that could open up another opportunity for Dope. But the longer SL stays alive, the longer Dope, or excuse me, Unique Legacy stays alive, it just lessens the chances of Dope. But you can tell they are fighting hard. They want this opportunity, and they're going for it. It's just SL matched that energy. It is what it is.
We're into the top 8, too. Every
Yeah.
single team that finishes from here on out will receive at least 1 rank point.
This team's really playing nice and slow, playing the edge. You can tell they're trying to go out with a winner chicken dinner. Make sure they qualify for tomorrow's matches. Golden Eagles, they're going to be chilling in a compound pretty center. Zombie Boys, we see them down here in the south playing the edge. Shining Legacy on the edge as well. Unique Legacy, we might see them get into a little skirmish with X-Force up there, but honestly, all these teams really just trying to secure their spot for tomorrow. It's gonna be a close one here.
Oh, this could be big news, though, for Dope. Again, Unique Legacy, one of those rosters that needs to drop now. If they do so, it's still a sliver of a chance because they had more points to Shining Legacy, but maybe, just maybe, it opens up the door for Dope. But that's only 1 player down. Gustavo doing everything in his power to just dodge bullets. Jumps out, goes back for the return fire, hits some great shots for what it's worth. And Unique Legacy go from being in trouble to now being the aggressors, and quite honestly, they look pretty good, but I digress. Dope finds it. Dope finds Unique Legacy. This is the best possible scenario, PB.
Absolutely. Dope's got to get it going. They're up to 5 elims right now, and that is not going to cut it. They need double that at minimum to even have a prayer, and that's still depending on others like SL to drop right now, for UL to drop right now. Again, Unique Legacy putting up 1 point so far. That puts them at our magic cutoff number of 50. And remember, we talked about this earlier in the broadcast. We felt like 50 points was probably around the area that it was going to take to qualify. And we've got 5 teams right now that have hit that mark. And we've got a 6 with Shining Legacy closing in on that number. They're sitting at 47 right now. And that's not calculating in the rank points that they're about to earn in whatever position they finish.
Shining Legacy, they got nothing but the zone out there on the east side too. I mean, they got all the control over there, so they are really setting up for a solid game number 6 as it stands right now. X-Force Salim tossing out some smokes, tossing out some grenades, trying to get their squad mate picked up. K-Vic out here bleeding on out, saying, "Safe res, get me up." Of course, it's going to be the finest 4 right on the other side of this hill. Grave, I saw, was cooking something. Looks like a grenade, and his squad mate with the smoke as well. You see them in the buggy looking to make a play happen. 7 eliminations, so the finest 4, well, they came into the final map of the evening. At least this duo doing quite well, popping off for themselves here. One final match, what they said. Grave finally taken out, but not before getting some good points. Taking those points
That'll
away
get
from
X-Force
teams that
through.
need them.
Yep.
Yeah, X-Force just soaked up 4 more points, so they're going to be good to go for the next round in the Premier Finals. They got to feel good about that. Alim, really, really clutch shooting there on the flank, and not only that, but firing some shots early to get the grenade delayed a little bit on that group that was reviving down below. Had that nade landed, X-Force would have been in a really precarious situation. But instead, they come out on top, and they are still alive here in the top 7 of our final game.
That was a great one.
Yeah, Fetty. Fetty's been
bounce
playing
off the
so
roof.
well all day long. Good Rick. Oh.
Where did this come from?
Yo, what?
Oh, Valak.
Valak threading the needle through the window. Even confusing
He's
us.
all the way across the street here,
Yeah.
too, in this warehouse. That's Valak right here.
Veteran player.
Incredible.
Veteran player. We've seen him compete.
that's dope.
multiple times,
Oh, but
Dope
Dope
just
steals.
soaking up the points.
That's the second Zombie Boys. Oh, that's the second Zombie Boys Dope's been able to take down. So they've been third party and truly been the
Dope.
Here they
factor
come.
here. And here they come. They know they
Dope's
got to
at
push.
7.
They know they got to push. Melgar's the last one remaining in here, but Dog Food, he's got to
for
be
your
careful
teammate.
here, and so does his member behind the vaults. Melgar can do a lot of damage to Dope. Will he be able to? He will not, and now that's 8. And I tell you what, guys,
Great
Dope
stuff.
is making a good effort here. Unique Legacy still alive, but only 1 total point. Dope is going to
You know what
make
the
this a
problem
close
is?
run.
Shining Legacy's got 5. I mean, again, Dope, all credit to them. They're doing this not only in impressive clutch fashion, but they're doing it shorthanded. They're taking a 3-man and wrecking other squads right now. So they're doing everything that is in their control at this point. But the problem is it's not all in their control. The teams that they need to go down are both still alive right now. That's Unique Legacy and Shining Legacy. The Legacies need to drop off. So the Dope squad needs to target them next if they can.
Yeah, and it does look like Shining Legacy, they did push up a little bit on the hilltop of where that Dope compound was as well. So AJ and Smoke might have had some sight lines on Dope, but Dope retracting back to where they were originally holding down on the edge of the play zone here. We're only in stage number 5, so we still got a couple zones to go, a couple more shifts to see really where this final stage takes us here. But Shining Legacy, I mean, they just got so much zone control, so much intel knowledge right now, and they're going to hold down the edge still.
Yeah.
So Dope, they're going to have to push up just a little bit, but they're going to be right between the Golden Eagles, who are really in a good, strong position in this hard cover. So Dope Esports, this is the rotation that either seals the deal for the squad on whether or not you're going to qualify or not.
And to give it some, at least perspective, Dope needs at least like 15 eliminations this game. They can get 15 eliminations plus placement points. It is very, very possible they can catch up to Unique Legacy, who I keep saying Unique Legacy. It started off with the SL, but with the 5 points, 5 eliminations, I think Unique Legacy is the target, and even more so as X-Force gets into a bit of a skirmish here. Hold up, though. Do we see SL eliminated? Shining Legacy, only 1 player remaining to carry the team.
Wow.
To solidify this top 6.
Not done yet.
Shining Legacy is still 2 points behind Unique Legacy, or now 1 point behind Unique Legacy. So Shining Legacy is still the cutoff right now that Dope needs to target, but they're in trouble. They're on their last leg right now. Looks like X-Force here playing a bit of spoiler, gonna get the confirms, but not before they get shot in return from Dope. This is huge for Dope.
This is massive. This is absolutely massive, TT. take advantage of the situation. Now they're up to 10. If they can hit 15, I think that's the magic number plus the placement points. Dope is making a great effort, and they could very well do this. Now, they can't get too carried away. I agree with you, Dave. I think Golden Eagles is going to be the true factor here. They are the ones who could shut down Dope Esports. If they can't do it, then I think Dope Esports goes top 6. What a connection, and that's on Unique Legacy, who's now down to just one more player who most likely goes into survival mode. SL is also down to one player.
Yeah.
Boys, Dope is doing this.
Dope's doing it. Dope has the terrain
Golden
to work
Eagles
with.
stole that one.
They took the elimination. Really though,
Yeah.
the X-Force push onto Shining Legacy, that was a huge turn of the tides here on this match for Dope Esports.
Absolutely. Dope still trying to find an opening. You can see him in the vehicles ready to pounce. They know they need elims. I'm sure they're not aware of the score at this point. All they know is they need more. And they're absolutely right about that. They are swarming, getting ready to try to find an opening. They need a bit of daylight to attack. Who is going to give that to them? One key thing as we enter the top 4 here is that Shining Legacy is still alive, which means they're picking up rank points every single placement that they finish even higher. And that is the bar that is in front of Dope right now. Dope has to eliminate SL. And you can see AJ here on the outskirts just hiding. And he's going to have cover for a couple of zones still with these trees. He may have a shot here onto Voltex in the background here for Dope as well.
Yeah, if I'm AJ though, I think I'm just straight up snaking it, right? I'm
100%.
I'm a little worried that AJ's out here jumping around looking for some sightlines, right? Just let's hope that the next circle continues to favor AJ. We got the vehicle to work with, and I would just really try to eliminate any type of sightlines I'm giving out here. AJ will have to travel to the next play zone ever so slightly. Might have a boulder to work with down there. But Dope, we see them on the move, looking to investigate the area. They're going to be rolling right towards AJ. Oh, they're actually not going to send it up the hill. They're going to pop in front of AJ for the time being.
Oh no.
They don't know AJ's here.
Oh, but they're going to be forced back, and they will find him in all likelihood after they go back to the hill. We'll see. AJ comes out of hiding. He can't help himself. He's got to fire those shots. Oh, Volt picks up the kill on K-Vic from range. That's
11.
Another one for Dope. They're up to 11.
They don't know
That's
AJ's
11.
there, though. No clue in the world. AJ's making the move now. We see his little indicator looking in this direction. Voltex not looking over here either. The revive's going to be happening right beneath them.
It's do or die. I mean, that's big for AJ. AJ, good shots on the Volt. Volt now down. Too risky to pick him up.
Smoke.
Too risky to pick him up. You got to let him go. You do. Now, Golden Eagles are also moving in. You got another player on the opposite side. And it looks like this might be the end for Dope. I don't know. They're getting pincered in between Golden Eagles as well as the remaining member of Shining Legacy in the top 3 position. Golden Eagles have a great spot up top. They're comfortable. They've got the numbers. And Dope is now down to 2. Top 2 players. AJ's gone. Golden Eagles versus Dope. Dope are pinned up. I don't see them making it out of the situation, but they're going to have to if they want a chance to make it a top 6. Now, you have the player on the left, Ogford, who might have an opportunity, but AJ's going to take him down, and TT also falls. And now the question remains, was it enough? Second place, 11 eliminations. I think they're just a bit short, but you never know. Were they able to catch up to Unique Legacy? I think they're just outside the top 6.
Man, what an incredible final game that was of our Challenger Finals. And I got a couple of things that I was like the takeaways from that game. One, the split drop from Dope off the drop. Oh man, what they would have given for another member later on in that game. Even with just 3, they're able to put up 11 elims after they lost a member.
Right.
Man, wish they would have got that one back. I'm sure they're thinking that. And then Shining Legacy, right? They were the cutoff coming into this game. They had 43 points. Dope was 9 points behind them. And Shining Legacy drops a 6 bomb and places top 3. I mean, what a clutch performance from them. That should be enough to get them through.
It should be. It definitely should be. It's going to be a close one, but I think our top 6 that entered this game are going to be the top 6 going into the competition tomorrow. But still, Dope. What an effort that was. A monumental effort. It really was. Incredible. Incredible stuff. Dope. it's going to be a shame if we don't see them into the play tomorrow, because this final game got me excited. Maybe a fan of what they can bring to the table, Dave. I mean, I would love to see them play in Premier Finals and see what they can bring to the table.
Yeah, pretty good fights from Dope, all things considered. And like Power Bang said, like what would they have been able to accomplish if Pain wouldn't have went out there on that West Coast by themselves, right, to catch that off angle, and in turn was actually spotted and forced to take a 1v2 over there with no support. So regardless though, Dope back-to-back pretty solid performances. I'm happy for the Zombie Boys and Golden Eagles. I mean, both these teams started the first half of tonight not that strong, right, but then slowly started to ramp up. And well, we had that one winner chicken dinner from the Zombie Boys and a really solid game from the Golden Eagles. The Golden Eagles, they've been just warming up all night long. They showed up to this last game, all the members alive. They could have played the edge here, and instead they decided to let the wings soar here, and they spread them, and they made sure to take out their opponents here to secure themselves the winner chicken dinner. So Golden Eagles, Zombie Boys, super proud of how they performed here tonight.
Without a doubt. And, also you got to look at Voltry, man. Voltry tore it up today with 2 winner chicken dinners, the highest placing. They won the Challenger, at least qualifiers. They clearly win today. They were just on fire. And X-Force too. Great to see them, PB, play as well as they did, right? Finished up towards the top. They were a team that was exciting to watch during the Premier qualifiers. We'll get to see them once again.
Absolutely. Excited to see them back again. Free Point, Kvik, just incredible games today. Showed up when it mattered most. And I think they did what they needed to in that last game to get the job done. And again, I got to tip my cap as well to the Golden Eagles. Like Dave said, they just kept getting better and better and better all day long. And they capped today with a chicken dinner with high elims when it mattered most. And so they were a team that in 4 out of the 6 matches today surpassed 7 elims. So that's what we were saying it was going to take. And Golden Eagles delivered in spades.
Hey, I got to tell you, Dave, you're right, man. On the money. The Zombie Eagles Goldens, they end up moving through, which is scares me for tomorrow, man. I don't know. Dauntless, you've been calling them out. You've been 100 for 100. You've been batting 100, man. Dauntless might actually take it all, but let's get real here, right? Let's get real. Dauntless obviously is your number 1 team. If you had to pick a team today, though, moving forward, who do you got?
Like a team on who would perform good tomorrow?
Yeah, that's right.
I was saying X-Force all night. They started so strong, but then they had like that one amazing game, and they kind of just, slowed down since then. This was a solid game for them, and we see 10 total points for X-Force, but there was definitely some questionable plays, right, from X-Force towards the later half of the evening. So if I had to kind of put my money on a squad from this lobby in particular, I would definitely go with the Golden Eagles just based on the momentum they've been building up all night long. And taking into consideration, tomorrow is another sprint, only 6 more games. Golden Eagles, they're going to be walking away today feeling pretty good about themselves. They're going to be confident, and honestly, they're going to be locked in for tomorrow. So to answer your question, the Golden Eagles, NA.
All right, boys, Golden Eagles. Well, let's find out who our top 6 are officially going tomorrow to the Premier Finals, and it is going to be Golden Eagles taking over first place. Hold up, put a pin in that for just a second. Of course, you also have Voltry, X-Force, Zombie Boys, Shining Legacy, and Unique Legacy. Dope, unfortunately, 2 points away from tying, 3 away from qualing. It came down to that final fight. If they were able to win against Golden Eagles, they would have moved forward and taken down Shining Legacy or Unique Legacy, most likely Unique Legacy. I mean, that's how close they got, PB, but from that heartbreaking ending to Golden Eagles soaring high to first place, that is a result I did not expect.
Man, incredible stuff here for sure. Golden Eagles definitely earned this one. I really liked their play all day long. We talked about it early on. They were the kings of the third party today. Every time there was action, you saw some rifle shots coming in from range to get things started, and they were able to crash on those fights for the most part and come out victorious. So again, Golden Eagles finding strategies that worked. And another thing that Dave didn't mention during his assessment of who's going to do well is experience, man. Golden Eagles have been around for basically every season of Titan Series, and they're still here, still going strong. Cannot wait to see them back in the Premier Finals tomorrow.
The fact that they take first is just absolutely mind-blowing to me, but dope. Man, to finish that close and be so far away, heartbreaking. I'm sure they go back to the drawing board to refigure out their rosters, but here we are, second page, and you got a lot of some other teams that didn't make it through, X Factor being one of them, right? Coming down from the Premier qualifiers, Inferno as well. Two teams that I shouldn't say fall for grace, but it was still great to see them today, but they didn't make it, Dave.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm going to chalk it up to it was just a bad day for some teams, right? I mean, today's event was all about just 6 games, and you had to compete to your best abilities to make it to tomorrow's lobby. But we got tomorrow's lobby. It is locked in. Boom. Put the key in. We're ready to go. $20,000 on the line here tomorrow. It is the most stacked when it comes to competition so far, in my opinion, for the Titan series so far. I'm telling you.
Stacked, dude, all the way. Plus the biggest stacked amount that could be earned, right? $20,000 up for grabs is just quite a bit nutty. All right, it was a good day, though. Good qualifiers. It was nice seeing these challenger teams who are now moving to the Premier Finals tomorrow at 7 Eastern time for $20,000. PB, always good to work with you, brother. What's your final words as we get out of here?
Final words of the day. Good play from all the folks here tonight. I'm excited to see what they're able to do tomorrow, and hopefully the long layoff for the Premier teams hasn't caused any sort of rust. I know one thing, we've got multiple teams going to be firing on all cylinders going into the finals tomorrow night. We got Good and Warm tonight, looking at Golden Eagles, looking at Vulture, looking at X-Force, looking at Zombie Boys. All those teams look primed to do well tomorrow. All
right, tomorrow's going to be a fun day, Dave, and I'm sure you're going to be here for it. What's your final words as we get out of here?
Hey, I'm ready to go, man. The Golden Zombies showing up here tomorrow up against Dauntless. I'm going to have my popcorn. I'm ready to go.
I'm ready to go as well. Hey, it's been great having each and every one of you out there in the chat supporting your teams. Make sure you hit that follow button if you haven't already. Follow us on socials. Tomorrow, 7 Eastern time, come back. We've got the Premier Finals. The best 16 teams will compete for $20,000. Who will earn the biggest prize pool in the history of Titan Series? Well, we're going to have to find out tomorrow. Of course, they're going to want your support. For myself, Taylor, Reflections Noble, Mustache Stay, Power Bang, and all of you in chat and our production crew, thank you for being here. Be back tomorrow. Premier Finals, $20,000, 7 Eastern. We'd love to have you.
With the shotguns locked and loaded, letting it rip here to kickstart.
Yeah, I don't even know the
finest. And pin their will on others, but Unique Legacy's not giving up. Name. Great connection.
This is a nice little battle in the warehouse here, and it comes down to some shotguns. The S
close out the last 2 players from B-Town, and there it is.
That'd be a good reason why. Well, they're going to try to nade it and get it unstuck, and oh my God.
See, just casually driving the buggy right on by. Volte.
It seems as if Chills is already down now too. Salty is now by himself. This opens up an opportunity to drop, and it does. Mistakes being made left and right up close. Looks to be great for X Factor. Now looks to be great for Inferno. No! Shining Legacy. And Shining Legacy now with the man advantage, but for how long? Knocking down one. Smokey's gone. Fetty's not done just yet. Got another one down low. More down low. Fetty wants him. He's hungry. Vortex out in the open.
Unlucky. Here comes more grenades, just trying to flush them out.
It is going to be Vulture getting at least one, but X-Force is going to fight back once again. X
in play, so they've actually got a really good position.
Also, Vulture has attack Shining Legacy too, so those engagements are happening on both.
Rolled them. They almost, got the short end of the stick there, but they didn't.
What in Shaq from Unique Legacy to clutch it out in a 1v4.
That's why Q, man, they have just been getting put into the absolute believe in a team in the Premier Division. I don't know at this point. So I'll drive away. I don't. Well, heck,
hey, 3 are down. Last ditch effort, Molotov out. Shiva on fire.
Still inside that compound. They've been there for quite.
To wrap things up, Golden Eagles goes out here. Unique Legacy taking them down.
Vulture versus Unique Legacy. Now the question is, has Gustavo been spotted? Yes, he has. Should be. Inferno is pushing onto Vulture. This is the aggression I like this.
Their game number 5 with some eliminations here to play catch up.
This is what I wanted to see from them.
That's what this is.
Them yet. So X-Force doesn't feel great about this game so far, and
To the top level, along with Golden Eagles, and the car wreaking havoc, getting the finish is Mo.
Let's see what trolls can accomplish here besides burn themselves alive. Mistakes have been by themselves and punch that ticket. Mosto going for that.
And that's almost good. Escapes over the ridge to safety, but just like that, we have our...
They're in the distance. We also got DBZ, and then of course
Rich getting after it early on in this one. We'll see if they can get it done here or lose more players. Now with X Factor.
X Factor needs this. Get nervous, and Dave, Shining Legacy, right? If they're looking at that kill feed, they're understanding.
So they're gonna have a better opportunity to get these placement points. So really, I'm looking at
a situation, but instead they come out on top, and they are still alive here in the top.
Nations. I think Unique Legacy is the target, and even more so as X-Force gets into it a bit of a ones who could shut down Dope Esports. If they can't do it, then I think it's do or die. I mean, that's big for AJ. Have an opportunity, but AJ's going to take him down, and TT also falls. And now the question remains.